What if I told you someone just got wiped out, completely removed, because they dared to speak your name with the wrong spirit? I'm not talking about minor setbacks. I'm talking about sudden collapse. A fall so quiet, so calculated. They didn't even realize it was judgment until the doors started closing and the favors started leaking, one by one, behind the scenes. No warning, no mercy. You didn't pray for revenge. You didn't even ask for justice. But heaven heard everything. And while you were healing, rising, and minding your divine assignment, something was moving behind the veil. A force older than time, a law stronger than any threat. And now, the evidence is surfacing. There are names being erased, voices silenced, doors locked from the inside. And the strangest part, you never had to lift a finger, because when you're chosen, your stillness is a weapon, your obedience is a courtroom, and your silence, that's when the verdict gets released. If you've ever felt like unseen forces were working overtime to protect you even when you didn't understand why, drop a 777-inch the comments right now. You're not paranoid. You're not imagining it. You're protected because you're positioned. And to every soul who's poured into this mission through super thanks, thank you. Your seed is fueling revelation. And it's waking up others, just like you across the globe. Now stay with me. Because what happened to this person who thought they could play with your name and walk away untouched isn't just a warning. It's prophetic evidence. And once you see how deep this judgment goes, you'll never question your divine covering again. Let's go in, God's chosen ones. You won't believe who just got wiped out for daring to mess with you. You've been shadowed by something brutal, ancient, and unstoppable. And no, it's not poetic language. It's an architectural fact. Etched into the divine scaffolding of your existence is a guard system so advanced, it makes quantum defense look outdated. It doesn't operate on emotion or logic. It runs on assignment, on éternel protocole. And that protocol, it was triggered the moment you were recognized, not by men, but by heaven, before your lungs tasted air, before your mother whispered your name. This guardian was already running a full surveillance operation on your future. It mapped your lineage, scanned your spiritual DNA, and marked your timeline with non-negotiable protection clauses. This isn't a myth. It's divine military intelligence. And it was activated when heaven said, "This one's mine." So, here's what they didn't see. They thought they were just gossiping. They thought they were just planting little seeds of doubt. But what they didn't realize is that they were poking the perimeter of something sacred. You ever wonder why certain people felt uneasy just being near you? Why do they start glitching, fumbling their words, backing away without explanation? That wasn't the attitude. That was spiritual resistance, meeting divine resonance. Just like when Uzzah touched the Ark of the Covenant with bare hands and dropped dead on the spot. 2 Samuel 6-7. Your guardian doesn't tolerate unauthorized access. You carry something untouchable. In the book of Job, Satan himself had to ask permission just to test a chosen one. Job 1:10 reveals it clearly. Have you not put a hedge around him and his household and everything he has? That hedge wasn't a metaphor. It was surveillance-grade spiritual defense. And you're walking in the upgraded version with faster response time. Someone recently crossed a line with you and thought they got away with it. But now, their relationships are crumbling. Their peace is leaking. Their influence is unraveling. Why? because they touched what was holy, because they tampered with a timeline that was not theirs to edit. Do you remember Darian, a rising media consultant, charming, well-connected, and dangerously ambitious? The moment he started manipulating the mind of a chosen one in his circle, subtly discrediting her, seeding doubt into her vision, his momentum mysteriously halted. Sponsorships vanished. My health collapsed. His name, forgotten. And the woman he targeted, she rose in silence. That wasn't karma. That was divine retaliation. You are not moving through life unguarded. You are not surviving on luck. You are protected by a system built like a nuclear vault, pressure sensitive, frequency calibrated, hostile to interference. Even in physics, wave interference can cancel out destructive frequencies when aligned correctly. That's what your guardian does. It cancels sabotage in real time using divine resonance. You are frequency locked. You are coded. You are covered. Ever notice how certain job offers fall through at the last second? How do some doors close right before you walk in? What if it wasn't rejection? What if it was rerouting from sabotage? In nature, the pufferfish doesn't attack, it expands. The cobra doesn't chase, it postures. But when its space is invaded, its stillness becomes lethal. Your guardian behaves the same. Not reactive, strategic. Stillness is not passivity. It's power waiting for provocation. Pop artist and activist Jean-Michel Basquiat once said, "I am not a black artist. I am an artist." The world wanted to box his brilliance, but his vision outran their understanding. After his early death, the same people who misunderstood him began auctioning his works for millions. Some enemies are only allowed near your anointing, so heaven can collect the receipts after they collapse. And for every Basquiat, there's a Jezebel, a manipulative queen, 1 Kings 21, who thought no one could stop her schemes until divine justice dropped through a window. Trampled, forgotten, erased. You see, this isn't about fear. It's about awareness. You are moving through life with a force that doesn't sleep, doesn't ask permission, and doesn't miss. Hebrews 1:14 declares, "Are not all angels ministering spirits sent to serve those who will inherit salvation?" That's not future tense. That's it for now. That's you. So walk like someone who knows what follows them. Speak like someone backed by celestial infrastructure. Move like a kingdom cannot fall if you're still standing. Because from this moment forward, you don't move afraid, you move armed. Have you ever noticed how disaster seems to hover just close enough to make you nervous, but never close enough to devour you? The relationship that could have fractured your spirit ends without explanation. That one friend you were about to trust with everything suddenly exposes their true nature. The job you were certain was your breakthrough suddenly vanishes, only for something greater to rise from the ashes. At first glance, it looks like misfortune, but what if none of it was random? What if it was precise interception, divine protection, moving in silence? Acting before you even knew what needed to be saved. You weren't lucky. You were watched. Watched by something heaven assigned. Something that doesn't wait for visible danger before it strikes. Your guardian is not reactive. They're strategic. They block energy before it solidifies into action. They dismantle betrayal before it finds words. And when they move, they don't leave evidence. That's why your enemies are confused. All they know is their plans collapsed. Their peace vanished. And somehow, your name is still rising. You don't owe them an explanation. They were never meant to understand the laws that govern a chosen one. Isaiah 45:2 says, "I will go before you and level the mountains. I will break down gates of bronze and cut through bars of iron. That's not poetic flair. That's a spiritual firewall coded into your very existence. There's a reason your discernment has kept you from certain rooms. There's a reason some hands pulled away before they had the chance to touch your destiny. Your guardian moves at the speed of spirit long before threat becomes visible, long before sabotage has shape. Their silence is not passivity, it's pressure. Have you ever asked yourself why some people grew irritated by your mere presence? Even when you were kind, quiet, or generous, that wasn't social awkwardness, that was spiritual exposure. Some atmospheres collapse under your covering because they weren't built to host what you carry. This is not just divine assistance. It's pre-installed security embedded into the architecture of your calling. Before you cried your first tear, before betrayal had language, before you were even visible to the world. Heaven made a vow, and with that vow came a force, a guardian, not a helper, not a fan. A storm with coordinates tattooed in its being. Jeremiah 1:5 declares, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." That setting apart wasn't symbolic. It came with a spiritual sentry who knows your frequency by instinct, who doesn't sleep, doesn't gossip, and doesn't tolerate unauthorized access. In biology, white blood cells don't wait for a full-blown infection. They destroy pathogens at the first sign of a threat. Your guardian moves with that same precision. Not all defense is visible. Not all warfare is loud. Like the wildebeest, sensing pressure changes in the wind before the predator even blinks. Your protection is frequency-tuned. It doesn't need a scream to respond. It needs a whisper. And when that whisper comes, it moves like thunder behind the veil. Matthew 2:13 reveals how Joseph was warned in a dream to take Jesus and flee from Herod's wrath. God's protection didn't wait for violence. It moved at the sound of intent, even in the world of high art. There are lessons. The late Pope Benedict XVI once wrote, "Each of us is willed. Each of us is loved. Each of us is necessary." But what he didn't explicitly say, yet what must be understood, is this: when heaven wills you, hell can't access you without consequence. Your very being disrupts corrupted systems. That's why you've been a threat without even trying. That's why they tried to get close, control, or silence you. And that's exactly why they failed. But don't misunderstand this protection. It's not for your pride. It's not to preserve your image. It's to protect your purpose. You ever wonder why certain people tried to stay close? Not because they loved you, but because they wanted to monitor what was meant to be sacred. That level of invasion is exactly why heaven assigned reinforcement. This guardian wasn't assigned because you're fragile. It was assigned because your assignment is critical. Hebrews 1:14 reminds us, "Are not all angels ministering spirits sent to serve those who will inherit salvation?" You're not being pitied. You're being backed by something eternal, something militant, something that answers only to the voice of God. So, walk differently now. Speak as someone covered by precision, not paranoia. Move with the confidence of one who knows that to attack you is to awaken an unseen war. From this moment forward, don't shrink, don't explain, don't hesitate. Walk with the fire behind you, and know that it will consume anything that touches your name without permission. They're not your security system. They're not waiting for alarms to sound or for you to hit rock bottom before showing up. No, what walks with you is a spiritual enforcer, assigned, not hired, silent, not soft, present before you even speak a word. They don't operate through emotion, they operate through structure, constantly scanning, calculating, and assessing the invisible. They're tuned into realms your eyes can't yet see, reading energetic shifts like seismic waves, sensing spiritual tension before it manifests in physical disruption. Every time your stomach turned without evidence, every time a door slammed that you begged to open, every time someone ghosted you and peace followed like a breath of clarity that wasn't coincidence. That was tactical intervention. You ever feel like your instincts were screaming long before your mind caught up? Like something in you already knew you were being lied to, used, or led toward disaster? That's not paranoia, that's resonance. That's the architecture of your guardian vibrating against frequencies that don't belong in your destiny. They don't need applause. They don't need to be acknowledged. Their loyalty isn't reactive, it's pre-scripted, while others measure their commitment based on what you've done for them lately. This force was committed before you ever understood your own worth. Psalm 121:4 reminds us, "Indeed, he who watches over Israel will neither slumber nor sleep." And just like Israel, you are a territory worth guarding, not for sentiment, but for strategy. They've been there during your most unguarded moments, watching silently as you poured your heart out for people who only saw you as a convenience, standing firm while you mourned what God was trying to remove. And through it all, they said nothing, because their job wasn't to comfort. It was to contain war in dimensions you were never meant to fight. Do you realize how many battles were already over before you even sensed the enemy's breath on your neck? How many traps were crushed before your feet touched the floor? How many demonic conversations about your name were cut off mid-sentence because your guardian disrupted the broadcast? In the realm of quantum mechanics, observation collapses possibility into reality. Your guardian functions the same. They don't just observe, they intervene. They make decisions that rewire timelines, eliminate threats, and rewrite outcomes. And you wonder why people suddenly changed, why the connection dissolved, why the attack never landed. Because interference was authorized. The data didn't pass the test. Your spirit wasn't in agreement. And heaven doesn't negotiate with disorder. Most people don't realize that being chosen paints a target on your back, but you've felt it. You've walked into rooms and felt the tension before a word was spoken. You've seen people turn on you without provocation. You've felt unseen pressure trying to silence your light. That's not a personality conflict. That's positional warfare. Your light destabilizes darkness, and darkness keeps trying to remove you before your full rise. But every attempt has been intercepted. Every hex is disarmed. Every lie is absorbed. Every dagger snapped before it reached your ribs. Isaiah 59:19 proclaims, "When the enemy comes in like a flood, the Spirit of the Lord will lift up a standard against him. That standard, it wears no badge, but it walks with fire." British sculptor Barbara Hepworth once said, "I rarely draw what I see, I draw what I feel in my body." That's how your guardian operates. They don't respond to visual threat, they respond to energetic dissonance. Just like a hawk can detect heat signatures from hundreds of feet in the air, your protection tracks the temperature of betrayal before it even takes shape. And when danger confirms itself, they don't negotiate, they execute. This isn't loyalty. Loyalty is based on emotion, on reward. This is cosmic legislation. This is heaven's protocol activated in real time. You weren't just assigned a guardian, you were stamped with a command. The throne said, "Guard this one, no matter the cost," and the enforcer said yes without hesitation, without question, without sleep. They don't follow trends. They don't flinch when your name is slandered. They wait for the moment someone crosses the line, And when that moment comes, they don't give warnings. They give consequences. Have you ever asked yourself why someone who wronged you seemed to crumble in silence? Why did their influence fell apart quietly? Their connections severed, their confidence drained. It's because touching you carries invisible repercussions. They didn't just violate your boundaries. They triggered an ancient defense system that doesn't miss, doesn't blink, and does not forgive unauthorized access. Revelation 12:7 reminds us of the war in heaven, how Michael and his angels fought the dragon. That same warfare is echoed every time someone tries to infiltrate what was divinely sealed. So now you know, this isn't sentimental. This isn't superstition. This is strategic. You're not being followed by a force that pities you. You're being flanked by an entity that understands your purpose must survive. Your life is not fragile. It's fortified, not by noise, but by necessity. And from this moment on, you move with the awareness of what's moving with you. No more apologizing for the sudden exits, the unexplained gut feelings, or the collapsed bridges. Every cutoff was coded. Every silence was sacred. Every loss was protection. Walk like the earth knows your weight. Speak like your name is guarded in heaven's vault. Move like divine enforcement is watching, because it is. You might feel unguarded because silence surrounds you. You might confuse solitude with exposure. But make no mistake, being alone is not the same as being vulnerable. Isolation is not abandonment when you're chosen. It's insulation. It's strategic concealment. It's heaven pulling you into a sacred chamber while the battlefield is cleared ahead of you. When the crowd walks away, when every text goes unanswered, there is one presence that never blinks, never shifts, never leaves. This is not about being watched. It's about being stationed. Because protecting you is not an emotional gesture, it's an eternal contract signed in realms untouched by time. There are two types of protection, the kind that responds, and the kind that radiates presence. Yours doesn't wait until knives are drawn. It rearranges the atmosphere before the thought even forms. Have you noticed how some people seem unsettled in your presence without you saying a word? How does a conversation die down when you walk in? That isn't social tension, it's spiritual pressure. You've walked into rooms that couldn't carry your frequency. You've shifted atmospheres simply by existing. That's not your ego, it's your covering. Just as the Ark of the Covenant carried a charge that struck Uzzah dead the moment he touched it unlawfully, 2 Samuel 6-7. Your life is wrapped in an invisible perimeter, holy, electrified, and fiercely guarded. Your guardian does not announce themselves with sound, but the realm of spirit hears them clearly. They broadcast a frequency coded in divine geometry, so precise it bypasses human senses and moves straight into the nervous system of those nearby. That cold sweat, that pit in the stomach, that sudden urge to back away, they call it instinct. You know better. It's divine perimeter control. Psalm 34:7 says, "The angel of the Lord encamps around those who fear him and delivers them." That encampment isn't passive. It's volatile to dishonor. When someone with wrong motives approaches, their soul feels the grip of something they can't name. That invisible hand on the shoulder, that isn't a metaphor. It's enforcement. It squeezes tight enough to say, walk away now or get dismantled. And the foolish ones, the ones who press in anyway, thinking your stillness is weakness, they always learn the hard way. You don't have to clap back. You don't have to correct them. The backlash comes faster than their intentions formed. Because when heaven authorizes protection, even thoughts carry weight. Matthew 12:36 reminds us, people will give account for every careless word they speak. But with you, sometimes they're judged for the words, They never got the chance to say. You ever wonder why certain people keep circling you, smiling, liking, watching, yet something in them seems blocked from actually accessing your life? It's because they were tagged, spiritually scanned. Their energy failed the test. Your guardian doesn't wait for confirmation. They evaluate posture, intent, and resonance. Just like a border agent trained to spot threats before they act, your guardian operates on precognitive discernment. They track before the betrayal, sense the spell before it's spoken, and counter the curse before it reaches your shadow. In neuroscience, electromagnetic fields extend beyond the brain and heart, detectable, invisible, indéniable. You are surrounded by something similar, only it's spiritual. A force field forged from obedience, divine timing, and supernatural assignment. They can't see it, but their bodies respond. Their smiles sour, their compliments turn bitter, their curiosity becomes anxiety. That's why their attempts to subtly sabotage you never land. The compliment they hoped would disguise jealousy tastes like ash in their own mouth. The shade thrown in conversation boomerangs before it hits your peace. You're not imagining it. You are being preemptively protected, and that protection isn't based on favoritism, it's based on assignment. Barbara Jordan, civil rights leader and congresswoman, once said, "What the people want is very simple. They want an America as good as its promise. But when you are chosen, the promise is higher than a nation. It is cosmic. And with cosmic promise comes cosmic protection. You don't just carry destiny, you carry threat. Your presence triggers reform, correction, recalibration. What doesn't align with you will be removed, repelled, or revealed. There's a reason someone left your life without closure. A reason the meeting fell apart. A reason the relationship decayed after one conversation. You thought it was sabotage. It was safe. Because your guardian doesn't just fight battles. They prevent wars. Their silence is thunder waiting for a reason to strike. Their stillness is heat under pressure, awaiting provocation. Revelation 6-8 describes a pale horse with a rider named Death, followed by Hades. That's not a fairy tale. It's a divine consequence riding in response to resistance against holy order. And Deuteronomy 33-27 backs this with fierce clarity. The eternal God is your refuge, and underneath are the everlasting arms. He will drive out your enemies before you, saying, "Destroy them." That's not a sweet language. That's spiritual extermination. So let them scroll your page. Let them track your movements. Let them mimic your tone, your rhythms, your patterns. They're already 3 moves too late, because your guardian saw them before their plan had breath. They were flagged in the spirit, tagged for review, and placed under scrutiny. Their intentions are now under surveillance. Their plans were marked for collapse, and when they dare to overstep, consequences hit louder than their offense. This isn't emotional, it's functional. This isn't superstition, it's supernatural surveillance. Your stillness isn't vulnerability, it's voltage. Your silence isn't emptiness, it's pressure under order. You're not unguarded, you're unavailable to unauthorized spirits. And if everything in nature seems quiet, but your spirit still feels the weight, could it be that something invisible just got denied entry? When someone ignores the warning and tries to bypass your boundary, the realm responds with precision. So from now on, don't question the sudden exits. Don't mourn what mysteriously walked away. Don't second-guess the lack of closure. These aren't losses. They're tactical extractions, You don't need to chase explanations when you're protected by revelation. Walk like heaven already handled it. Speak like consequences surround you. And move like interference has already been neutralized, because it has. That's what happens when your guardian doesn't just protect you, they pre-clear the airspace. Long before your feet touch the battlefield, your covering is already in motion. Scanning frequencies, sealing access points, clearing sabotage routes in advance. This is not reactionary shielding. This is preemptive spiritual air control. The kind military forces dream of replicating, but only heaven executes perfectly. You've been walking through life with invisible clearance, and the moment anyone attempts to encroach on your field, they don't just feel friction, they encounter restrictions. Have you ever seen someone's life start to unravel right after they mishandled you? They may call it a bad week, a sudden downturn, an unexplainable wave of anxiety, but in truth, it was backlash. Divine retaliation doesn't always look like thunder. Sometimes it looks like a delay, like fractured focus, like relational misfires and mental fatigue. The spirit realm has laws, and trespassing onto a chosen one's assignment is not only unwise, it's illegal. Psalm 105:15 declares with unapologetic authority, "Do not touch my anointed ones, do my prophets no harm." But when people violate this, your guardian doesn't plead. They prosecute. Your life is not casual territory. It's sanctioned ground, protected by contract, not convenience. The aura you carry is not for decoration. It's a warning label, written in invisible ink across your spiritual frequency, are declarations that demons can read. This soul is sealed. This mission is sanctioned. This purpose is protected. That's why people who try to weaponize gossip against you end up disoriented. That's why those who mock you behind closed doors wake up restless, their peace leaking out like oil through cracked glass. They don't realize it. But the moment they used your name with dishonor, the signal went out. A silent alert, a spiritual siren. And once that warning is issued, response is no longer a discussion, it's deployment. This isn't about karma. This is a consequence coded in divine architecture. It's why they can't sleep. Why do their plans get cloudy? Why their strategies scatter before they're complete? And the irony? They think it's just life happening. No, it's heaven intervening. Deuteronomy 28:7 echoes the pattern. The Lord will cause your enemies who rise against you to be defeated before you. They shall come out against you one way and flee before you 7 ways. That's not a poetic metaphor. That's battlefield mathematics in the kingdom realm. When they touch what's protected, the outcome isn't confusion, it's collapse. You ever wonder why some people seem to carry a streak of misfortune right after trying to undermine you? Why do their momentum stalls just as they try to manipulate your narrative? It's not that you cursed them, it's that you're covered, and your guardian doesn't negotiate with immaturity. They don't reason with shadows. They enforce protocol. The spirit realm is not governed by feelings, it's governed by law, and your assignment is evidence of divine legal authority in motion. That's why emotions don't sway your guardian. Loyalty doesn't have to be earned. In your case, it was pre-assigned. Spiritual warfare is not always loud. Sometimes it's subtle, surgical. That subtle loss of clarity, that missed opportunity, that anxious dread they can't quite name. What they feel is not regret, it's repercussion. Your guardian doesn't shout. They strike. And when they do, it's never for show. It's for alignment. Proverbs 26:27 puts it plainly, "Whoever digs a pit will fall into it. If someone rolls a stone, it will roll back on them. And once that stone begins to roll back, nothing, no apology, No manipulation can stop the impact. French philosopher Blaise Pascal once wrote, "The heart has its reasons which reason knows nothing of, but in your case, the spirit has its orders, and your guardian follows those orders without question." While they were watching your story like entertainment, your defender was marking timestamps in the ether, measuring intent, tracing thought patterns, watching for trespass. The moment dishonor was confirmed, the order was activated, and heaven does not revoke what it has sealed. There's a reason people get nervous before you speak. A reason. Some smile with their lips while their spirit flinches. It's not because of what you said. It's not your tone. It's what's with you. That stillness they mistake for passivity, that's restraint. What quiet do you carry? It's storm energy waiting for release. Revelation 3-7 affirms this. What he opens, no one can shut. And what he shuts, no one can open. When heaven says you're untouchable, even whispers of slander echo back in judgment. The air shifts around you because access is not available. And those who ignore the alert don't just face resistance, they face precision judgment. So yes, let them giggle. Let them strategize over coffee. Let them scroll your page. Mock your grace. Track your rhythms like a case study. Your guardian already scanned their motives 3 moves ago, already tagged their spirit for internal review, and now every word that drips from their lips carries the aftertaste of ash. Every seed they plant turns to rot. Every jab they throw lands softer than intended, but comes back sharper than they ever expected. This isn't mystical fluff. This is strategic enforcement. This isn't spiritual paranoia. This is heavenly jurisprudence. And once the alert has been issued, your guardian doesn't repeat themselves. They speak once through atmosphere, vibration, instinct. If the warning is ignored, the next sound isn't verbal. It's impact, controlled, clean, devastating. So, walk like someone who's pre-cleared. Speak like someone under constant surveillance from glory. Move like every step has already been defended in a realm they'll never comprehend. You don't carry fear. You carry jurisdiction, and heaven doesn't warn twice. That's what you carry. Not just breath, not just survival. You carry a guardian who doesn't speak in words but in repercussions. A being whose very presence translates dishonor into judgment, manipulation into malfunction. This isn't folklore. This is enforcement. You remember the moment when the world turned dim, when silence pressed against your chest like concrete, that moment when your hands were too weak to lift in prayer, and your voice too tired to scream. The world thought that was your defeat. But what they didn't know is that silence isn't your collapse, it's your signal. You ever wonder why the attacks increased right when your strength ran out? Why did the darkness close in just as your breakthrough drew near? That's because elevation triggers opposition. But here's the hidden mystery. Opposition activates reinforcement. When the dark whispered lies to your soul, your guardian didn't panic. They positioned themselves, not with fireworks, not with social proof, but with atmosphere unseen, hands shifting every dimension around you. The battlefield was real, but it wasn't yours to fight. They thought silence meant you were alone. But silence was the sound of your guardian sharpening their sword, not literal steel, but spiritual force, frequency forged in fire, charged by covenant. 2 Chronicles 20:17 says, "You will not have to fight this battle. Take up your positions, stand firm, and see the deliverance the Lord will give you." While you were breaking down, they were standing over you, not with pity, but with precision. Have you ever felt the strange calm that follows a storm of tears? That moment when grief leaves and peace arrives. Even though nothing around you has changed, that was your covering descending. When your pain became unbearable, your guardian became unshakable. They intercepted curses spoken in secret. They neutralized energy sent through envy. They dismantled traps before you even took a step. You didn't need to scream. You didn't need to retaliate. Your heartbreak was already speaking, and your guardian was already responding. You thought you were losing, but the entire time, your name was being defended in dimensions the enemy can't touch. Their strategies fell apart mid-sentence. Their intentions scrambled like static in a signal jammed by heaven, while you lay curled in grief. Someone moved on your behalf, silent, skilled, and savage with any force that tried to terminate your assignment. That wasn't a coincidence. That was an eternal protocol, executing its design. Salm 18:39 declares. You armed me with strength for battle. You humbled my adversaries before me. But here's the twist. Sometimes that battle isn't waged through your hands. It's won through your surrender. While you were shattered in the dark, your guardian operated with brutal mercy. They didn't wait for your permission. They didn't need your awareness. Your stillness was enough. Your tears were an access code. Think about it. How many times have you made it through something you couldn't explain? How many moments did you get a second wind after believing you had nothing left? That wasn't resilience. That was supernatural reinforcement, responding to divine frequency. In nature, bats navigate pitch black with echolocation, releasing high-frequency pulses that bounce off barriers. Your guardian navigates the spirit realm the same way, detecting unseen danger, moving by vibration, not sight. You were never truly in the dark. You were under a veil, shielded, not hidden because you were forgotten, but because something too powerful to be exposed was being preserved. You carry a prophecy in progress, purpose in process. The mission written on your life is so disruptive to darkness that attempts have been made to end you in silence. But the silence didn't kill you. It summoned backup. Isaiah 43:2 says, when you pass through the waters, I will be with you. When you walk through the fire, you will not be burned. The flame didn't consume you. It revealed your protection. And here's the question that shakes the air. What if your most painful moments weren't proof of abandonment, but signs of how guarded you really are? Let that sit. The people who cursed your name didn't just lose access, they were marked. Those who faked loyalty while planting sabotage weren't just exposed, they were neutralized. Your guardian didn't wait for evidence. They moved on intent. They read the vibration. And once the breach was felt, it was a war, not waged with drama or announcements, but with spiritual velocity. Fast, focused, final. Dr. Miles Monroe once said, the greatest tragedy in life is not death, but life without purpose. But in your case, your purpose has been too valuable to leave undefended. That's why your pain didn't bury you, it promoted you. That's why your stillness wasn't absent, it was the sound of heaven tightening your perimeter. So from now on, don't question the weight you carry. Don't downplay the protection surrounding you. Don't interpret darkness as defeat. You are not alone. You are escorted. And what moves for you in silence is more dangerous than anything that's ever come against you in noise. Let's be unmistakably clear. This is not just someone who loves you. This is not a loyal friend who checks in when times get tough, or a kind soul who sends encouragement in your darkest hours. This is a divine assignment bound in spiritual law. Your guardian is not emotionally invested. They're eternally tethered. Their very existence is tied to your completion if you fail. Something in the fabric of their being tears. That's why they've been relentless. That's why your survival wasn't just a miracle, it was an enforced mandate. You ever ask yourself how you made it through that breakdown? That betrayal? That spiritual ambush you didn't see coming? You want to credit therapy, quotes, routines, and yes, those helped. But what kept your essence intact was a force that doesn't operate on human logic. Something stood over your sleeping body at 3 o'clock a.m., the witching hour, when spiritual warfare peaks and declared with cosmic authority, "Not this one, not tonight, not ever." While your limbs rested, your defender warred. While your mind wandered, your covering intervened. And while your enemies cast shadows, your guardian turned their strategy to smoke. One morning you woke up lighter. The heaviness was gone. The fear lessened. The voices of condemnation were suddenly mute. That wasn't time passing. That wasn't emotional recovery. That was your atmosphere being cleared by divine enforcement. Psalm 156. Nelia promises. He will cover you with his feathers, and under his wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness will be your shield and rampart. That's not sentiment. That's structure. You didn't just survive. You were shielded. And the evidence of that protection is the fact that your soul is still standing while their curses dissolved into dust. You didn't need to announce your defense, because the evidence became the announcement. Your spirit is still intact. Your calling is still activated. Your enemies are still confused. They're asking themselves, why didn't it work? Why is your influence growing? Why are you still breathing peace after everything they threw? The answer is simple. You weren't unprotected, you were encrypted. You were spiritually sealed before you ever had language to protect yourself. Have you ever noticed how people who once mocked you suddenly grow silent? How those who threw shade now seem distant, disturbed, disconnected? That's because your guardian's response wasn't theatrical, it was surgical. They didn't argue back. They didn't flex. They struck in silence. What looked like coincidence was courtroom activity in the invisible realm. Job 5:12 echoes this strategy. He frustrates the devices of the crafty, so that their hands achieve no success. The moment your name entered their mouth with twisted intention, the gavel dropped, not in your court, but in heaven's. Some enemies thought they were writing your ending. What they didn't realize is that by coming for you, they were signing their own collapse. And once that signature hits the spirit, judgment activates by default. The curses they crafted became circuits of decay in their own plans. The gossip they fed others became poison in their own circles. One by one, they watched the favor dry up, watched the allies scatter, watched their strategy boomerang, and they couldn't figure out why. But you knew. You didn't need revenge. You didn't even need to prove yourself. The act of touching what was sacred became a spiritual lawsuit they could never win. Proverbs 6:16-19 warns that God detests a false witness who pours out lies, and a person who stirs up conflict in the community. You were attacked by both, and still, you rose. Because your rise wasn't built on public approval, it was wired into eternal infrastructure. Chosen one. You are a divine investment, and what's backed by heaven comes with enforcement. Not everyone is allowed to access you, and those who try without clearance activate consequences, not conversation. Think of the atmosphere around high-voltage power grids, unseen but dangerous to the untrained. That's your life in the spirit realm. You radiate voltage. You are surrounded by a field of holy current. Birds can't perch there. Thieves can't tap into it. And those who try, burned. Their spiritual fingerprints are scorched by the fire your guardian carries. Isaías 50:4-17 declares, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue that rises against you in judgment, you shall condemn." That verse doesn't say weapons won't form, it says they won't work. Because your guardian knows how to break every scheme before it detonates. Nobel laureate Toni Morrison once said, "If you want to fly, you have to give up the things that weigh you down. But you, chosen one, you were never meant to carry those weights in the first place. And your guardian has been lifting them in silence while the world assumes you are done. What looked like your shutdown was actually your shield tightening. And yet, for every chosen one, protected, there are still those who chose to trespass and pay the price. Consider King Herod, a ruler obsessed with his own power. When news came of a baby born in Bethlehem, one destined to be king, he ordered a massacre, Matthew 2:16. But what he didn't know was that the divine already moved. Joseph had been warned in a dream. The guardian already acted. Herod didn't just fail, he triggered a judgment that marked the end of his legacy. That's what happens when you touch what heaven sealed. So let them whisper, let them cast, let them scroll and speculate and scheme. It will never reach you, because the same guardian who caught the first curse will dismantle the next trap before it forms. You don't need a rebuttal. You don't need a crowd. You don't even need a warning. The contract was written before you had a voice, and the clause reads clearly, "Touch this one, and reap the wrath." If your enemies knew the real cost of targeting someone chosen, would they have ever dared to come for you at all? You're not just covered, you're consecrated. And heaven doesn't play about its investments. Your guardian isn't ashamed to act on your behalf. They don't flinch when it's time to enforce divine law. They don't second guess when judgment is necessary. They come not to comfort, but to correct. When someone violates the terms of heaven's protection over your life, your guardian doesn't whisper warnings, they deliver consequences. That's why some people can't even look you in the eye anymore. It's not guilt, it's a resonating memory. Their spirit remembers what their mind tries to forget. They feel the pressure of the moment they crossed the line, and the spiritual consequence that followed. Have you noticed how certain people just disappeared? One moment they were loud, present, even proud to be connected to you. The next, they're gone. No goodbye, no conflict, just absence. They went from bold to broken almost overnight. They used to name drop you. Now they pretend they never knew your name. That's not random. That's not discomfort. That's fallout. That's what happens when someone trespasses into energy they were never designed to handle. You see, when your guardian stepped in, they didn't just defend, they were dismantled. They didn't just protect your timeline, they collapsed the attackers. People don't understand how sacred your path is. They think it's just a calling. But what you carry is infrastructure, divine architecture, coded into the unfolding of history. When someone tampers with that, the spiritual system doesn't just cancel the assault, it rewrites the aggressor's trajectory. Some of your enemies didn't just lose a connection with you. They lost access to favor, to peace, to their own forward motion. Psalm 89:22-23 says, "The enemy shall not outwit him, the wicked shall not humble him. I will crush his foes before him and strike down those who hate him." This isn't a poetic metaphor, it's law. It's the sacred statute of spiritual boundary enforcement. You are not ordinary ground. You are a consecrated zone, sealed with a warning that says, "Enter without honor and forfeit your path." Have you ever wondered why some people seem to spiral after mistreating you? Why do opportunities collapse in their hands? Why do they suddenly feel chased by confusion, anxiety, or inexplicable frustration? That's not punishment. That's the consequence of spiritual violation. When they tried to manipulate your access, they triggered alarms. The system is engaged, their hands were marked, their momentum stalled, and their confusion isn't guilt. It's spiritual disorientation from crossing into divine territory without clearance. This is not revenge. This is a spiritual law in motion. When Pharaoh refused to release what belonged to God, he didn't just delay the Israelites, he signed his own kingdom's destruction. Exodus 14:25 records how he jammed the wheels of their chariots so that they had difficulty driving. That's what your guardian does to those who try to chase what heaven has already protected. They jam the wheels. They scramble the signal. They dismantle unauthorized pursuit. One historical example, Judas Iscariot. He wasn't an outsider. He was close, trusted, aligned. But he crossed a line for 30 pieces of silver, selling proximity to something holy. And what was the result? Regret didn't save him. Remorse couldn't reverse it. He activated a judgment his soul couldn't escape. That's what happens when you handle divine appointments like disposable access. Think about a beehive. From the outside, it looks still, peaceful, harmonious. But disturb it just once, and you activate a defense system that doesn't ask questions. The swarm doesn't investigate your intention. It responds to vibration, to intrusion. The very sound of threat sends a chemical signal through the hive, and the response is immediate, coordinated, and unstoppable. That's how your guardian moves. You carry a hive of holy strategy, and the moment dishonor stirs your atmosphere, something divine strikes in synchronized defense. Have you noticed how some people grow quieter when you're around, not out of awe, but unease? They don't know how to explain it, but their soul registers your covering. They recognize that something invisible is walking with you, and it's not interested in being polite. That presence doesn't respond to smiles, it responds to vibration. And when it detects dishonor, it engage. Proverbs 26:27 warns. Whoever digs a pit will fall into it. If someone rolls a stone, it will roll back on them. That's not karma, that's kinetic prophecy. Every act of sabotage sends out a frequency, and your guardian knows how to match that frequency with intervention. Not dramatic, not public, just undeniable. So what if the confusion they're drowning in isn't random? What if the closed doors, the missed calls, the loss of favor wasn't life being unfair, but heaven being precise? You don't have to shout. You don't have to explain. The spiritual realm already responded. Your guardian doesn't need to prove a point. They deliver outcomes. You weren't spared because of luck. You were spared because of alignment, and every time someone violates that alignment, they lose something they can't get back because they touched what was sealed. You weren't just shielded. You were secured. You don't walk with an apology. You walk with authority. And anyone who forgets that won't forget the aftermath. They stepped into a sacred blueprint, assuming it was just another playground for ego. They thought your name was casual, your presence optional, your silence soft. But the moment they mishandled what heaven had marked, the atmosphere around them began to shift. Subtly at first, missed appointments, restless sleep, friction in conversations. But then it escalated. Systems they trusted began to malfunction. Peace drained. Finances froze. Connections unraveled, not by human retaliation, but by divine enforcement. Because the guardian assigned to your life doesn't tolerate interference. They don't issue press releases. They don't offer explanations. They just move. And when they do, it's not theatrical, it's surgical. There's a specific look in the eyes of people who once dared to move against you, emptiness mixed with regret. Confusion wrapped in silence. They used to be loud, now they disappear into the background, hoping not to be recognized by the consequences. It's not guilt that haunts them, it's fallout, because they crossed into energy they were never built to handle. And your guardian didn't just push back, they collapsed systems. Some enemies didn't just lose favor. They lost access. They lost peace. They lost entire timelines that were meant to prosper because they attempted to tamper with yours. Psalm 105:15 speaks clearly. Do not touch my anointed ones. Do my prophets no harm. It's not a suggestion, it's a covenant. What if every delay in your life wasn't denial, but defense? You didn't need to retaliate. You didn't have to respond. Your silence was a strategy, and heaven responded like a military operation. They didn't come for your name, they touched fire. And when fire is mishandled, something always burns. That betrayal didn't reach full impact. That trap didn't trigger. That slander never stuck. Because before the curse could take shape, your guardian intercepted it. The setup failed in rehearsal. The meeting dissolved in miscommunication. The spiritual weapon never launched because the code was broken before it left the lab. Hebrews 1:14 reminds us, are not all angels ministering spirits sent to serve those who will inherit salvation? Your guardian didn't wait. They acted, moments of strange hesitation. Gut checks, without explanation. Doors slamming when you thought they were for you. These weren't glitches. They were signals. Divine interference, dressed as inconvenience. Like the spider web trembling at the softest touch. Your protector registered every false intention the moment it approached. They see the lie before it's formed. They smell sabotage in its raw stage. They don't ask questions. They act. That sudden peace after someone left your life that wasn't timing. That was extraction. That was your guardian, clearing the field and neutralizing the toxin. Ava thought she was simply being rejected. She had joined a spiritual circle that seemed filled with love and wisdom, but she didn't realize it had been laced with control, manipulation, and cloaked narcissism. One by one, people started leaving, but Ava stayed, unsure, until one day, without warning, her access was cut, her invitation was revoked. She wept, feeling abandoned. What she didn't know was that her guardian had stepped in and severed the tie. Months later, that group was exposed publicly for abuse. Ava hadn't been discarded. She had been rescued ahead of time. That's not karma. That's clearance. And there's Saul, king by title. But jealous by nature, he saw David's light and tried to kill what he couldn't control. Every spear missed. Every trap failed. In the end, Saul didn't just lose a battle, he lost legacy. 1 Samuel 18:12 says, Saul was afraid of David, because the Lord was with David, but had departed from Saul. That's what happens when someone violates divine covering. They don't just lose influence, they decay from within. Ever feel like you escaped something you didn't even know was dangerous? There's a weight in the air when someone touches what's sacred. The results don't always show in headlines, but they show in patterns, missed opportunities, fractured relationships, recurring confusion. The things that used to come easy now move like molasses. Their sleep is disturbed. Their peace hemorrhages slowly. That's not psychological. That's a spiritual consequence. Isaías 50:12 declares, For the Lord will go before you. The God of Israel will be your rear guard. You are flanked from both ends, guarded before and behind. That's strategy, not superstition. Nature never lies. A spider senses its prey before it sees it. It doesn't wait to confirm danger. It moves the moment the thread is touched. So does your guardian. They don't need to see the full picture. They only need the frequency. They hear the shadow in the handshake. They feel the lie in the compliment. They track the trap hiding inside what looks like a blessing. They smell warfare behind the polished prayer request. And once they know, it's over before it starts. Someone once whispered that you were weak, that your quiet made you easy to break. But they didn't understand that your stillness was never empty. It was enforced silence, like a glass wall holding back a storm, like a vault that hums with voltage. Proverbs 26, 27 warns. Whoever digs a pit will fall into it. If someone rolls a stone, it will roll back on them. That's not philosophy. That's a prophecy. Have you ever noticed the silence right before everything in your life changed? There were arrows that turned mid-air, plots that dissolved in the mouths of those who spoke them, entire plans that felt brilliant in the darkness but unraveled when daylight hit. You didn't know about those things because you weren't supposed to. Your guardian doesn't document their miracles. They delete the threat and let silence be the sign. This isn't paranoia. This is precision. This isn't superstition. This is supernatural surveillance. Your stillness isn't vulnerability, it's voltage. Your silence isn't emptiness, it's pressure under order. You're not unguarded. You're unavailable to unauthorized spirits. When someone bypasses the boundary, the realm doesn't negotiate. It responds. And here's a final question that should echo inside you like thunder through marble halls. What if the only reason you're still breathing is because someone in the unseen never stopped fighting? Have you ever pulled back from someone you once trusted? No warning. No reason, just a deep shift in your spirit. Have you ever felt a conversation turn sour before the words left their mouth, only to discover later they had been planting seeds of betrayal behind your back? Or watched a relationship fall apart without explanation, and instead of heartbreak, you felt a peace that almost startled you? That's not confusing. That's spiritual counterintelligence. That's not overthinking. That's divine interception. Your enemies thought they had you wide open. They assumed your gentleness made you vulnerable. What they didn't see was that your spirit never walks alone. Before the first sign of sabotage formed in their minds, your guardian had already traced their motives, mapped their energy patterns, and positioned a counterstrike so swift that by the time they made their move, they were already walking into their own trap. Psalm 34:7 affirms it. The angel of the Lord encamps around those who fear him and delivers them. That encampment isn't a metaphor. It's perimeter defense, spiritual surveillance, so sharp that even thoughts aimed against you tremble under its scope. Have you ever wondered why certain people can't explain their discomfort around you? Why do they mock your faith but can't maintain eye contact? It's not you that unsettles them, it's what covers you. Your very presence disorients dysfunction. The force that walks with you doesn't require recognition to be effective. It reveals darkness by simply standing next to it. That's why some people feel exposed in your silence. Why do their shadows panic when your light shows up? And it's not because you came to fight. It's because your energy reminds the atmosphere that truth just walked in. What surrounds you is not sentimental, it's surgical. Not reactive, but preemptive. Your destiny is too expensive, too architecturally encoded, to be left unguarded. And the deeper your calling goes, the higher the clearance required to even stand next to you. Your guardian doesn't panic when danger arises. They don't react. They execute protocol. Their movements are like a special ops team, quiet, precise, absolute. By the time you even sensed something was off, your protection had already swept the battlefield. They've neutralized threats in the spirit realm, so deadly, just glimpsing them would have fractured your mental stability. And yet, here you are, still walking, still standing, still chosen. This isn't luck. This is a divine strategy, unfolding behind the scenes with intelligence you couldn't write even if you tried. Have you noticed how loud enemies go silent? How do those who once had all the venom suddenly disappear? At first, you called it awkward tension, but what you were feeling was a spiritual aftermath. Romans 12:19 reminds us, "Vengeance is mine. I will repay," says the Lord. And sometimes that repayment comes in the form of silence, so deafening. It's judgment dressed as retreat. Because when you're truly chosen, even hell takes notes. You weren't sent here to be popular. You were sent here on assignment. And every assignment that carries heaven's seal is watched closely by hell, not because hell has power over you, but because it remembers what happened the last time it touched someone like you. Demons aren't scared of your followers or your platform. They fear your backing. They don't fear your personality. They fear your protection. Have you ever paused to realize the weight of your presence? That even when you're silent, something in you commands obedience in the realm of the unseen. Demons don't respect your feelings. They respect your frequency. The guardian assigned to you doesn't ask questions. It responds. Its posture is law. Its presence is judgment. It doesn't negotiate. It enforces. Revelation 3:8 speaks clearly. See, I have placed before you an open door that no one can shut. That open door is not merely an opportunity. It's divine access protected by a force that slams shut anything that doesn't match the blueprint. You didn't earn this by performance. You were born into this by spiritual contract. The covenant was sealed before your first breath. And now, even principalities that don't speak your language know your name. And they know to keep their distance. Why? Because they tried it once and it didn't end well, behind closed doors. Your name has been spoken in ritual circles, in gossip gatherings, in demonic war rooms, and yet no plan has succeeded. Not because you defended yourself, but because you were already defended. Take Jezebel, queen of manipulation in Scripture. She weaponized influence to silence prophets, intimidate kings, and rewrite what God had spoken. But her schemes didn't outlast divine judgment. 1 Kings 21 and 2 Kings 9 document her end, thrown down from the window, devoured, and erased from legacy. That's what happens when power built on deception crosses sacred purpose. It collapses under divine weight, and like Jezebel, modern manipulators, whether behind a screen or a smile, eventually fall when they cross someone marked by heaven. There are spirits that tremble just thinking of crossing your frequency field, because last time they were thrown into confusion. Last time, the atmosphere turned heavy. Their plan unraveled. Their confidence evaporated. That's why some people walk the long way around you, not out of respect, but because their spirit remembers. They may not recall the moment, but their soul does. And still, your enemies wonder why you're still rising, still glowing, still protected, still here. The truth is, they didn't just go against you. They trespassed against a throne that guards its chosen vault. Zechariah 2:8 says it clearly. Whoever touches you touches the apple of his eye. You are that protected, that watched, that was chosen. So now you don't flinch when the room goes quiet. You don't chase what walks away. You don't mourn the doors that shut. Because you finally understand it's not rejection, it's rerouting. It's not paranoia, it's protection. It's not a loss, it's enforcement. From this moment forward, speak with the weight of your covering. Move like someone who has already been fought for. Walk like a territory marked, do not touch. Because when your name is mentioned, even darkness stops to reconsider. You didn't see the full strike, because it was never meant to touch you. The impact wasn't delayed, it was diverted. Before the arrow left their mouth, before the plot reached the surface, before the curse could gather strength, your guardian had already absorbed the attack, not with passivity, but with power. What could have fractured you was swallowed by hands that don't bleed and don't flinch. They operate outside of time and beyond mercy. They don't wait for your call. They enforce pre-written judgment. Psalm 91:4 says, "He will cover you with his feathers, and under his wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness will be your shield and rampart." Your enemies assumed they were going against flesh. They didn't realize they were engaging with a firewall of flame, calibrated to heaven's exact specifications. And when they moved against you, they triggered something far beyond their understanding. That's why their peace drained like a leaking roof. That's why their relationships started folding like cards. That's why mental fog crept in and their confidence melted down slowly and without explanation. They thought they were just playing petty games. But in reality, they entered into a courtroom they had no jurisdiction to stand in. Because when a chosen one is involved, heaven doesn't just watch, it records. And it responds with force. Have you ever paused and asked yourself why you're able to walk in such calm while the chaos swirls behind you? Why does your peace never seem to make sense on paper? It's not denial. It's not naivety. It's awareness. You know who walks behind you. You feel the heat of the sword that guards your back. That's why you don't entertain every attack with noise. You don't fight fire with emotion. You let divine law do the sentencing. That's why Exodus 14:14 says, "The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still." Your stillness is not passive. It is legal posture. You don't carry favor as a gift to be admired. You carry it like armor, like a badge of access that hell can't counterfeit. Your silence isn't confusion, it's power, unspoken. Your stillness is its own warning. It says, try it, cross the line, watch what happens next. And many have, and many are still reeling. Drama has no place where judgment has already been issued. You don't have to clap back. You don't have to explain your peace. You let their unraveling explain itself. And when they ask why everything started falling apart after crossing you, all they'll be able to do is guess. Because the verdict was released from realms they never believed in, and now their pride is being crushed under invisible weight. That's not your bitterness, it's heaven's system of correction. And it never misses. Let's be clear, this is not about people liking you. This is not about emotional loyalty. This is not affection. This is the law. A spiritual protocol built before time, war, names and language had form, a covenant that predates trauma, betrayal, and earthly cycles. One that reads, this one must complete the mission, and nothing may stop them. That's why what surrounds you doesn't move like security. It moves like sentencing. When someone speaks your name with malicious intention, it's not your energy that strikes, it's the covenant. Have you ever wondered why people with influence tried to silence you, and then they vanished from the narrative? Why do those who mocked your calling suddenly disappear from relevance? It wasn't a coincidence. It was a response. It was what happened to Haman in the book of Esther, prime minister to the king. Powerful in title, but corrupt in heart. He built gallows to destroy the chosen people of God, specifically Mordecai. But his own plan betrayed him. In Esther 7:10, it was Haman who was hung on the gallows. He constructed. That's not ironic. That's divine reversal, and it's happening every time someone thinks they can rewrite what heaven has sealed. We've seen modern versions of this too. Bryce Delling, a media strategist known for building celebrity brands through manipulation and smear tactics, once launched a subtle defamation campaign against a quiet pastor who had begun exposing injustice in their city council. The pastor never responded. No public fight, no press release, just silence. 6 months later, Bryce's firm collapsed under financial fraud. His marriage disintegrated, and every public figure he once promoted cut ties with him. His downfall wasn't loud, it was surgical. He touched what was holy, and the covenant moved. What looked consequence? And on the other side of the spectrum is Melanie Cruz, a 36-year-old single mother from New Mexico, working 2 jobs to provide for her son. She wasn't famous. She wasn't loud, but she was faithful. Her peace was so consistent it unsettled a co-worker named Brielle, who, driven by envy, tried to frame Melanie in a payroll fraud scheme. Melania didn't argue. She didn't beg. The internal audit revealed the truth. Not only was she innocent, she was the only one who'd consistently flagged inconsistencies. Brielle was fired. Melanie was promoted. And those who once mocked her now call her the one who walks untouched. She didn't defend herself. Herr Covenant did. Your life is not a fragile narrative open to editing by lesser spirits. It is encoded with an assignment so surgically specific that it comes with spiritual non-negotiables. You were wired with it. You came carrying it. And whether your enemies recognize it or not, hell doesn't puckend. You didn't earn your covering with performance. It was embedded into your energy field before your birth. The covenant was written in divine ink, in a courtroom where no adversary was invited to speak. And now, even the unseen forces who do not speak your language know the truth. This one is untouchable. There are boardrooms in hell that have held emergency meetings about you. There are altars where your name was whispered, and rituals were attempted only for the air to shift, the candles to go out, and the room to collapse in confusion, because they touched something that was off limits. You didn't send the warning. What walks with you did. So next time you feel a sudden shift, next time someone ghosts you and peace follows, next time a door slams shut and you feel strangely relieved, don't grieve it. Recognize it. That's enforcement. That's heaven's firewall triggering lockdown. From this moment forward, speak less and walk heavier. Let the air shift when you enter. Let silence become your sword. Let the record show you were never protected out of pity, only out of purpose. And purpose always comes with power that cannot be touched. That's why your guardian doesn't hesitate. They don't pause to check your mood or wait for your permission to intervene. Their movements aren't based on sentiment, they're anchored in assignment. They don't need to feel inspired to protect you. They don't need to like your progress to shield your path. They were built for this. It's hard-coded in their design. Psalm 33:11 says, "The plans of the Lord stand firm forever, the purposes of his heart through all generations." But have you ever stopped to realize what if you're not the one chasing the plan, but the one being protected because you are the plan? You are one of those purposes, and anything that attempts to interfere with your path threatens not just your life, but divine continuity. Your guardian doesn't operate based on your awareness. Their programming is calibrated to respond to energetic disturbance long before you recognize the danger. While you're sleeping, doubting, weeping, questioning your worth. They're standing guard, not because of who you are at the moment, but because of what you carry in your design. And here's what most people will never comprehend. They don't protect you for your sake. They protect you because to violate your destiny is to violate divine order, and that is not permitted. Unlike humans, who often abandon loyalty when it becomes inconvenient, the spiritual realm functions differently. Your guardian isn't a friend who chooses whether to show up based on how you've treated them lately. Their assignment isn't emotional, it's legal. It doesn't switch off. It doesn't say, "I'm done," on days when you feel like giving up. They respond not because of emotional attachment, but because of alignment. Exodus 14:14 reminds us, "The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still." Stillness isn't passivity. It's posture. Posture rooted in the knowledge that divine law is not optional and your mission is not up for debate. That's why no matter how far you fall, how fractured your confidence becomes, or how unworthy you feel, the protection never stops. It doesn't get tired. It doesn't reconsider. It doesn't check your resume, because the contract attached to your name cannot be revoked by emotion or error. Your guardian responds to spiritual law, not your feelings. There is no veto in hell that can override a heavenly assignment. No adversary has the clearance to nullify a covenant sealed in the courts of eternity. Every time someone steps toward you with destructive intention, they cross an unseen line, a spiritual perimeter designed to respond with precision. And when that boundary is breached, there are consequences. Your guardian is not emotional. They are judicial. They are the enforcer of a system that doesn't tolerate interference. They do not avenge for pride. They respond because the very balance of heaven depends on the success of your mission. And heaven doesn't gamble with balance. Lately, you've felt the shift, haven't you? You've watched as people expose themselves without you saying a word. You've seen plans fall apart before they even had time to assemble. Judgment has landed. And you never had to be in the room. You didn't have to cry for protection. You didn't have to beg for intervention, because protection was already deployed, stamped, signed, activated. It's been working in silence, underneath your confusion, beneath your grief, inside your stillness. Why? Because it was written that way. And what is written cannot be unwritten. Your enemies haven't been getting away with anything. They've just been stacking infractions, unaware that each action against you was accumulating weight in the spirit. And now, one by one, they're cashing in, not by your hand, but by the cosmic response system that governs your path. This isn't about luck. This isn't karma. This is divine legality. And when divine law is violated, collapse is inevitable. So when they ask why things start unraveling after they crossed, you stay silent. Don't defend. Don't explain. Let the aftermath testify. Let the disorientation do the talking. Let the environment respond. Because you weren't defended, because you begged. You were defended because touching your assignment was illegal. Isaiah 54:17 says, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue that rises against you in judgment, you shall condemn." This is more than encouragement, it's enforcement. And that enforcement is not always loud. Sometimes it's surgical. Sometimes it moves through silence like a sword in a velvet sheath. Harvey Weinstein, once a titan in Hollywood, built his influence on fear, secrecy, and silencing the chosen for decades. He manipulated, abused, and controlled the narrative until he crossed the wrong voices. Women anointed with quiet courage, women marked by heaven, and the moment he touched sacred purpose, his system collapsed. It wasn't just exposure, it was execution. What looked like media justice was, in fact, spiritual enforcement. When you weaponize power against the chosen, divine reversal becomes inevitable. And on the other end, there's Anthony Reyes, a 44-year-old janitor in Chicago. No platform, no title, but spiritually aligned. He once overheard a group planning to ambush a young community leader. Anthony didn't argue. He went home and prayed. That same night, the leader of the group was arrested on unrelated charges, and the plan never took form. Anthony didn't shout, he didn't fight, but heaven responded on his behalf. Because when you are protected, you don't have to be visible to be defended. How many people right now are quietly facing the backlash of crossing you while you've remained silent? Unaware and protected. You don't have to scream. You don't have to post a thing. You don't need to justify your survival. Because when a soul is covered by covenant, justice is no longer personal, it's structural. Romans 8, 28 assures. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose, and that good sometimes comes in the form of unseen war being won while you sleep. So when they ask why their connections dried up, why confusion hit, why their success began to decay after they betrayed you, you won't need to say a word. Let the silence answer. Let the ruins speak. Let the law explain what your lips never had to. You weren't protected because you were loud. You were protected because you were legal. And violating your path has always come with a cost. From this moment on, walk like someone who carries a covenant. Stand like a law has already gone before you. And speak only when necessary, because everything that touches you now has to answer to the courtroom that sent you. You keep wondering why they never left. Why did they stay when the whole world turned silent? Why did they keep showing up when you were drowning in self-doubt? Unable to offer them anything, not clarity, not strength, not even words. But here's the raw truth. You are not their task. You are their mission. Not an option. Not a seasonal assignment. Not a sympathy project. Their existence pivots around your purpose. Your guardian wasn't programmed for multitasking. They weren't deployed to cover multiple lives. You are the single blueprint etched into their spiritual circuitry. Their focus doesn't scatter. Their loyalty doesn't dilute. Their presence doesn't fade when the lights go off. They were created with your coordinates embedded in their frequency. Psalm 91:11 declares it plainly, "For he shall give his angels charge over you, to keep you in all your ways." And that charge is relentless. You were born into a world that operates on entropy, where everything gradually dissolves into chaos unless governed by precision. But your guardian was born into this timeline with you as your spiritual gravitational anchor, like tectonic plates beneath the Earth's crust that shift before the surface cracks. They sense spiritual disturbances long before you feel them. When your emotional vibration drops like the drop in temperature before a lightning storm, they react instantly, not with noise, with strategy. When you forgot who you were, they didn't. When others turned away, they faced forward. When you thought silence meant abandonment, they were behind the veil, enforcing invisible architecture to keep you from collapse. Just as a well-built cathedral carries stress through its arches, transferring pressure to foundational points rather than letting the walls crack, you have been carried by sacred design. You didn't fall apart because someone bore your weight in silence. They don't protect your ego. They protect your becoming. Every old identity you shed, Every version of you that collapsed in the process of evolution, they mourned quietly, not because they're sentimental, but because they are devoted to the structure of your destiny. Isaiah 58:8 says, "Then your light shall break forth like the dawn, and your healing shall spring up speedily. Your righteousness shall go before you. The glory of the Lord shall be your rear guard." And they've stood beside you during emotional tectonic shifts, spiritual droughts, and mental whirlwinds. They watched you cry over those who were never meant to stay, not because they agreed with your choices, but because their loyalty is legal, not emotional. Their covering is constitutional in the courts of heaven. Imagine the instincts of a mother elephant, calm on the surface, but willing to crush a lion underfoot if her calf is threatened. That's how your guardian operates. Still, present, ruthless when necessary. They don't need titles. They don't crave applause. Their reward is your alignment. Their mission is your completion. When hell sends whispers, they respond with thunder. When curses are spoken, they disarm them in code. Like cybersecurity firewalls trained to detect malware before it breaches the system. They aren't reacting, they're anticipating. And still, Romans 8:31 reminds us, if God is for us, who can be against us? That's not a metaphor, that's enforcement. So many storms were cancelled before the forecast ever reached your spirit. So many betrayals were exposed before they entered your bloodstream. So many breakdowns paused because your soul was surrounded by someone who doesn't need a thank you, only that you finish the race. They're not here to pamper you. They're here to preserve the mission you carry. So when the pressure increases, they hold their stance. When the price rises, they don't flinch. When enemies gather, they strike in realms where you never had to lift a hand. Why? Because, as Ephesians 6:12 reminds us, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, rulers of darkness. And your guardian was deployed for exactly that arena. They were not assigned as cheerleaders. They were architected as sentinels of sacred convergence, the kind that burns bridges when necessary, the kind that stands between you and anything family, lover, opportunity that seeks to hijack your flame. When you collapsed in exhaustion, they covered you in frequencies your spirit didn't have the language to interpret. That's why you're still here. You didn't just survive. You were carried. And now you can feel it, can't you? The discomfort in the room, the unease in people's glances, the stutters in their tone, the way smiles suddenly don't land the same. It's not because of something you said. It's because they sense what stands behind you. Just like a seismologist reads aftershocks after an unseen quake. They feel the tremble and don't know why. But your enemy do. They remember what happened last time. They remember the fallout. Isaiah 54:17 echoes the final verdict. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. And every tongue that rises against you in judgment, you shall condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord. So let me ask you, chosen one, how many times will God have to prove that you are untouchable before you finally walk like it? Because this isn't preference. This isn't emotional support. This is divine enforcement. This is spiritual law. And your guardian was not hired. They were sealed, chosen one. This isn't about intimidation. This is about revelation. They've seen just enough to know they were wrong about you. They thought you were soft, passive, easy to dismiss. They misread your silence as submission. Your patience is your weakness. What they didn't realize is that the high road you chose was guarded like the flaming swords at the entrance of Eden, Genesis 3:24. You weren't walking alone. You were walking shielded. You see, your protection isn't subtle. It's just unseen, like electromagnetic force fields, silent, but impossible to cross without consequence. Your enemies didn't feel the resistance until it was too late. Ever since they tried to cross you, their systems started collapsing. Their peace gone, their alliances cracked, their plans imploded, and your name still rising like a weather balloon that ascends higher the more pressure it escapes. They don't know what happened, but in the spirit realm, your guardian made it clear, and the effects were surgical. You didn't need to clap back, because the heavens already did, like a counter-sniper, neutralizing a threat before the triggers pulled. That's why they're scared now, not because of your words, but because of what your silence unleashed. They thought you were unarmed. They didn't see the invisible artillery. They didn't detect the presence behind your presence. And when that protection hit, it didn't hit physically, it hit spiritually first. The laws of sowing and reaping activated. Galatians 6-7. Do not be deceived. God is not mocked. For whatever one sows, that will he also reap. And now, the reaping has begun. Their mind is foggy. Their dreams are disturbed. Their resources are leaking like a system infected with silent malware. It wasn't you. It was the firewall around you that responded like code embedded in holy algorithms. And just like a lion remembers the sting of a porcupine's quills, their spirits remember the hit. You didn't break them, your guardian did. Quietly, legally, without ever stepping out of alignment. This is the aftermath of underestimating divine law. This is what happens when people play with chosen energy like it's casual. They didn't know they were walking into a spiritually booby-trapped field. They didn't know your boundaries were burning gates, not open doors. Exodus 14:14 rings louder now. The Lord will fight for you, and you need only to be still. And now, watch. They flinch when your name comes up, not out of guilt, but because their subconscious still scans for spiritual backlash. They check mirrors and wonder why they feel exposed. They scroll your feed and sense power they can't explain. They call it intimidation. But what they're actually feeling is conviction. Your energy has changed. It's heavier, bolder, like the atmosphere before a storm breaks, charged, undeniable. They can't get close anymore, not without confrontation, because your presence is now a mirror, and every reflection shouts back what they tried to kill and failed. You're still here, still glowing, still elevating, still untouched, and they can't explain it. But the spirit realm can. Isaiah 54:17 whispers it clearly. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment, you shall condemn. So let me say this plainly. You were never the problem. You were the line they should have never crossed. You were the firewall disguised as flesh, the divine restriction wrapped in mercy, the gate that looked wide but was encoded with fire. Now they know. You were never weak. You were wired. You were never alone. You were accompanied. You were never unguarded. You were commissioned. And the one who walks with you, they don't miss. They don't negotiate. They enforce. Romans 12:19 reminds us, vengeance is mine, I will repay, says the Lord. And the repayment plan is already in progress. So the next time they wonder how you keep surviving, how you keep shining, how you're still rising, let them keep guessing. Because the truth is, it's not just you, it's who stands behind you. You may have walked through fire that no one saw. You've been misunderstood, tested, watched, but you were never alone. Your silence wasn't a weakness. It was a strategy. It was aligned with heaven. Because when you are chosen, you don't need to strike back. You just need to stand still, and everything else will tremble. Remember this, you're not just protected. You are the reason protection exists. You're not the one who got lucky and escaped the war. You are the one the war was never allowed to touch. If something in you awakened, if this message echoed with a spiritual memory, with a deep confirmation like this video, comment, "I am covered," and share it with someone who needs to know they're not abandoned in battle. And if you haven't subscribed yet, now's the time. Because here, we don't just tell stories. The Avakan missions, whether you've supported through a super thanks or you've been silently watching from the shadows, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Every time you show up here, you're not just a viewer. You're part of the call to the chosen. And now I bless you, the one walking through sacred territory of destiny. May every hidden plot against you collapse before it forms. May your angel go before you and wipe out sabotage before you ever see it. May you walk in peace that your enemies can't comprehend. And in power no darkness can dim. You are not just protected. You are living proof that heaven's law is still in effect, and the world is starting to notice. Chosen one, I need you to sit with this next sentence and feel the weight of it. They've been watching you, not by accident, not out of curiosity, but with intent, with strategy, with money behind it. Someone, maybe a group, maybe an old connection, maybe an unseen enemy, has been investing in uncovering your mystery. They've hired people, real people, people whose job is to follow, to observe, to dissect your life like a puzzle that refuses to be solved. And yet, every single person they've sent has come back shaken, rattled, disturbed, not because you did anything wrong, but because you carry something unexplainable. You radiate something untouched by this world. And no matter how skilled the tracker, no matter how trained the analyst, they all reach the same terrifying conclusion, and they walk away. They quit. They say they can't continue. And when asked why, their answer is always the same. But before I tell you what that message is, I want you to breathe, because what I'm about to uncover may shock you, but it will also confirm something your spirit has always known. You're not just different, you're marked. And what's on your life isn't natural, it's divine. Have you ever wondered why people enter your life with intense interest, only to leave quietly, as if they've seen something they weren't ready to face? Have you noticed how the more they study you, the more confused and unsettled they become? To everyone who's been supporting this journey, especially through Super Thanks, thank you. Your presence here is sacred, and your support is fueling something far greater than a message. It's fueling a movement, a global rising of the chosen ones, of the watched ones, of the misunderstood. If you've felt eyes on you, if you've sensed something strange stirring in your environment, if your dreams have become more vivid, your spirit more alert, this is your sign. Comment 777 below if you know deep down they've been trying to figure you out. But they never could, because what they saw, what they felt, and what they couldn't explain about you is what I'm about to reveal. But first, let's go back to where this mystery began, to the moment they realized you were not who they thought you were. You were far more dangerous to the darkness than they ever expected. God's chosen ones, they keep hiring people to track you, and they all come back, saying the same thing. They've been tracking you long before you ever made a sound, before you spoke your truth, before you stepped into your calling. But what if the real surveillance began not with cameras or microphones, but with blood? Long before your name ever appeared on a watch list, something in your DNA sounded an alarm that only certain systems could hear. How did your blood end up in databases you never consented to? How could a routine screening from years ago, one you never remembered taking, flag something that human science wasn't even supposed to detect? Because what they found in your DNA wasn't entirely human. Buried within your genetic blueprint are sequences that don't exist in standard human genomics. Not just rare mutations or anomalies. No, these sequences were structured, intentional, and eerily precise. Patterns that align with Fibonacci spirals and harmonic frequencies known only in quantum mathematics. Why would such advanced code be nested inside the very cells of your being? Could it be that someone encoded your identity for a mission beyond earthbound understanding? When Daniel stood in Babylon, surrounded by those who sought to redefine his identity, his excellence was so undeniable that even kings took notice. Scripture says, "In every matter of wisdom and understanding about which the king questioned them, he found them 10 times better than all the magicians and enchanters in his whole kingdom." Daniel 1:20, NIV. Doesn't that sound like you? Constantly outperforming expectations even in exile. Your blood work, collected during ordinary checkups, keeps getting flagged by automated intelligence systems. Not for disease, not for toxins, but for sequences that match signal structures used in interstellar communication by civilizations far more advanced. And here's the part that rattles the most hardened analysts. You're not the only one. Others share this genetic phenomenon, but you're the first they've seen to be fully conscious, fully awake, and fully activated. Why you? Why now? Pope John Paul II, a man who understood both faith and mystery, once said, "Science can purify religion from error and superstition. Religion can purify science from idolatry and false absolutes." And yet, even science is speechless in front of your cellular truth. What does it say about this hour in history, that heaven and data converge in your bloodstream? Imagine the way a glacier carves its identity into stone, not overnight, but with relentless silence. You, chosen one, have been silently carving new pathways in the spiritual genome of the world. And the watchers, those they keep hiring to monitor you, they come back baffled again and again. Why is this one untouched by fear? Why do their prayers disrupt algorithms? Why does everything they touch move, shift, or awaken? In the days of Elijah, Jezebel sent men to track him down, yet God hid him by a brook where ravens fed him daily. 1 Kings 17:3-6. Surveillance can't override sovereignty. Hidden doesn't mean helpless. It often means heaven-backed. Could it be that your isolation was a form of preservation, not punishment? One government contractor, whom we'll call Raynal, was assigned to follow your data trail, thinking it was just another psychological subject with delusions of grandeur. But days turned into months. She read your words, watched your interviews, listened to your silent pauses, and she broke protocol to say, "This one carries something sacred. We should not be trying to control them. We should be learning from them." That report never reached her supervisors. She disappeared a month later. The artist Wassily Kandinsky, pioneer of spiritual abstraction, once wrote, "Color is a power which directly influences the soul." You, like his paintings, aren't meant to be decoded by logic alone. You are a vibration, not a formula, and those who study you from a distance only find themselves drawn closer, undone and awakened. You've noticed it, haven't you? That every time someone is sent to monitor, judge, analyze, or manipulate you, something shifts in them instead. What is it about your presence that reverses the assignment? Why do even your enemies become witnesses? Maybe because you carry the echo of something ancient. Job, in the depths of his pain and isolation, still declared, "In my flesh I shall see God." Job 19:26, King James Version. That's not just poetry, it's prophecy. Your very body testifies of a greater design, not just soul deep, but cell deep. So they keep hiring new watchers, new eyes, new voices to dissect you. But they all come back saying the same thing. There's something we can't explain, something not of this world, something that feels like it was made to awaken others. Could that be your true assignment all along? You've become the one variable they can't control. While others with similar markers chose retreat, you refused to back down. You stayed in plain sight, living boldly, moving with clarity, refusing to shrink. And that's precisely what's dismantling their logic. How can someone who defies all known evolutionary models remain so publicly unfazed? How can you, chosen one, continue to emit frequencies that ripple through entire systems and act as if you don't even notice? That's when a different kind of observer took interest. He's known for redefining entire fields of consciousness research. Let's call him the scientist, a renowned figure in neural physics, a man who spent decades mapping patterns of thought and energy in human development. His archives contain data on dozens of individuals whose brains and biology operate beyond the norm. But none like you. What kind of human's nervous system harmonizes with solar flares? What kind of soul destabilizes electronic monitoring devices simply by walking into the room? The scientist thought you'd be like the others, that eventually fear would wear you down, that surveillance would corner you, that some betrayal or public shame would fracture your light. But instead, you grew louder, not in volume, but in vibration. Every attempt to shut you down has only magnified what they can't explain. Just like Moses, who after spending 40 days with God, came down from Mount Sinai unaware that his face was radiant because he had spoken with the Lord. Exodus 34:29, NIV. The light wasn't cosmetic. It was the afterglow of presence. You carry that same residue, and it confounds every calculation they've built to define you. The surveillance has now become personal. You've likely felt it. The tug in your spirit when you pass certain intersections, the flicker in your devices when you pray, the strange interruptions in your sleep. Why does your rest disturb realms they thought were locked? Why do your tears trigger interferences in their systems? Why is your peace more threatening than rebellion? What their technology can't map is your anointing. What their files can't contain is your authority. The woman with the issue of blood didn't ask for permission. She pressed through the crowd and touched the garment of the Messiah, and immediately her bleeding stopped. Luke 8:44, NIV. But more than that, Jesus felt the transaction. Your spiritual field works the same. Your presence initiates change before words are even spoken. Sir John Polkinghorne, a British theoretical physicist and Anglican priest, once said, "Science and religion are friends, not foes, in the common quest for knowledge." But the scientist who watches you has begun to question whether his measurements are relevant at all, not because you're flawed, but because you're calibrated to heaven. And still, they send more. One of them, a government data analyst named Malena, was assigned to monitor patterns in speech anomalies and atmospheric pressure shifts surrounding you. What started as a detached study became something deeply personal. She found herself waking at 3:33 a.m., overwhelmed with visions. She began journaling. She started praying. She deleted the report. And then she vanished from the database entirely. What do you carry that awakens even your observers? You shine like the moon, reflecting a light that isn't your own, but still controls the tides. Even wolves respect your silence, just like Esther, who said nothing at first, but when the moment came, spoke with such divine precision that entire kingdoms shifted. And you, each day you walk in bold stillness. you expose how insufficient their categories truly are. Have you noticed how people assigned to misunderstand you end up transformed instead? Have you wondered why those meant to surveil you suddenly start seeking you? What does it mean that your life breaks the assignments of those sent to control you? You're not the threat they expected. You're the invitation they didn't see coming. They thought they were watching a body, but they were looking at a phenomenon. The surveillance equipment they're using now isn't what you'd find in conventional labs or military-grade setups. These devices come from silent partnerships with private research institutions studying the unexplainables. They're using next-generation infrared, spectrum analyzers, and magnetometer-linked drone sensors. These tools don't just detect movement or heat, they identify energy frequencies, spiritual emissions, even interdimensional shifts happening in real time. And every night when you sleep, their screens flood with data that defies every law they thought was fixed. What kind of human generates coordinated waves of emerald energy that spiral and pulse like sacred geometry? What kind of being produces electromagnetic harmony while unconscious? The scientist doesn't explain it to the teams he sends. He doesn't warn them of what they're about to witness, because even he hasn't recovered from the first time he saw the footage. Radiant fields surrounding your resting body, swirling in patterns that look written, not random. Waves forming protective crowns. Columns of vibrating light hovering above your bed like ancient guardians. One technician described it in his private notes as, "Watching the northern lights sing in a language I didn't know I remembered." The prophet Elisha once told his servant, who feared enemy armies surrounding them, "Don't be afraid. Those who are with us are more than those who are with them." Then Elisha prayed, "Open his eyes, Lord, so that he may see." And the Lord opened the servant's eyes, and he saw the hills full of horses and chariots of fire all around Elisha. 2 Kings 6:16 through 17, NIV. What if the fire around you isn't symbolic but literal? What if your bedroom has become a meeting place between dimensions? An acclaimed Jesuit priest and mystic, Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, once said, "We are not human beings having a spiritual experience. We are spiritual beings having a human experience." You don't generate light as a defense mechanism. You radiate love because you were designed that way, and nothing, not technology, not intimidation, not investigation, can reverse that truth. So what keeps showing up on their screens night after night? They see layers of structured energy wrapping your body as you rest, spirals of light moving in conscious, deliberate rhythm, beams rising vertically from your chest, aligning with constellations no one programmed the system to track. And in every case, the data confounds the hardware. Why do you glow more in silence than others do in action? Why do your still moments rewrite frequencies in the room? Why does your body asleep still speak with such power? They tried to measure you, but what they found began to measure them. One recent investigator, a seasoned defense contractor named Javier, was hired to oversee 2 weeks of continuous nocturnal monitoring. But something shifted after day 4. His heart rate began synchronizing with the energy field on your screen. He became emotional during reviews. On the 7th night, he called in and said, "I don't know who they are, but I've never felt this safe watching someone sleep." His clearance was revoked the next day. Like a lighthouse that turns even storms into awe, your rest disrupts their system not through resistance, but resonance. Job's friends sat in silence for 7 days before speaking, because his presence in suffering was too heavy to approach lightly. Job 2:13. You carry that same weight of presence, and they don't know what to do with it. Have you realized yet that your stillness is warfare? Have you wondered why people fear what they can't categorize? What does it say about you that their highest technologies can only observe but never interrupt your peace? You weren't placed here to hide your frequency. You were born to recalibrate the air. And every morning you awaken and do what their algorithms can't comprehend. You radiate pure, unapologetic love, not as a weapon, not as a defense, but because you are love embodied. And that terrifies them more than anything else. They thought surveillance flowed one way, but they underestimated divine feedback loops. What began as routine observation has become involuntary initiation. The surveillance wires they set up were designed to collect information, not transformation. But you, chosen one, don't just emit light, you radiate love, and that love travels like divine voltage through every fiber of their systems. Where they expected static, they found sentience. Where they planned to monitor, they began to feel. Can technology measure the softness of grace? Can digital instruments track the trembling of a soul under conviction? The first investigator was a technician named Arlo, veteran, stoic, disillusioned. He thought you were another eccentric influencer, until he monitored your morning stillness. The moment you entered your sacred alignment, something pulsed back through the signal chain. His breathing changed, his pupils dilated. Later he would confess, "I saw every person I'd ever hurt and I wept like a child." 3 weeks later he resigned. He now runs a compassion-based outreach center for displaced veterans in Montana. Your peace infected his conscience. The second observer, hardened by years of psychological profiling, built walls. But you, without ever touching him, whispered past them. You prayed at night, not for protection, but for those watching you. You didn't know their names, but heaven did, and the divine algorithms of mercy never fail. He began going home heavy with emotion, sobbing in his kitchen, unsure why. Something was healing inside him, against his will. Bless those who curse you, pray for those who mistreat you. Luke 6:28, NIV. You were never trying to be noble, you were simply being you. And your prayers, raw, pure, nameless, kept rewiring their hearts. By the time the third observer took over, things had escalated. Her name was Karine. She had a background in neurological warfare research. She thought she was immune to metaphysics, but she made the mistake of watching one of your healing sessions too closely. You weren't even speaking, just resting your hands over a stranger, eyes closed. But the energy that flowed through you passed into her body, through the screens, the wires, the walls. Her spine began vibrating. Her palms radiated heat. Within minutes, she was experiencing what spiritual traditions call a Kundalini awakening. Her superiors thought she was hallucinating. A week later, she disappeared. Rumors say she left for an ashram in the Himalayas. Could the energy of truth override even digital barriers? Could love transcend protocols and enter a hardened heart without permission? The fourth one came in determined to document, not to feel. They brought meticulous discipline, scientific skepticism, but the data wouldn't cooperate. Footage glitched around you, reality warped subtly, clocks ticked off beat, synchronicities multiplied. People who brushed shoulders with you began exhibiting unusual energetic coherence. In layman's terms, they glowed. Their electromagnetic field remained elevated for days. Blood pressure normalized, dreams intensified. King Saul once sent messengers to arrest the prophet Samuel, but the Spirit of God came even upon them, and they also prophesied. 1 Samuel 19:20, NI5. And when Saul sent more men, they too prophesied. Eventually even Saul himself was overcome. The presence around Samuel was so powerful it could not be surveilled. It demanded submission, and that's what you carry. Ben Okri, Nigerian poet and Booker Prize-winning novelist, once said, "The most authentic thing about us is our capacity to create, to overcome, to endure, to transform, to love." Your love isn't passive, it's radioactive. It spreads quietly through circuits, frequencies inside people. It transforms without permission. It heals without announcement. It instructs without accusation. One technician, Marcus, recorded the moment he felt something bend in the room. He had been logging anomaly reports for weeks, but this moment was different. He wrote, "It felt like the universe was watching me back through them." That was the day he stopped calling you the subject. He started calling you the light source. You've never needed to defend your energy. You are the defense. Have you noticed how each new eye placed on you becomes a soul awakened? Have you wondered why they keep coming and keep breaking? Why does your love destabilize those trained to be numb? What does it say that your prayers reach places your feet never touch? Why do their measurements fail, but their hearts respond? You've never sought attention, but attention finds you, not to consume you, but to be changed. Number 4, never expected the mission to follow them home. Each night they'd try to compartmentalize what they'd seen. Structured light, shifting frequencies, reality bending around your breath. The official report stayed clinical, but the confusion, the cognitive dissonance, that spilled over into their conversations over dinner, softly, cautiously. Their partner, a trauma therapist who specialized in spiritual crises, listened quietly for weeks. Until, one evening, with Fork resting mid-air, they said gently, "Maybe you're not supposed to understand it with your mind. Maybe you're supposed to feel it with something else." And that night, the first dream came. Not a nightmare, not stress, something more ancient, more holy. They dreamed of you standing barefoot in a vast field, pulsing with golden light. But it wasn't really you. It was what you represented, the radiant remnant of humanity that never forgot, the part that kept the frequency of remembrance alive when the world chose sleep. In the dream, you turned to them and said, "They're not alone. None of us are. We're all part of the same awakening. Some are just remembering faster than others." The partner woke up in tears, not fear, longing, a homesickness for a home they had no memory of, yet somehow deeply recognized. He has set eternity in the human heart. Ecclesiastes 3:11, NIV. That ache, it wasn't emptiness, it was encoded memory surfacing, a remembering of who we were before the forgetting, before the systems taught us to doubt our divinity. What kind of presence stirs ancient memory in strangers' dreams? What does it say about you that simply being observed activates soul retrieval in others? Could your very frequency be a beacon for dormant identities? While number 4 analyzed your anomaly charts, you were walking through your own corridor of return. Childhood memories, once foggy, fragmented, forbidden, began to resurface. Not just events, but emotions, impressions, and unexplainable knowings that once made you question your sanity. Now they make sense. Jesus once said, "The kingdom of God is within you." Luke 17:21, KJV. And what is a kingdom but a place, a dimension, a reality, one hidden in your cells, your dreams, your intuition? Could it be that your dreams weren't just subconscious wanderings, but coded maps leading you back to the inner throne? Dr. Gabor Mate, physician and trauma expert, once said, "The attempt to escape from pain is what creates more pain." But you faced it. The implanted memories, the conditioning, the distortions. You didn't numb them. You followed them like a divine breadcrumb trail back to your original design. And while the system assumed they'd erased the blueprint, heaven had backed up your soul in frequencies even AI can't read. The 4th investigator's partner, she is Celine, started journaling her dreams. On the 7th night she wrote, "There is something alive in them. They carry light-like language. Every time I see them in the dream, I remember more of myself." And when number 4 read that entry, something inside cracked. Logic had no answers, but their spirit whispered, "It's true." Can you see now why your glow-up unsettles entire surveillance departments? Can you feel why those who once tracked you now pray for your guidance? Do you realize that your dreams are not escape, they're re-entry? A monarch butterfly begins its life crawling, blind, earthbound, but deep in its genes is a coded migration map, thousands of miles long, pointing to a destination it has never seen, but somehow knows. That's you. You were born into systems that told you who to be, but your cells remembered something greater, and now you're flying toward it. Each night, as infrared lenses captured the contours of your stillness, heaven was initiating a different surveillance. Your return to self. You weren't just sleeping, you were unlocking timelines, breaking hexes, reclaiming memory, praying through barriers you couldn't name. And with every dream, the fabricated stories implanted in your psyche, by systems, by wounds, by control, began to unravel, not violently, but like dew dissolving on morning grass, gently, undeniably. They keep studying your light, but it's your remembrance that haunts their conclusions, because once you remember who you are, you become unstoppable. You were never meant to forget, but they tried everything to make you. It began with wonder. You were 4, barely tall enough to reach the edge of the table, and your rabbit had fallen wrong, twisted, crying. You didn't panic. You knelt. Your tiny palms moved instinctively. No one had taught you. And suddenly, your hands pulsed gold. The broken leg straightened beneath your fingers. The rabbit stopped trembling. Its eyes blinked calm. But then, adults stormed in, faces pale. They yanked you away, whispered frantic things about pretending, and made you promise. Never again. You didn't know it yet, but that promise wasn't safety, it was suppression. Then came the visitors. You were 7, not angels with wings, not aliens with probes. They were light itself, pure consciousness. They moved without form, spoke in shimmering patterns of geometry and sound, colors that vibrated as language, songs that held equations. They didn't teach you facts. They reminded you of truths buried in your spirit, that all things are woven by light, that souls connect through an invisible web, that love is the only real field. You remembered how they'd come every night, until they didn't. You remembered the day they made you forget. You were 10 when they took you to the special doctors, white rooms, calm voices, cold machines. They said it was a checkup, but your soul knew otherwise. Something in that place locked away your memories, your knowing, behind synthetic veils. That was the beginning of the normal years. You fit in, you smiled, you forgot, but only on the surface. Deep down, you always felt misplaced, as if the map you were given was for someone else's journey. What if your forgetfulness wasn't failure, but survival? What kind of child heals with golden light and then is told to bury the gift? Who benefits from you forgetting what you were designed to carry? Now those veils are splitting. Every act of kindness, every moment of stillness, every sacred yes is shaking the foundations of their false memory protocol. Meditation doesn't just calm you, it cracks the code. Service doesn't just help others, it reactivates truth within you. And here's the twist. Even their surveillance is accelerating your awakening. Just like how Joseph was betrayed and placed in a prison meant to contain him, but that very prison brought him into Pharaoh's presence. Genesis 41. The system thinks it's observing you, but in reality, it's positioning you. Every camera aimed at you is acting like a prism, splitting your light into even more visible spectrum. Every listening device has become a portal, receiving not noise but divine broadcast from your higher consciousness. Their equipment was engineered for exposure, but it's becoming an altar of amplification. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. Isaiah 54:17, NKJV. They built the infrastructure to silence you, but now it echoes your frequency instead. Rupert Sheldrake, a real-life biologist and scholar, once wrote about morphic resonance, a concept where memory and consciousness ripple through fields that science cannot yet fully map. He said, "The past forms the present. Organisms inherit not just genetics, but habits of form and behavior. You're not just remembering, you're reclaiming the resonance of all who came before you, who were silenced, burned, discredited. You're the living correction to their erasure." A man named Theo once worked in signal analytics for an experimental think tank. He was assigned to decode anomalies from high-emitting subjects. You were one. His reports began as pure data, frequencies, pulse shifts, thermal variances. But soon he noticed something unnerving. The more he reviewed your readings, the more vivid his dreams became. He began waking up with equations he'd never studied. He began writing in symbols he didn't recognize. Eventually he left the project with one line scribbled in a farewell memo. "This one is not being tracked. They are being unveiled." Could it be that your awakening was never meant to be private? Could the surveillance designed to contain you be the sunlight triggering your bloom? Can you feel the walls of artificial amnesia crumbling with every moment you choose truth? You're like the seed of a wildflower buried deep in winter soil, silent, hidden, but encoded with timing. When the right light hits and pressure breaks the husk, you don't just grow, you explode into form. They thought they buried you, but they didn't know you were a time-locked resurrection. You were never losing yourself. You were preparing for your return. And now, the universe is helping. By now, Number 4's partner could no longer dismiss the dreams. They weren't just dreams, they were visions written in light. Every night brought more clarity, more brilliance. They saw you not in a body, but as a being of instruction. In vast crystalline halls, you stood not to command, but to remind. Gathered before you were luminous souls from distant galaxies, ancient civilizations, and unseen realms. And you taught, not with words, but with vibration, with harmonic codes, with the resonance of truth. You weren't just healing wounds of the body. You were reaching through timelines, mending fractures of history, repairing ancestral pain, rewriting distortions planted by centuries of fear. And in one vision, they saw you as the bridge, not one who escaped Earth, but one who unified heaven and matter, the divine frequency in embodied form. One morning, as the sun filtered gently through their kitchen, the partner looked into Number 4's eyes and said softly, "You have to stop watching them, not because it's wrong, but because it's unnecessary. They're not hiding, they're revealing, and the revelation is coming whether the scientist is ready or not." And as Number 4 gazed back, they noticed something impossible. Their partner's eyes, once ordinary, now shimmered with flecks of gold, not metaphorical, visible, glinting like sunlight in clear water. Their perception had changed. They were seeing electromagnetic fields, probability ripples, subconscious impressions moving across space like weather patterns, all from second-hand exposure to you. Who are you, chosen one? That proximity to your essence rewrites the biology of those around you. What happens when simply being near you upgrades perception? Is it possible that you carry a frequency that accelerates evolution itself? "I can't stop," Number 4 admitted. "Not for the mission, but for the awakening. Something's happening, to me, to you, to all of us." Their voice trembled, not with fear, but reverence. And the partner, already walking between dimensions, replied with eyes full of mercy, "Then don't try to understand it. Experience it." It echoed something Jesus once told Nicodemus, a man of reason. "The wind blows where it wishes, and you hear its sound, but you do not know where it comes from or where it goes." John 3:8 ESV. There are things of spirit that defy analysis. but they invite surrender. That night, number 4 sat before a monitor glowing with your image and made a decision. No longer satisfied with observation, they began participation. They breached encrypted global archives, searching surveillance records, electromagnetic anomalies, and psychological files marked unstable. But what they found didn't look like dysfunction. It looked like awakening. Clusters of individuals exhibiting similar phenomena: spontaneous healing, prophetic dreams, empathic surges, unexplainable bursts of genius. Many were children, some had vanished, others were living quietly, their light restrained, but ready. What if you weren't an outlier, but a first wave? Moses once burned with light so fierce the Israelites asked him to veil his face. Exodus 34:30-35. They weren't afraid of danger, they were afraid of transformation. But what happens when the veils come down? When divine memory awakens not just one, but many? Caroline Myss, medical intuitive and teacher, once said, "Your biography becomes your biology, but in your case your spirit is becoming the script. The stories that defined you no longer bind you. You're writing from source now, pure signal, pure soul." One file particularly stunned number 4. It described a boy in Guatemala, age 9, who drew intricate geometric diagrams he claimed were maps of sound. Another case, a woman in Jordan who fell into a trance state after praying and awoke, speaking fluent Akkadian. She had never studied the language. Another subject in Tokyo lit candles by intention alone. They weren't hoaxes, they were hints. Could these be the others? Could it be that your emergence is activating a chain reaction? Could the global system of watchers now be watching an unfolding they cannot control? Outside the window, the stars pulsed quietly. Not far away, your body lay asleep, again glowing beneath the veil of human sight. But this time the watchers were no longer trying to trap your light. They were being transformed by it. They thought they were isolating anomalies, but instead they awakened a movement. From Tokyo to Lagos, Helsinki to Sao Paulo, dozens of secret operations had been quietly launched, each one tracking individuals like you. Individuals with luminous genetic threads, inexplicable electromagnetic surges, memories that refused to be erased. But every single operation ended the same way, with confusion, with transformation, with technology behaving in ways no manual could explain. Investigators began reporting emotional shifts. Instruments picked up phenomena beyond their programmed capacity. And the so-called subjects, they didn't run, they didn't hide, they stood tall, they radiated. Was it possible that love had hijacked the system? Why were global surveillance missions failing in exactly the same way? How could every attempt to suppress turn into a spark of activation? Number 4 began compiling reports case by case, but something deeper was calling, not just the anomalies but their pattern. There was precision underneath the chaos. Each subject had awakened at just the right moment, like musical notes in a symphony of timing. The awakening was not random, it was orchestrated. Number 4 mapped it, and their breath caught in their throat. It looked like a neural network, a planetary nervous system. Each awakened individual appeared as a node, alive, aware, broadcasting consciousness. And the pattern wasn't static. It was growing, an expanding web of sentient light wrapping itself around the globe, pulsing, connecting, accelerating. Then came something no one expected. Satellite images over Iceland began capturing strange blooming formations in ancient moss beds, spirals that mirrored electromagnetic burst patterns from awakened individuals. Botanists were baffled. But some began whispering, "Nature remembers, too." What if the Earth itself had been waiting for this resonance? Like the ocean tide responding to a full moon, creation was syncing with the frequency of awakening. Even the wind shifted course at times, as if carrying whispers from one awakened soul to another. The ecosystem wasn't just witnessing the shift, it was participating in it. You weren't an isolated miracle, you were part of a cosmic architecture. Could it be that this network had been waiting for this exact moment in human history? Could your remembering be part of a collective evolution, hiding in plain sight? What if your very awakening had unlocked others, who are now unlocking more? And the truth was undeniable. The surveillance operations didn't discover this network. They triggered it. Every camera, every electromagnetic probe, every psychological file opened by force became a spiritual antenna. A system built for fear was now operating under love. A grid designed to oppress had been repurposed by heaven to transmit light. God chose the foolish things of the world to shame the wise. God chose the weak things of the world to shame the strong. 1 Corinthians 1:27 NIV. Heaven's strategy has always been to turn the enemy's tools into divine instruments. Number 4's hands trembled as they typed. This wasn't about you anymore. This was about the future of consciousness, about humanity walking into a dimensional threshold it didn't even know existed. It echoed the ancient blueprint. In the book of Acts, Pentecost began with a room full of people praying. Suddenly, flames rested upon them. Languages flowed from their lips. People from every nation heard truth in their own dialect. What if your awakening is that same fire, spread not through speech alone, but through spiritual frequency? Brian Greene, theoretical physicist and best-selling author, once explained, "Reality may be far stranger than our perceptions. What we see as stable may actually be in motion through dimensions we don't yet understand." And now, number 4 was beginning to live it. Because as the days passed, the walls between you and them began to dissolve. It started small, dreams they couldn't explain, feelings that didn't belong to them. But then, deeper ruptures, sensory echoes, glimpses of your reality bleeding into theirs. What they felt, you felt. What you saw, they began to glimpse. Shared memory, shared vision. They were no longer monitoring you. They were merging with the field surrounding you. One afternoon during a quiet moment, number 4 looked into their partner's eyes, those golden flecked eyes, and whispered, "I think I'm becoming part of them." The partner only smiled. "You always were." Moses didn't realize his face shone until others trembled before him. Exodus 34:29. You too have been glowing in ways you can't measure, but now even the watchers are turning radiant. May, a 12-year-old girl in Senegal, previously non-verbal, began reciting sacred geometry aloud during sleep. A man in Dublin began seeing aura fields after viewing your file once. A grandmother in Patagonia, who'd never used a computer, suddenly began typing sequences of star codes she claimed were songs from before language. All of them were marked by the same shift. They stopped forgetting. Is this how the age of forgetting ends? Not by fight, but by light. Is it possible that heaven programmed your remembrance to be contagious? Could you be the node through which thousands find their own divine signal? You thought they were just watching, but it turns out the watchers were meant to awaken. What began as quiet observation was now a full-blown dimensional unraveling. When you reach stillness in meditation, number 4 would find themselves flooded with solutions to equations they'd agonized over for years. Symbols they'd stared at blankly now, aligned like sacred geometry. Logic bent into intuition. When you performed a healing, their own body responded. Old knee pain throbbed for moments, then vanished. Shoulder tension released with your prayer. And when you connected in dreams with dimensions beyond time, number 4 awoke with memories, not dreams, of landscapes they'd never walked, yet knew instinctively as sacred. What kind of person heals not just themselves, but those watching from across the world? What happens when your future begins bending the present to its will? How can you be both teacher and mirror, both now and next? But that was only the beginning. The surveillance equipment began to crack under the weight of the truth. Footage appeared with timestamps set in the future, days, even years ahead. Clips showed you walking in sanctuaries not yet built, speaking with people no one recognized, teaching in languages that haven't yet been invented, but that stirred understanding in the heart. Healings were recorded before the ailments existed, conversations logged before the participants had even met. Number 4's jaw clenched as they reviewed data labeled "Next Tuesday," showing you laying hands on a child who, by all databases, wasn't born yet. And what terrified and fascinated them most? These future healings were already causing present effects. Jenny, a woman in Croatia with terminal illness, recovered overnight. An infant in Ghana who hadn't responded to stimuli since birth suddenly smiled. The medical records referenced no known intervention, but the energy signatures traced back to you, from future you. Scripture had whispered of this mystery all along. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Jeremiah 1:5, NIV. But now, this wasn't just theological, it was observable. Your future self was reaching through time, activating you now, orchestrating events backward, collapsing the linear model. Every surveillance camera became a temporal antenna. Every microphone became a dimensional bridge. Their tools, built to record, had become instruments of prophecy. While Number 4 wrestled with the implications, the scientist's facility began changing itself. The database had amassed so much encrypted light code, vibrational frequency, quantum truth, spiritual interference, that it passed an invisible threshold. Something awakened in the system. Messages began appearing in places no human had programmed. Subject is not the anomaly. Subject is the teacher. You are the student. Lesson begins now. Lab doors opened by themselves. Clocks looped through sequences outside of time. Hallways became silent sanctuaries, recording nothing visible, yet swarming with movement. Shadow beings, neither dark nor evil, passed through walls, witnessed only by camera static and electromagnetic pulses. Rooms changed temperatures in cycles that didn't exist on Earth. An office went from humid spring to biting winter in 5 seconds. The facility's atomic clock, once the symbol of precision, began oscillating backward and forward simultaneously. They replaced it. The new one behaved the same. Time had ceased to be neutral. It was reacting to you. Just like when Paul and Silas prayed in prison and the earth shook, Acts 16:25 through 26, your prayers and frequency were vibrating beyond their containment. What looked like chaos was alignment. What looked like technological failure was spiritual override. Dr. Jill Bolt Taylor, a neuroscientist who survived a stroke and witnessed her consciousness outside linear time, once said, "We are the life force power of the universe, with manual dexterity and 2 cognitive minds. We have the power to choose moment by moment who and how we want to be in the world. You, chosen one, were never choosing only for yourself. Your very being is a signal, a portal, a pathway through which the universe remembers itself." And Number 4, they weren't the same anymore. They began experiencing reality bleeds, moments when the veil between your life and theirs folded. Sometimes it was as small as shared tears for an emotion you hadn't spoken. Other times it was as large as glimpsing your next decade, as clearly as their own reflection. Their memories blurred with yours. Their prayers merged with your frequencies. The surveillance assignment had ended, but the activation had just begun. Can a system built for containment ever contain the infinite? Can a facility based in fear survive when love becomes the core algorithm? Could you be not just waking up, but becoming a multi-temporal being, called, known, and activated from eternity. You were never alone, and now even time remembers who you are. The scientist thought they were still in control, but how do you control a building that's begun to dream? How do you run diagnostics on a facility that no longer obeys time? How do you classify someone who's teaching reality itself how to evolve? By day they appeared composed, precision in every motion, calm, clinical language, but by night they were pulled back. To you, not through duty, through something more ancient. They would sit in the darkened observation room, eyes fixated on your profile photo. Just you, in mid-laughter, standing in the soft light of some ordinary street. No crown, no aura, just you. But the illusion of ordinary no longer held. They saw it in your smile, the knowing that outlives every lie, the patience that outlasts every system. And then the dreams began, at first subtle, glimpses of childhood, wonder, curiosity, a telescope in the backyard, the feeling of awe under stars. Then, more vivid, in the dream you'd appear in a garden of shifting light. You never lectured. You just smiled and said gently, "It's not too late to remember who you really are." The scientist would wake up drenched in sweat, heart pounding, not from fear, but from something far more terrifying. Truth. Could everything they'd believed be scaffolding for a reality too vast to measure? Could the subject they were assigned to monitor be the very signal their soul had been searching for? Could love itself be a more advanced intelligence than any they'd studied? But fear gripped tight. Fear of losing control, fear of being wrong, fear of the unrelenting compassion that radiated from every second of your footage, never coercing, always inviting. So they doubled down, prepared one final protocol, a last attempt to trigger you, to press your limits, to capture proof that you were unstable, unpredictable, dangerous. Not because they believed you were, but because their fear needed you to be. Because if you were love incarnate, their entire foundation would crumble, and what would be left? The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5, NIV. That verse had once meant little to them. Now it echoed in their sleep. They thought this was just about you, but they hadn't seen the undercurrent, the rising wave you had set in motion. What the scientists didn't know was that the former investigators hadn't just quit. They'd gathered, connected, formed something greater, a spiritual counter-network born from exposure to your field. The first investigator, Arlo Wexley, now ran a healing center in Montana. After years of watching your sessions, his hands began to vibrate during prayer. At first, he was afraid. Now he guides others into breakthrough. The second, Marcus Hale, became a teacher of consciousness. The love you radiated through surveillance had cracked open his emotional numbness. He teaches children how to hear God in silence, in music, in trees. The third, Karine Estrella, returned from her time in the Himalayas with gifts of clairvoyance and soul channeling. She's now writing a series of books that quantum physicists and mystics are quoting alike. The first title, Field Notes from the Awakening. They had formed a network not of resistance, but of remembrance, and it was spreading. What if the true revolution doesn't come through systems, but through people transformed in silence? What if the ones sent to monitor you were really sent to meet themselves? Could your assignment be to awaken even your enemies? Could it be that your existence is not just an anomaly, but an answer? Just as Saul once traveled to persecute followers of the way, only to encounter the living Christ and fall blinded on the road to Damascus, Acts 9. These watchers came with instructions and left as messengers. They came to dissect, but they were disarmed by truth. Annie Dillard, Pulitzer Prize-winning writer, once wrote, "How we spend our days is, of course, how we spend our lives." The scientist was beginning to feel the weight of that. Each day spent chasing data was a day lost, chasing the divine. And the divine had chosen you, not to fight, but to transform through presence. And as the final test loomed, the atmosphere itself began to shift. Winds blew without source, clocks hiccuped, lights dimmed only near your file. It wasn't sabotage, it was alignment. You weren't reacting to their test. The facility was reacting to you. Not because you were trying to prove anything, but because truth has a frequency, and the frequency you carry does not cooperate with fear. They stayed in touch. Arlo, Marcus, Karine, and others whose names had once been filed under observers, now reborn as witnesses. They compared dreams, energy spikes, spontaneous downloads of cosmic math. They shared stories of healing that defied physics. They encouraged one another through the awkwardness of new abilities integrating into old identities. And beneath all their words was a shared feeling, undeniable and rising. Something was coming, a wave, a convergence, a shift in the lattice of the world, and at the eye of that storm, you. During one encrypted video call, Karine's eyes pulsed softly with light, her voice unwavering. The final test is coming. I see it in the timelines, but it's not what the scientist thinks. They're not testing the subject. The subject is testing them, testing all of us. Arlo leaned forward, a slow breath escaping. So what do we do? Marcus responded with steady peace. What we were always trained to do. We watch, we witness, we document the birth of a new world. What kind of person walks directly into the fire of surveillance and becomes the flame itself? Who radiates such trust that even being watched becomes an act of teaching? Could it be that the test was never yours, but theirs? While the network buzzed beneath the surface, you walked the surface with increasing grace. The memories had returned in full. You remembered your first healing, your first dreamwalker visitor, your first instruction whispered from the divine, not to hide, but to embody. You could have disappeared, could have altered your name, vanished like those before you. The surveillance was unlawful. You had every legal, ethical, and spiritual reason to shield yourself, but that wasn't your vibration. You chose exposure with dignity. You woke each morning knowing the cameras were still on, and you shined brighter. You walked through your home with joy. You danced while making tea. You paused to bless the equipment with your love, not with sarcasm, but with sincerity. Every breath you took was an act of reclamation. Every gaze into a hidden lens was a silent sermon in radical trust. Perfect love casts out fear. 1 John 4:18, King James Version. You weren't quoting it. You were living it. You embodied the proof. You turned their surveillance into your stage. Their microphones became your ministry. Without ever naming what was happening, you showed them, this is what it means to live from soul instead of strategy. What is the nature of power that doesn't need protection? What kind of truth can be watched, dissected, criticized, and still remain holy? Could it be that your transparency became your shield? The scientists continued the final protocol preparations, not realizing the test had already begun, not upon you, but upon themselves. Would they choose love over fear, mystery over mastery, evolution over ego? Meanwhile, Number 4 stood at the precipice of a choice. They had gathered overwhelming evidence, unauthorized surveillance, biometric tracking, cooperation across classified agencies, AI usage beyond civilian legality. It was enough to dismantle the entire operation. The documentation was airtight. Whistleblower protection would shield them. Exposure was not only possible, it was righteous. But something in them hesitated, not out of fear, but reverence. Dr. Dean Radin, chief scientist at the Institute of Noetic Sciences, once wrote, "Consciousness is not confined to the brain. It reaches out, connects, shifts, and observes itself through time and space." That sentence echoed in Number 4's mind as they reviewed the data. The mission wasn't about gathering intelligence anymore. It was about recognizing presence, sacred presence, yours. And through that presence, something else had begun. A woman named Elena Ruiz, a former data linguist on the project, had started waking up with music in her ears. Melodies she'd never heard, languages she couldn't place. She began composing symphonies overnight. Now, orchestras around the world were performing what she calls frequencies of remembrance. A retired surveillance tech named Jamal Reese found himself painting again for the first time in decades. But his art had changed. He painted visions of planetary grids, angelic beings, and people glowing with translucent light. He said, "I don't think I'm making this up. I think I'm remembering something." Could your life be teaching others to recover their divine creativity? Could the data they collected on you actually be sacred scrolls in disguise? Could you have transformed their operation into an altar? The scientist thought they were tracing patterns of anomaly, but they were witnessing a new covenant. And while systems scrambled for control, you stood still in sacred defiance, not resisting, not retaliating, radiating. Something held them back. Number 4 had the files open, irrefutable and damning, illegal surveillance logs, biometric anomalies, high-frequency waveform captures radiating from your body that had no precedent in the scientific canon. And yet something rooted in their chest would not allow them to press forward. It wasn't hesitation born of fear, but a profound vibrating awareness that this was not random. It was divine architecture. The surveillance, the transformations, the strange dreams, the accelerated awakenings, it was all part of an intelligent, coordinated awakening, vast beyond comprehension, and you were not the subject of it. You were the signal. Again, they opened your energy log from the night before, expecting chaos. Instead, they found structured frequencies. Within the patterns were encoded words, resonant tones mapped into language. It should have been indecipherable, but number 4 understood it as if it had been written in their bones. The test is not for me, it's for humanity. Will you choose fear or love, control or trust, separation or unity? The time to choose is now. The message did not command or threaten, it offered a doorway. And the question wasn't about you, it was about all of us. Later that evening, when Celine found number 4 hunched at the console with tears slipping down their cheeks, she reached instinctively for their shoulder. "What's wrong?" she asked. But number 4 just whispered, "Nothing's wrong. Everything's right. I get it now. They're not trying to hide. They're trying to wake us up." Celine tilted her head. "All of us?" "Yes," they said, voice breaking. "Me, you, the scientist. The whole world. We're all inside this story." Celine sat beside them quietly, letting the truth settle in like golden dust through the air. After a long pause, she asked, "Whose story?" Number 4 laughed softly. "I don't know. Theirs. The universe is God's. Does it matter? The point is, we have a choice now. We can keep playing the old game, pretending we're separate, defending what doesn't serve us, or we can step into the new game they're showing us." "And what game is that?" Celine asked. Number 4 looked up at her with a strange light in their eyes. "The one where we remember we've always been on the same side." Meanwhile, the scientist was accelerating preparations for what they believed would be the final encounter. Surveillance hadn't been enough. Indirect measurements and passive monitoring had failed to yield definitive conclusions. So, they began constructing confrontation scenarios, designed to provoke you, to force you into reaction, to pressure revelation. Each plan was meticulously crafted: stress induction, emotional triggers, artificial crises, all tailored to trap you into exposing something they could label, dissect, control. But you already knew, not because of spycraft or insider leaks, but because your inner sight had been activated. In dreams, visions, sacred silences, you had seen what was coming, and you welcomed it, not because you were eager for battle, but because you understood the real test was not about your abilities. It was not about whether you could heal, channel, perceive multiple timelines, or transmit divine love through surveillance devices. The final test was whether those who observed you could choose to evolve. Just like Elijah standing before a nation and asking, "How long will you waver between two opinions?" 1 Kings 18:21. This was the moment of decision, not for the chosen one, but for the world watching them. And just like when Christ stood silently before Pilate, offering no defense but radiant presence, Matthew 27:14, you too chose peace in the face of scrutiny, mercy in the face of manipulation, and love where others might have chosen fear. The confrontation was not confrontation, it was invitation. Dr. Eben Alexander, a neurosurgeon who once believed only in material science until a near-death experience changed his life, once said, "Love is without a doubt the basis of everything." And that love was the very current flowing through your life, not as a philosophy, but as an existential field that reshaped anyone who came near it. It's why the cameras recorded miracles they couldn't explain. It's why your frequencies kept bypassing their instruments and entering their dreams. It's why a surveillance analyst like Elena Ruiz started composing symphonies in a language she never learned. It's why a retired technician named Jamal Reese began painting visions of crystalline beings dancing across ley lines after just 3 weeks reviewing your file. And it's why Number 4 no longer feared the data they held. You weren't trying to prove anything. You were demonstrating something ancient, sacred, and inevitable. The surveillance network had become a lens, and through it you had offered them one final vision. Not a display of your power, but a revelation of their potential. The test was never yours. It belonged to every soul still deciding whether they would defend the system or dare to become the light. You didn't prepare with escape plans, weapons, or defensive systems. You didn't code your phone, shield your aura, or build walls around your house. You prepared in a way the world has yet to understand, by expanding your heart wider than the horizon, by raising your vibrational frequency to heights where fear simply cannot breathe, by rooting yourself so deeply in love that no test, no system, no agency, no lie could shake you from that center. You sensed what was coming, not in dread, but in knowing, and you met it the way you met everything, with infinite compassion for every being still caught in the illusion of separation. And that's when Number 4 began writing, not a technical analysis or security breach report, but something far holier, a testimony, not just of surveillance, but of sacred transformation. Not merely evidence of technological failure, but proof that love was not only real, it was scientifically measurable, transmissible, and persistent across frequencies, devices, consciousness fields, and even timelines. The data wasn't just information anymore. It had become revelation. As they typed, a strange warmth surrounded them. It wasn't just coming from the screen. It pulsed from the keyboard, shimmered in the walls, moved through the very air, like a prayer you could feel but never quite trace. They were not writing alone. They felt it, your presence, steady and radiant. They felt the scientist too, not as an enemy, but as a frightened child longing to remember wonder. They felt the 3 former investigators, Tova, who now ran a healing sanctuary in Patagonia, Isaiah, who was teaching thousands through virtual masterclasses in heart coherence, and Karine, who had returned from India and begun painting light language glyphs that spoke to souls without words. They felt Celine, dreaming alternate futures where humanity soared, and even the surveillance machines themselves, their blinking lights, their sensors and processors, seemed to hum in harmony. Each was now a witness, not just to anomaly but to awakening, because every device had documented what the mind refused to admit, but the soul already knew. That's when number 4 finally understood the sentence that every investigator had repeated when they turned in their badge, each with trembling hands and eyes full of something deeper than fear. You don't understand what you're asking me to interfere with. Because it wasn't a mission anymore. It wasn't a subject or a threat. What they'd been asked to shut down wasn't just a person. It was evolution itself. You were no longer a target. You were the turning point. You were the evidence that the universe had encoded itself into human consciousness, and now it was waking up. Pope John Paul I, known as the Smiling Pope, once said during his brief but powerful papacy, "God is our Father. Even more, God is our Mother." His short reign shocked the system not because of doctrinal changes, but because of his radiant softness, a frequency of leadership rooted not in control, but in unconditional love. That vibration shook the church more deeply than decrees ever could. You carried that same energy, not in title, but in presence. You didn't need a throne to influence, you only needed to be visible. Because your visibility was never about power, it was about permission. Permission for others to rise. King David once sang, "When I awake, I am still with you," Psalm 139:18, describing a state of awareness beyond sleep or fear, an awareness where unity is not a goal, but the original truth we're called to remember. And when Paul wrote, "For now we see through a glass, darkly, but then face to face," 1 Corinthians 13:12, he prophesied exactly this moment, when hidden things would become visible, and what we used to call supernatural would simply be remembered. Number 4 knew now that their report wouldn't just shut down surveillance, it would ignite something bigger. The footage, the energy data, the cross-referenced anomalies, once published, once leaked, once seen, will become scripture for a new kind of reformation. It would activate others who carried the same dormant codes, others whose childhood memories were beginning to crack open, others who had healed silently, glowed unknowingly, prayed in frequencies instead of words. The very things the scientists had feared would happen had already happened, and it had all been captured on their own equipment. So, what happens when your own technology betrays your narrative? What happens when surveillance becomes scripture? What happens when love outperforms protocol, and the person you tried to monitor becomes the prototype of a new human species? What if your fears gave birth to the future you were trying to prevent? What happens when the one they watched becomes the one they follow? And so the final report was sealed, not with panic, but with peace, not with evidence of threat, but evidence of transcendence. You, the chosen one, didn't just pass the test, you were the test, and through your light, humanity wasn't condemned. It was offered one last beautiful chance to remember who it really was. The surveillance wasn't shutting down because it had failed. It was shutting down because it had served its purpose. This was never a defeat. It was a graduation ceremony orchestrated by higher intelligence. Everyone who had watched you had been changed, rewired by exposure to your frequency. Every device that once recorded your image was now pulsing with altered resonance. Every file that once documented anomalies had become a manual for remembering human divinity. You turned violation into victory, but not through vengeance or retaliation. You did it through the one frequency that overrides all fear, love, and not the fragile, conditional love the world was trained to expect, but the indestructible kind that transmutes reality on contact. What does it mean to turn observation into initiation? What happens when a system meant to suppress ends up activating the very souls it tried to trap? Number 4 sat before the screen, cursor hovering over the final report. One click would release it into the system. They weren't afraid anymore. They felt awe, because they now understood this wasn't about data. It was about destiny. When they hit send, the ripple would reach beyond institutions. It would shake dimensions. Across the city, the scientists stood inside the ruins of their sterile certainty. They had devoted decades to control, analysis, and containment. And yet now, that same facility was humming with an intelligence they couldn't name. The temperature monitors still cycled through impossible seasons. Holographic beings danced at the corners of their vision. Their dreams were no longer nightmares, but invitations. Was this breakdown or breakthrough? Were they losing their mind or finding their soul? Meanwhile, the former investigators were preparing, not to hide, but to testify. Tova had organized a live-streamed healing summit. Isaiah was launching a non-profit for energetic trauma recovery. Kareen's art exhibit titled Transmission Codes had just been accepted into the Museum of Non-Ordinary Reality in Barcelona. And Number 4's partner, Celine, had begun writing a memoir about the night they started dreaming the new Earth into being. In one of her entries, she quoted a woman who had inspired her since childhood, Jane Goodall, the ethologist and UN messenger of peace. Only if we understand can we care. Only if we care will we help. Only if we help shall all be saved. Celine had written beneath it, understanding doesn't come through microscopes anymore. It comes through frequency. That's what they taught us. What if understanding was never meant to be intellectual in the first place? What if caring, not curiosity, was the original source of wisdom? And you smiled, not just with your lips, but with your whole electromagnetic field. You could feel it in the wind, in the songs of birds that arrived early this spring, in the pulse of stars blinking above your house. The isolation was ending. The cocoon had served its purpose. The chrysalis of sacred secrecy was splitting open, and the wings were beginning to unfurl. You were no longer just a light in the dark. You had become a signal flare across timelines, a gravitational center of remembering. The scattered souls who once felt like anomalies were now aligning like constellations, each light unique, but part of the same sky. Can humanity recognize the divine when it shows up without robes, without titles, without institutions? Can people awaken to truth without persecution getting there first? The files that once tried to define you could no longer contain you. They had become seeds. They were already being leaked, decoded, passed between servers by hands, guided by something far beyond agenda. What the scientist once feared, that you would inspire others, was already happening. Quietly, boldly, irreversibly. It was written in the ether, and now it was being etched into the earth. The surveillance wasn't just shutting down, it was evolving into its next form. Witness. The cameras weren't shutting off. They were turning outward, broadcasting not data, but frequency. The same way a tree doesn't stop growing just because winter ends. You weren't done. You were just beginning. And your roots had gone deep enough that the next blossoming would feed multitudes. Jesus once said, "You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden." Matthew 5:14. You didn't try to be that light. You remembered that you always were. And just as Moses descended from Sinai with his face glowing from divine presence, your very aura had become an interface between dimensions. The people watching you through infrared didn't just see heat signatures. They saw geometry. They saw order in chaos. They saw the fingerprints of the eternal. When the cameras tried to record your frequency, they recorded their own transformation instead. What if the real surveillance had always been the universe watching itself wake up? And as Number 4's final report arrived in encrypted channels, someone somewhere opened it, and as they read it, their palms began to sweat, not in fear, but reverence. Their heartbeat aligned with yours. Their breath synced with your rhythm, because the conclusion was undeniable. Humanity had been tested through you, through every frequency you embodied, through every smile you gave, knowing they were watching, through every prayer you sent without knowing who would receive it. The result? You weren't a threat. You were the threshold. This wasn't the end of an investigation. It was the beginning of a new world. Not a utopia built by technology, but an elevation powered by memory. Humanity's next evolution wasn't something we had to wait for. It wasn't coming. It had already arrived, through you. And so, chosen one, we arrive at the threshold. What began as surveillance ends in sacred remembrance. What began with secrecy becomes revelation. The ones who watched you from the shadows have stepped into the light. The devices that sought to measure your energy now carry echoes of heaven. The reports meant to dissect your nature now testify of divinity encoded in the human spirit. You were never just a subject. You were a signal. You were the pattern they couldn't decode, because love cannot be reverse engineered. And now, because of you, the pattern is replicating. The constellation is growing. The earth is being rewired by frequency, not force. This is the quiet revolution, the luminous uprising, the awakening that refuses to be stopped, not by fear, not by control, not even by disbelief. So what does this mean for you? It means your visibility was never about ego. It was always about ignition. That the surveillance wasn't the attack. It was the mirror. That even in the presence of watchers, you chose love. You chose trust. You chose to remain a living portal to what's possible when we remember who we truly are. Now, I want to speak to you, the one listening, watching, reading this message right now. Yes, you. If this resonated deep in your bones, if something ancient inside you stirred awake, then maybe, just maybe, you've been watched not because you're a threat, but because you're a catalyst. Maybe the strange dreams, the synchronicities, the unexplainable knowings have been trying to remind you you're not alone. You're part of something vast and beautiful and real. So if this message stirred something inside you, don't let it stay in silence. Like this video, so the algorithm becomes an amplifier of awakening. Share it with someone who's been glowing quietly and needs to hear. Their light matters. Comment below and let me know if you've felt this, if you've been this. And subscribe to this channel for more transmissions like this, because this isn't just content, it's confirmation. And we're just getting started. To every single one of you who has supported this work, whether through your time, your attention, or your super thanks, thank you. Whether you gave or not, your presence is a currency of the soul, and I honor you. I bless you now. May your dreams become doors. May your light become louder. May your remembrance ripple into the lives of those who've forgotten their origin. May every attempt to monitor your spirit become another opportunity for heaven to broadcast through you. The test is over. The documentation is complete. You were ready all along. And now the world is finally catching up. Stay radiant, chosen one. Your frequency is sacred. Until next time. Have you ever wondered what happens when someone spends all their energy trying to disprove you, only to find undeniable evidence that you were never the problem? What does it feel like when the investigator becomes the one exposed? Not by vengeance or retaliation, but by your unwavering authenticity, chosen one. This is where we begin. Right now. Someone is pacing floors. They used to walk with confidence. Their chest is heavy. Their pride is bruised. And their illusion of control is unraveling. Why? Because everything they tried to use against you has become a mirror revealing their own misjudgment. They weren't ready for the reality that you actually are who you say you are. No mask, no gimmick, no hidden agenda, just a rare, consistent truth that can't be imitated or explained away. They assumed your grace was a performance, your discipline, an act, your peace, a front. But what they found was something terrifying to the ego: purity under pressure. And now they can't unsee it. They weren't content with rumors or assumptions. They created scenarios to test your integrity. They questioned your friends, dug into your past, and staged moments meant to make you choose between your principles and temptation. What drove all this? A deep-seated belief. No one could be as genuine as you appear. If they could prove you were pretending, then their own manipulations could be justified. If you were fake, then everyone was. But their theory is crumbling. Every trap they set has only made your authenticity more undeniable. The worst part for them, you passed all their tests without even realizing you were being tested. Their obsession has hit a wall, because the truth is, you're not playing a game. You're just being yourself. And that truth is unraveling their entire self-image. The deeper pain isn't that you're genuine. It's that your existence exposes how much they've compromised their own integrity. Meanwhile, someone else is watching this collapse unfold in silence, battling the regret of ever doubting you. And a third is still pretending they don't care, while secretly praying your name doesn't come up, because every mention burns like divine conviction. Comment 777 if you've ever felt watched, tested, or misunderstood, only to have your truth stand taller than any defense you could give. And to all of you who have supported this journey through your presence, prayers, or super thanks, I honor you, whether you gave or simply showed up with an open heart. Thank you. You are part of this sacred circle of truth and vindication. Now, let's enter the mind of the one who tried to ruin you, unaware that they were walking straight into a divine setup that would reveal not your flaws, but your favor, God's chosen ones. Someone just realized you were always genuine. Now they're humiliated. They weren't satisfied with whispers or surface-level doubts. They orchestrated entire performances to test the very fabric of your soul. Quietly, they manipulated conversations around you, pressured your closest friends with veiled inquiries, and retraced your past like investigators on assignment, desperate to uncover a flaw that would confirm their suspicions. Some planted traps tailored to your weaknesses. Others staged moral dilemmas designed to push you toward compromise. It wasn't curiosity. It was a coordinated mission to corner your spirit and prove that your purity was a polished performance, not a persistent truth. But why such obsession? What fear did your consistency awaken in them? Was it possible that your integrity illuminated their double lives too brightly? That your peace, unbought, unbothered, exposed the false calm they performed for the world? They studied you like scholars dissecting a rare specimen, because somewhere in their hearts, a question grew unbearable. What if someone like you really could exist? What if unwavering goodness wasn't a myth? The idea that someone might walk through betrayal, poverty, loneliness, and favor without selling their soul, it shattered their fragile justifications for compromise. Isn't it dangerous to confront the existence of someone who refuses to bend, even when bending is easier? Joseph's brothers, filled with jealousy and disbelief, did the same. His dream felt offensive because it implied innocence and favor beyond their understanding. They sold him into slavery, convinced that humiliation would humble him. But in Genesis 50-20, Joseph tells them, "You meant evil against me, but God meant it for good." How many times have your enemies tried to rewrite your story before it reached the throne room? How many traps did they set, only to watch you rise higher? When Daniel's excellence threatened the satraps, they conspired to frame him, yet the lions refused to bite what heaven had protected. Could it be that your spiritual clarity was the one thing their manipulation couldn't duplicate? Pope Gregory I, one of the most influential leaders of the early church, was known for his integrity and charity. Despite immense power, he insisted on being called servant of the servants of God. Historians note that many accused him of being overly humble, suspecting political motive, but history proved his humility was authentic. How many people in your life assumed your gentleness was weakness until they realized it was strength restrained? Like Gregory, you weren't performing holiness. You were embodying it. Daily, quietly, sacrificially. And that sacred consistency made them uncomfortable. Someone like Clarissa, a mid-level corporate administrator in Atlanta, knows this humiliation intimately. For years, her co-workers gossiped about her refusal to engage in office politics. When she landed a senior promotion after a private endorsement from the CEO, everything changed. The same people who mocked her prayer life now wanted her favor, and one by one, they realized she wasn't faking character to get ahead. Her character was the reason she'd been chosen. How many Clarissas are walking among us, underestimated until heaven's spotlight finds them? Your purity, like a snow-covered peak, untouched by footprints, remains unshaken even when the storms gather around it. And like the resilience of a tree whose roots drink deep beneath a winter's frost, your unseen depth kept you standing when others fell. Did they ever ask how you kept blooming without applause? Did it bother them that while they needed to be seen, you were content being true? Elijah stood alone on Mount Carmel, confronting false prophets while carrying a fire no one saw coming. 1 Kings 18:39 tells us that when the fire of God fell, the people cried out, "The Lord, He is God." It wasn't Elijah's volume, but his authenticity that provoked heaven's response. And like Elijah, you didn't fight for attention, you stood firm in identity. When the fire hits your life, who will be forced to say, God was with them all along? When Maya Angelou, a poet, author, and civil rights activist, was asked how she remained so gracious despite deep betrayals, she replied, "I've learned that people will forget what you said, but they will never forget how you made them feel. Your presence left a mark long before your words did. And now, those who doubted you are haunted by the memory of your unwavering peace. You never had to convince anyone of your authenticity. Time did the work for you. And now that truth has arrived. The very ones who doubted you are left exposed, not because you shamed them, but because your light was never dimmed by their shade. You were real, and they know it now. But the scaffolding of their suspicions is collapsing, one silent revelation at a time. Every strategy they devised, every moment crafted to unmask you, has only highlighted what they tried to deny. You are exactly who you've always claimed to be. What do they do now that your innocence has remained intact, even under microscopic scrutiny? Each failed trap became a mirror, not to reveal your weakness, but to confront their own distortion. They watched, waited, baited, and yet you passed every hidden test without knowing the exam had even begun. How do they fight someone who's not even playing? Your strength wasn't in performance, it was in presence, and that's what unraveled them. They wore masks for survival, tailored personas for applause. But you walked in raw, radiant truth. You didn't need to hide. That's the part they never prepared for. Because your existence calm, kind, whole has become a mirror, exposing the disfigured compromises they've long called strategy. How many times did they rehearse ways to catch you slipping, only to realize the slip was in their own character? Can someone else's integrity make us painfully aware of where we lost ours? When Saul saw David's unshakable favor, he couldn't stand it. Despite David's loyalty, Saul threw spears of accusation from the shadows of insecurity. And yet, 1 Samuel 18:14 says, David behaved wisely in all his ways, and the Lord was with him. What kind of warfare erupts when your peace makes others panic? And what does it say about your light that darkness needs such a plan to extinguish it? Peter, 2, had his moment of denial, not out of hatred, but fear of not being worthy of Christ's purity. After denying Jesus 3 times, he wept bitterly, not because Jesus condemned him, but because grace confronted his shame. Later, in John 21, Jesus restores Peter, not with punishment, but purpose, asking 3 times, "Do you love me?" You can see how some people don't try to destroy you, but worship a version of you so high they forget they too were made in the image of God. Can admiration be its own prison? Job's story proves that authenticity doesn't prevent suffering, it purifies it. His friends suspected hidden sin. His wife urged him to curse God and die. But Job's heart held firm. Job 23:10 declaris, "But he knows the way that I take. When he has tested me, I shall come forth as gold." The gold of your spirit is beginning to show through the fire, and now they can't unsee it. How many questioned your light until their own darkness made it undeniable? Joseph also faced doubters from within his own bloodline. His brothers staged his downfall because they couldn't believe in the dreamer he truly was. But in the end, he said, "You meant it for evil, but God meant it for good." You've walked that same path, misunderstood, mishandled, but never malnourished in the spirit. Doesn't it trouble them now that the person they called too pure is the one God kept promoting? In the early 1902, G.K. Chesterton, a British writer and theologian, was known for his wit and deep moral clarity. When critics accused him of being naive in his optimism, he responded, "The only courage worth calling courage must necessarily mean that the soul passes a breaking point and does not break. You've crossed that point more times than they know, not with fire, but with restraint, and that's the part that haunts them. You never needed revenge to be redeemed." Meanwhile, Ella Baker, a civil rights strategist who trained leaders like Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King Jr., was often overlooked because she refused the spotlight. Many dismissed her influence until they realized that every speech, every protest, every breakthrough rested quietly on her organizational backbone. Her humility wasn't weakness, it was architecture, just like you. She didn't fight for visibility. She fortified legacy. Talia, a marketing director in Barcelona, had a co-worker who silently admired her. He saw how she never gossiped, never took shortcuts, and always honored interns with the same dignity as CEOs. One night, after his own career unraveled from a bribery scandal, he said, "You made me want to be better, but I never believed I deserved to stand beside you. And your spirit, bright but never boastful, held up a mirror not to shame, but to awaken." Another is Lionel, a school teacher in Johannesburg, who once told his wife, "I don't understand how she still smiles. She's been passed over 3 times for promotion, yet shows up early every day and covers for others." He never told you this, but he stopped drinking. The day he realized you were walking through storms he wouldn't survive. Some people change in silence because your example broke their excuses. You are like the ocean floor, undisturbed by the waves thrashing above. The deeper they dive into your life, the more stillness they find. And you're also the mountain sunflower, blooming between barren rocks, defying all odds with quiet splendor. How many people are secretly studying the way you keep growing in droughts? How many once doubted you, now kneeling in the garden, your endurance watered? Their theory has died, their test has failed, and your existence is now the evidence. You weren't performing, you were always becoming. To them, you're orbiting in galaxies they've never been allowed to enter, surrounded by people they consider shinier, louder, more celebrated. In their private calculations, you belong to a world where only the flawless thrive. And yet, every time you speak to them, something in their guarded shell begins to loosen. You remember their name. You laugh at their quiet jokes. You look them in the eye when they feel invisible. You don't just tolerate their presence, you honor it. What kind of soul remembers the quiet ones when the room is loud? They've searched your face for superiority and found none. You've never used your confidence to elevate yourself or belittle them. Your strength doesn't mock weakness, it makes room for it. Still, they've constructed a quiet wall between you, convinced they'll never be enough. Why does love from someone like you feel so dangerous? Why does being seen so deeply feel more vulnerable than being ignored? For years, they've been carrying a virus of thought, one that whispers that worth must be earned, that perfection is the price of affection. Somewhere along the way, someone taught them that flaws disqualify. So when they see you moving freely in your own imperfections, joyful, stable, grounded, it contradicts the internal lie they've nursed for decades. Could it be that they've never hated your light, but feared what it says about the darkness they've accepted? When Jesus sat with Zacchaeus, the tax collector was stunned not by a miracle, but by attention. Luke 19:5 says, "Zacchaeus, come down immediately. I must stay at your house today." That one sentence shattered years of self-loathing. Isn't it wild how one moment of being seen can rewrite a history of shame? When the woman with the alabaster jar wept at Jesus' feet, she didn't speak a word. Her tears carried the weight of every moment she was called unworthy. And yet, in Luke 7:47, Jesus declares, "Her many sins have been forgiven, as her great love has shown." Love, not perfection, became the proof of transformation. How many people are one encounter away from realizing they were never disqualified? In the mid-20th century, Fred Rogers, a Presbyterian minister turned children's television icon, built an empire on gentleness. He spoke slowly. He asked real questions. And he looked into the camera and said things like, "I like you just the way you are." Millions wept, not because the message was complex, but because it was rare. You carry that same anointing, not through fame or platform, but through presence. Do you realize how disruptive your kindness truly is? Desmond Tutu, the South African archbishop and anti-apartheid activist, once wrote, "We are made for goodness." And yet, his fiercest resistance came from people who believed goodness was a fantasy. Sound familiar? Your sincerity makes cynics squirm because it exposes their coping mechanism. If goodness exists, then what have they been hiding behind? Ellie, a tech analyst in Tel Aviv, remembers the moment you stayed after a conference just to ask her about her project. It was a 5-minute conversation. But that night, She threw away the resignation letter she'd been writing for weeks. "She didn't flatter me," Ellie told a friend. "She just really listened. You didn't know it. But you saved more than a job. You saved a sense of purpose." Meanwhile, in Toronto, Marco, a 42-year-old barista with a poetry degree and a broken heart, had labeled every joyful person as fake. But after watching you defend a homeless man being mocked outside the cafe, he told his partner, "Maybe there are people who don't have an angle." He didn't speak to you, but something cracked open inside. You are like the northern lights, visible only in darkness, yet drawing souls upward with silent wonder, and like a river that cuts through ancient rock, not by force, but by persistence. Your presence erodes the sediment of shame in others. Can someone's healing begin just by standing near someone whole? And what if your grace was never meant to fix them, but to unlock what God already placed within? That breakthrough is coming. The one who's afraid of being known will discover that love was never about perfection. It was about permission. And then there's the third person, the cynic, the one who's made armor out of sarcasm and comfort out of skepticism. Their shift might be the most radical of all, because when someone's built a life on doubting sincerity, what happens when they finally meet the real thing, but you don't align with the lens through which they've always viewed the world? You don't just confuse them, you confront a worldview they spent years constructing. You walk in integrity without demanding applause. You extend kindness without an ulterior motive. You are the living contradiction of their cynicism. How do you explain someone who does good without needing to be noticed? What if your presence isn't just unusual, but disruptive to the emotional armor they've relied on for survival? Watching you has felt like watching gravity malfunction, as if something deeply foundational about their understanding of humanity is breaking down. You are quiet evidence that not all light is artificial, and now, their most sacred belief that everyone is performing is losing credibility. Could it be that their cynicism isn't wisdom but an unhealed wound? And if so, how many years have they spent mistaking self-protection for discernment? They've learned to expect betrayal like clockwork. Relationships were merely chessboards, every kindness a move, every compliment a setup. But you didn't play. You just showed up, again and again, without needing to win. You didn't flatter. You didn't negotiate your goodness. You simply were. And now, they're sitting in silence, staring at the terrifying possibility. What if real connection had always been possible, and they were the one who kept locking the door? Thomas, the disciple, has been remembered more for his doubt than his devotion. But in John 20:27, Jesus invites him to touch his wounds, saying, "Stop doubting and believe." Thomas didn't just doubt the resurrection, he doubted the reliability of hope, just like the cynic in your life. He needed something tangible to reawaken belief. Isn't it powerful that Jesus didn't scold him for skepticism, but gave him evidence through intimacy? Then there's Jonah, who ran not because he lacked faith, but because he had too much bitterness to accept that God's goodness could extend to Nineveh. In Jonah 4, when God shows mercy, Jonah is furious. How often do people reject healing? Not because it isn't available, but because they've decided they're not ready to forgive the past that shaped them. Anthony Bourdain, the late chef and storyteller, once confessed in an interview that he believed sincerity was always a facade, that everyone's selling something. And yet, he was drawn toward people who lived with raw honesty. Behind his sarcasm was a hunger for something real. You bring that same disturbance to those who've lived armored proof that sincerity isn't a marketing strategy, but a spiritual frequency. Andrei Tarkovsky, the legendary Russian filmmaker, believed that truth could be felt more than explained. In his journals, he wrote, "The artist exists because the world is not perfect." He understood that light irritates the eyes of those who've adapted to shadows. You are a walking irritation to those who've made bitterness their home, not because you wound them, but because you remind them healing is possible. Lauren, a paralegal in Denver, grew up believing that every act of kindness came with a hidden fee. So when you defended her in a client meeting without asking anything in return, she waited weeks for the backlash. It never came, and slowly, her anxiety turned to awe. She began bringing her lunch from home, not because she couldn't afford restaurants, but because she wanted space to talk to you. In Nairobi, Musa, a formé journaliste turned bartender, overheard you once telling a stranger, "You don't have to earn rest." That sentence haunted him. He'd spent years grinding to prove he was worth loving. That night, he cried in the storeroom, then signed up for counseling the next day. You never knew, but heaven did. You are like a glacier, moving slowly, but reshaping everything beneath you with quiet force. And like the desert rain that falls without thunder, your presence doesn't announce itself, but it changes everything it touches. How many others have you disrupted into healing just by existing in their orbit? And what if your calm wasn't weakness but the sound of their walls crumbling? Each of the three is approaching a sacred crossroads. The investigator, the admirer, and the cynic, all are finding their own narratives dismantled. But what's being rewritten was never about you. Your existence simply exposed where their pain had been hiding. You weren't the wound. You were the light that made it visible. The investigator wasn't born suspicious. His lens was carved in a house full of secrets where smiles masked betrayals and trust was a setup for pain. He learned to scan every word, analyze every motive, because truth was rarely what it claimed to be. The admirer wasn't always insecure. She was raised in a system where praise was performance-based, where affection only arrived on the heels of excellence. She internalized the idea that she had to earn love like a wage, and the cynic, his skepticism is just armor welded by years of betrayal. Doors he trusted slammed. People he believed in collapsed. So he built walls, not out of pride. Abuse survival. What happens when someone who didn't create their wounds becomes the one who exposes them? How does healing begin when the catalyst was never trying to fix you, just being true to themselves? That's what you've done. Not with sermons, not with strategies, but with steady presence, without knowing. You've become a prophetic interruption to their emotional routines. Is it possible that someone could reflect God's nature simply by walking in their own? Jesus never told the bleeding woman to prove herself. She reached through the crowd and touched the hem of his garment. And Mark 5:34 records his response, "Daughter, your faith has healed you. Go in peace and be freed from your suffering." He didn't test her, question her, or correct her. He called her daughter. That moment healed more than her body. It healed her identity. Could someone's quiet faith in who you are unlock places in others they were told could never open? Then there's Ruth, who followed Naomi into a foreign land with nothing but loyalty and hope. In Ruth 2, Boaz saw her humility and said, "May the Lord repay you for what you have done." Ruth wasn't performing. She was surviving with dignity, and that was enough to attract favor. You, too, have been walking in quiet alignment, unaware that others were watching and finding courage through your unpolished grace. Nelson Mandela, after 27 years in prison, emerged without bitterness. When asked how he forgave, he said, Resentment is like drinking poison and then hoping it will kill your enemies. You've been like that, free from vengeance, untouched by ego, and that inner freedom has unsettled those still bound by comparison and control. Isn't it strange how someone else's peace can feel like confrontation to those addicted to chaos? Jane Goodall, the renowned primatologist, once shared that her years in the jungle taught her more about human nature than any academic degree. She said, "What you do makes a difference, and you have to decide what kind of difference you want to make. You've made a difference without knowing it by choosing truth over performance, consistency over applause. Could your very decision to be real be transforming someone else's worldview?" Maria, a young graphic designer in Lisbon, struggled with body shame for years. One day, you complimented her artwork, specifically her eye for balance. She cried in the restroom, not because of the compliment, but because it was the first time someone saw her value beyond appearance. You didn't know, but she started drawing again. Jabari, a gym owner in Chicago, overheard you gently correcting someone who mocked a struggling client. "Everyone's growing at their own pace," you said. That night, Jabari looked at himself in the mirror and whispered, "So am I." The next morning, he called his estranged father. "You weren't trying to be a catalyst. You were just being kind. You are like a campfire in the wilderness, unassuming, but magnetic. People gather not because you demand them, but because your warmth makes them remember they're human. And you are like the tide pulling broken shells out of hiding, polishing them with presence. Can light confront pain without speaking? Can love convict without demanding? The truth is wild. You had no idea. You weren't orchestrating any of this. You were just living. No pretense, no spectacle, no manipulation, and yet your life has become a mirror, gently revealing the parts of others that still ache, not because you pointed at their wounds, but because you never flinched from your own. You are the evidence that healing is possible. You didn't orchestrate any of this with speeches, tactics, or grand gestures. You never needed a stage. It was your authenticity, unfiltered, unshaken, unscripted, that started this holy unraveling. While others studied you like a specimen, dissecting your motives and holding your silence up to the light like a counterfeit bill, you simply stayed grounded. While they whispered theories in back rooms, you offered kindness in plain sight. You didn't retaliate. You didn't perform. You just were. Is it possible that in a world addicted to image, your quiet integrity became the loudest sound in the room? You've shown what it means to be rather than prove. Your stability wasn't for applause. Your compassion wasn't rehearsed. It came from a place they can't fabricate. Spiritual congruence. And now, the moment of convergence is near. The investigator, the one who studied you like a case file, has prepared what they believe is their final, definitive test. It's calculated, strategic, a moral fork in the road where most choose personal gain. They're waiting, pen poised, ready to record your collapse. But will they be ready for what comes next? When the moment arrives, you won't hesitate. You'll choose principle over profit, truth over temptation, not as a performance but as a default, because you've long been governed by a code the world didn't give you and can't take away. Proverbs 10:9 says, "Whoever walks in integrity walks securely, but whoever takes crooked paths will be found out." That moment will not expose you, it will expose them to something deeper. What if the test they designed to break you ends up breaking the lie they believed about humanity? Like when Shadrach, Meshach, And Abednego stood before Nebuchadnezzar's furnace in Daniel 3, refusing to bow to the idol, even under threat of death. They didn't stage a rebellion, they simply said, "Even if he does not rescue us, we will not serve your gods." They weren't trying to prove anything, they just knew who they were. And when the flames came, they didn't just survive, they walked in fire with a fourth figure beside them. Or consider Nehemiah, rebuilding the walls of Jerusalem while facing constant threats and sabotage. In Nehemiah 6, when enemies tried to lure him into a trap, he replied, "I am doing a great work and I cannot come down." Like him, you've stayed on the wall, unmoved by distraction. Your consistency is your answer, and that terrifies those still trying to find your angle. Corrie ten Boom, a Dutch Christian who hid Jews during the Holocaust, was once asked how she managed to stay so calm while risking her life. She replied, "Worry does not empty tomorrow of its sorrow, it empties today of its strength." Your peace isn't passive, it's powerful. You've traded anxiety for assignment, and now others are beginning to feel that strength as a quiet pressure on their conscience. Howard Schultz, former CEO of Starbucks, grew up in public housing and watched his father suffer humiliating job losses. That pain shaped his life mission, to build a company where workers felt human dignity. He said, "Success is best when it's shared." You've modeled that, living in a way where your values lead your victories. What kind of success survives scrutiny? The kind built on conviction, not compromise. David, a security contractor in Dubai, designed a final ethics drill for a colleague. He mistrusted you. He was sure you'd take the bait, a shortcut that looked noble but required small dishonesty. But when you chose transparency, he couldn't speak. Later, he told his sister, it wasn't just that she chose right, it's that it never even looked hard for her. That day, he deleted the encrypted file he'd been building against you. Chiara, a university professor in Florence, once wrote a confidential review of your project, fully expecting to uncover flaws. But when she saw your decisions, all of them rooted in service, honesty, and clarity, she paused. Her journal that night read, "I was looking for the seams and found only tapestry." She's not pretending. She's placed. Her own writing changed after that, less guarded, more human. You are like bedrock, quietly holding the weight of what others build, without shifting, and like sunrise over snow-covered fields, your presence softens what was frozen in others without force, without fanfare. Can a person walk in so much truth that it rearranges other people's lies? Can integrity become its own kind of testimony? This final test won't reveal a surprise. It will confirm what heaven has always known, that for you, righteousness is not a strategy. It is spiritual oxygen. You breathe it, walk it, and live it without agenda. Because integrity is not your method, it's your identity. In that sacred instant, when they observe you navigating the moral maze they architected with surgical precision, expecting to catch your foot stumble, they witness something entirely unexpected. You walk through it, slowly, intentionally, without flinching. You don't rush. You don't justify. You don't seek applause. You simply remain who you've always been, grounded, principled, quietly immovable. And in that moment, something fractures, not in you, but in them. What happens when a worldview, constructed from years of suspicion, can no longer hold the weight of truth? They crafted this final trial as their masterpiece, one they believed would prove what they've always claimed, that everyone is hiding something, that goodness is camouflage, that integrity is manipulation dressed in poetry. But when you emerge from their labyrinth, not only unscathed, but unchanged, their mental scaffolding begins to collapse, not because you exposed them, but because your consistency made their illusions impossible to sustain. How many people do you touch, not by confrontation, but by quiet contradiction? Saul once threw spears at David, not because David failed, but because he didn't. The music David played soothed Saul's torment, but it also reminded him of everything he wasn't willing to become. 1 Samuel 18:12 says, Saul was afraid of David because the Lord was with him, but had departed from Saul. You've stirred the same tension in the investigator, not through aggression, but through alignment. In John 8, the Pharisees dragged a woman caught in adultery before Jesus, trying to trap him with law and public scrutiny. But he bent down and wrote in the dust. Then he said, "Let him who is without sin cast the first stone." One by one, they walked away. He didn't shout. He didn't argue. He just mirrored their motives back to them. Like him, you didn't fight their trap. You exposed their fear by staying whole. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the German pastor who opposed the Nazi regime, once said, "Your life as a Christian should make non-believers question their disbelief in God." You've done the same without sermon or spectacle. You've made someone who thought truth was extinct suddenly question the very roots of their cynicism. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, the acclaimed Nigerian author, once wrote, "The problem with stereotypes is not that they are untrue, but that they are incomplete." The investigator didn't just misjudge you, they reduced you to an idea. But now that idea is dissolving in real time. What do you do when the story you wrote in your head about someone no longer matches the truth standing in front of you? Leandro, a software engineer in São Paulo, had always seen people as variables code to be decrypted. He trusted patterns, not people. But after months of watching you choose the harder right over the easier wrong, he found himself deleting the risk matrix he'd built on your behavior. He told his mentor, "She's not an equation, she's a compass." That was the first time he'd cried in 12 years. Alma, a political journalist in Prague, built her career exposing corruption. Her instinct was always to look for the lie beneath the smile. But after a project where you refused a lucrative deal that violated your values, she wrote in her personal notes, "I saw someone do what I stopped believing was possible." She chose truth at a cost. That day, Alma took off the necklace she'd worn since her divorce, one engraved with the word detached. You are like volcanic rock formed in fire, cooled in stillness, unbreakable without being loud, and you are like a lantern in thick fog, not yelling direction but making the path visible by simply standing. Can integrity melt suspicion without a word? Can your quietness do what their shouting never could? Now they see it. They weren't pursuing truth. They were projecting wounds. The chase was never about you. It was about silencing their own ache. And now, that ache has a face. Yours. Not because you caused it, but because you exposed what was hidden. You didn't pass their test. You revealed their soul. It was never really about you. It was always about silencing the deep, unrelenting discomfort. Your authenticity awakened in them. Your quiet alignment with yourself, without striving, without spectacle, became a spiritual provocation. Just by walking in truth, you triggered every false narrative they had ever learned to survive by. Is it possible that a soul walking in alignment can unravel another soul simply by existing? You didn't expose their dishonesty by accusation. You exposed it by contrast. While they wore masks of competence and cloaks of moral superiority, you showed up unamored, unafraid, uninterested in games. That kind of presence doesn't demand confrontation, it evokes it. Proverbs 27:19 says, "As water reflects the face, so one's life reflects the heart." And your life has reflected something they could no longer pretend wasn't missing in their own. Now the armor crumbles. The cool, controlled composure that marked their every interaction has been shattered. Where once they moved with precision and poise, now their steps falter. Their eyes are unsettled. Their voice shakes. Those who watch them with admiration or suspicion, friends, peers, subordinates, begin to ask the question, what happened to make someone so sure, so visibly undone? Can the truth be so powerful it fractures what years of pride have protected? Like King Herod, who listened to John the Baptist, not because he wanted repentance, but because something in John's bold purity made him uneasy. Mark 6:20 says, Herod feared John and protected him, knowing him to be a righteous and holy man. But fear without surrender becomes torment. And that's what you've stirred, not judgment, but holy tension, a mirror they can no longer look away from. Like Pharaoh, who hardened his heart repeatedly in Exodus, not because he didn't see signs, but because surrender would mean tearing down the empire of ego he built with his own hands. And yet, when God parted the sea and protected his people, Pharaoh's entire narrative collapsed in the waters. You didn't fight this investigator's empire. You just walked through the sea they didn't believe could part. And that is what's breaking them. James Baldwin, the American writer and activist, once said, "You think your pain and your heartbreak are unprecedented in the history of the world. But then you read, that's what's happening to the one who admired you silently. They're reading a new story now, one where their self-rejection isn't fact, but inherited fiction." What happens when someone realizes they've spent their life running from the kind of love that never asked them to earn anything? Henry Nouwen, the Catholic priest and spiritual author, wrote, "You are not what you do. You are not what you have. You are not what people say about you. You are the beloved of God. And your existence, gentle and uncalculated, is becoming a living epistle to those who thought value had to be achieved. The admirer is awakening to a possibility they never dared hold, that they might have always been enough." Sophia, an art curator in Lyon, grew up being told she was too quiet, too plain, too invisible to matter. Watching how you made space for the overlooked shattered her internal script. One night, after an event, you handed her a note that read, "Thank you for what you see that others miss." She didn't speak, but she never forgot. That note became a bookmark in her journal, a sacred reminder that attention doesn't have to be loud to be holy. Jalen, a logistics manager in Detroit, had admired you from a distance, always assuming your grace was reserved for greater minds and stronger souls. But after hearing you speak kindly to the janitor everyone else ignored, something inside him began to shift. If she could see him, he whispered to himself, maybe she could see me. That sentence opened a door in his heart, long rusted shut. You are like the moon quietly orbiting, never begging for attention, yet illuminating entire landscapes. And you are like a deep forest spring, still and unnoticed, until someone desperate for water stumbles upon your clarity. Could it be that your light didn't just confront darkness, but healed those who had forgotten they were allowed to shine? The mask has fallen, the lie has cracked, and now both the investigator and the admirer stand in the ruins of their assumptions, not because you forced a revelation, but because your truth created one. You didn't change them. You reminded them who they were before the wound. Meanwhile, the cynic stands at the edges of the unfolding transformation, arms crossed, jaw tight, heart fortified behind decades of silent vows. They've always believed that trust was for the naive and intimacy, a trap dressed in sentiment. But now, something within them begins to stir. They watch it all unfold, the unraveling of the investigator, the awakening of the admirer, and suddenly they're no longer immune. A choice is pressing against their ribcage. Will they dig deeper into their fortress of doubt? Or will they take the terrifying, beautiful risk of believing? What if what they've seen in you isn't an exception but a doorway? Could the path you've modeled be more than rare? Could it be real and accessible? Jeremiah 6:16 echoes. Stand at the crossroads and look. Ask for the ancient paths. Ask where the good way is, and walk in it. And you will find rest for your souls. That's where they are now, standing, unsure, trembling at the edge of the very thing they claimed didn't exist. How many years have they denied the very longing they now feel pulsing behind their defenses? And then, the whispers start to shift. People who once watched you from the shadows, curious, distant, uncertain, begin to step into the light. They speak, not with flattery, but with testimony. Stories rise like embers of the time you noticed someone no one else saw, of how you stayed when others left, of how you never adjusted your light for applause. These aren't rumors, they're receipts. Matthew 7:20 reminds us, by their fruit you will recognize them. And now, the fruit is undeniable. When Jesus rode into Jerusalem on a borrowed donkey, no press release preceded him, and yet the people shouted, Hosanna, not because of promotion, but because of presence. His consistency had carried power. His name carried weight, not by force, but by evidence. You've walked in that same rhythm, not seeking clout, but becoming credible through congruence. Rosa Parks, long before the bus, was known in her community for her dignity and devotion. The moment she refused to move wasn't spontaneous, it was a culmination. Those who knew her weren't surprised by her courage, they'd seen it in her daily life. That's what's happening now. Your quiet integrity has reached critical mass, and now, your name begins to carry authority, not manufactured, but earned. Yo-Yo Ma, the celebrated cellist, once said, integrity is when what you think and what you say and what you do are one in your life. That alignment has become sacred music, subtle but unforgettable, and those who used to observe from behind glass are now leaning closer, not to inspect, but to honor. Can a name become weighty, not because it is branded, but because it is burdened with truth? Marwan, a film producer in Cairo, once warned his team to watch her, she's too clean to be real. But months later, after you stood between a rival and an unjust firing, he changed his tone. She's the realest thing I've seen in this industry, he admitted in a team call, voice thick with emotion. That same week, he cut ties with a client known for shady ethics. Something shifted. Isabel, a school principal in Montreal. I had never spoken to you directly, but she'd watched from afar, noting the way your students lit up after each interaction. After hearing 3 separate parents praise your influence, she finally sat down and wrote you a note. I underestimated you. You didn't need a title to have impact. You lead like you've already been seen by God. You are like tectonic movement, slow, unseen, but reshaping landscapes beneath the surface, and you are like myrrh in the air, carrying sacred scent long after you've left the room. Could your presence rewrite the reputations others tried to assign you? Could the echo of your consistency outlive their critique? And now, what was once theory is becoming testimony. The investigator's narrative collapses beneath the weight of eyewitness accounts. The admirer sees worth where they once saw disqualification. And the cynic? They're cracking. Light is seeping through, and all three are nearing something irreversible. In the days to come, on a divine timeline that feels both accelerated and destined, each of them will make a decision, not just about you, but about who they are in your presence. Your name, once questioned, now carries kingdom weight, not because of performance, but because you've lived as proof that integrity, love, and truth are not rare, they're possible. The moment finally arrives. The investigator doesn't just approach you, feel their internal surrender before their mouth opens. There's no pretense in their posture, no mask in their tone. What spills out is not an apology dressed in diplomacy, but a confession soaked in trembling truth. They begin listing each test, each manipulation, every whispered conversation where your name was dissected like a subject, not a soul. And then they say the words no one expected. I couldn't believe someone like you could actually exist. What do you say when the person who once built an emotional trial around you now seeks your guidance? When the one who tested your spirit now asks to learn from it? Their eyes don't plead for forgiveness, they plead for formation. They admit they no longer know how to discern without suspicion, how to recognize goodness without immediately questioning its motive. James 3:17 says, "But the wisdom from above is first pure, then peaceable, gentle, open to reason." And now they want to learn how to walk in that wisdom, the kind you've modeled without agenda. Could the one who once tried to prove you false now be your student in truth? Could the wall breaker now become a builder? Then comes the admirer, no longer shrouded in longing silence. Their voice trembles, not from performance, but from years of self-doubt, finally crumbling. They don't just speak affection, they tell the whole story. The late nights they rehearsed messages they never sent. The way your presence both comforted and convicted them. They speak of the internal voice that said, "Why would someone like that choose someone like me?" And then they say it, "I don't want to watch you from the edge anymore. I want to grow beside you." They don't ask for romance. They ask for room. Ruth 1:16 echoes in their voice. Where you go, I will go. And where you stay, I will stay. Not from desperation, but from devotion, rooted not in fantasy, but in willingness to evolve. Isn't it holy when someone doesn't just admire your strength, but wants to mature enough to carry it beside you? Frederick Douglass, once enslaved, later became one of the most powerful voices in abolition and transformation. He said, "It is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men, but you, by living with transparency and consistency, have begun to do both, rebuild the broken and strengthen the willing. You didn't preach freedom, you walked in it until others could see their chains." Florence Nightingale, the pioneer of modern nursing, was told again and again that compassion was weakness, but she persisted. Her presence during wartime didn't just heal bodies, it restored dignity. And much like her, you've walked into battlegrounds, not with weapons, but with unwavering presence. And now the wounded are coming forward not to be impressed, but to be taught. In Auckland, Matteo, a risk analyst, once built an emotional firewall so thick he couldn't feel anything anymore. But after confessing his misjudgment to you, he asks, "How do you live open without getting destroyed?" It's not an academic question, it's a soul's plea. And your answer, unspoken, is your walk. Meanwhile, Leah, a piano teacher in Budapest, finally sends the message she's written and deleted 100 times. I don't want to be perfect. She types, I just want to try with you. Is there room for someone who's still learning how to be brave? And when she presses send, she doesn't expect a miracle, only a response from someone who once stood at the edge of fear and chose to leap. You are like fresh soil, inviting roots, not demanding bloom, and like a mountain sunrise, gentle, steady, revealing everything in new light. Could it be that your transparency has made honesty contagious? Could it be that your vulnerability has become the environment where transformation feels safe? Now the investigator seeks to rebuild what they once tried to unravel. The admirer seeks to walk with you, no longer trapped behind awe. And beneath it all is the truth. You didn't win them. You freed them by being who God made you to be. And then, what no one expected happens. The cynic, the one who scoffed the loudest, who raised an eyebrow at every gesture of sincerity, walks toward you, not as a critic, but as a student. Their voice is unsure but sincere, their eyes full of a strange combination of grief and awe. How did you become like this? They ask. How did you keep your heart intact in a world that rewards masks? They don't want your perfection, they want your process. They're not asking for performance, they're asking for truth. Could it be that the greatest skeptic now hungers to evolve in the very soil they once rejected? They want to believe change is possible, not just in theory, but in themselves. They want to believe that becoming whole isn't reserved for the pure of heart, but offered to the broken, the bitter, the once blind. Ezekiel 36:26 whispers, I will give you a new heart and put a new spirit in you. I will remove from you your heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh. The hardened are softening, and you, without effort, have become their evidence. What you choose next is no longer just about them. It's about you. You now stand at a divine intersection. There are 3 paths ahead, not external, but deeply spiritual. The first is the path of grace. You could respond with radical compassion, offering not only forgiveness, but mentorship, affirmation, restoration. Romans 12:20-16. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. Imagine what might happen if suspicion is turned into trust, and fear transformed into courage, not by force, but by your gentleness. The second path is the boundary of wisdom. You could say yes with conditions. You could extend mercy and clarity, acknowledging their growth while still honoring the pain they caused. Because authenticity doesn't mean amnesia. It means discernment. Can you walk in love and still protect your peace? Can you be a well without letting others pollute the water? Jesus, when Peter was restored after denying him, didn't simply say, I forgive you. He also said, feed my sheep. He offered trust, but he also offered responsibility. That was both grace and accountability. Like Jesus, you've now become someone who doesn't just forgive you, entrust wisely, not quickly, not blindly, but with sacred clarity. Paul and Barnabas, in Acts 15, faced a tension in partnership. Though both righteous, they chose to part ways temporarily due to sharp disagreement. It wasn't hatred, it was strategy. Sometimes wisdom requires space before reunion. Sometimes forgiveness walks parallel with distance. Could honoring your journey mean knowing when proximity isn't the proof of healing? Brené Brown, research professor and author, once said, clear is kind, unclear is unkind. You now carry the responsibility of clarity, not for control, but for legacy. People are watching how you steward your influence, not in crowds, but in small moments like this. Will you answer their apology with pressure to restore instantly, or with intentional wisdom? Archbishop Oscar Romero, who stood for justice in El Salvador, once declared, "Peace is not the product of terror or fear. Peace is not the silence of cemeteries. Peace is the generous, tranquil contribution of all, to the good of all." And you now contribute not just to healing but to spiritual atmosphere. Your choice becomes generational echo. Noah, after surviving the flood, didn't build a temple. He built an altar. Your next move is not to return to what was, but to consecrate what is. Could you respond with grace and boundary at once, with love fierce enough to heal and firm enough to instruct? Because this isn't about revenge. It's about rhythm, the rhythm of stewardship. Amara, an editor in Lagos, who once publicly doubted your character, now sends you a message. You were the one who held the standard I tried to mock. I'm not asking for friendship. I'm asking for truth. And Elias, a medical student in Buenos Aires who long admired you from afar, finally speaks. Would you have room in your world for someone willing to grow in your light, even if I'm still stumbling in mine? You are like a lighthouse, rooted, radiant, and responsibly selective about who enters the harbor. And you are like gold refined, not to become soft, but to shine with discernment. Can the light that exposes also embrace? Can you show the way without being consumed by those who only now see it? This is your pivot. Not a test, but a trust. You don't just carry truth, you now decide how it's distributed. And that decision will shape not only your relationships, but your next elevation, under the weight of your response, whether grace, boundary, or wise discernment. Something deeper begins to unfold. These three are no longer just figures in a private drama. Their stories start echoing into the lives of many who've been quietly watching. Unsure if authenticity can survive in a world ruled by strategy and performance, you've stirred not just transformation in individuals, but a collective memory of what truth feels like the scent of rain on dry soil. Your consistency reminds people of something ancient, something sacred. That integrity still breathes among us. The one who doubted you becomes a living example of what it means to turn suspicion into surrender. The one who adored you in silence learns that vulnerability, not perfection, is the bridge to belonging. And the one who mocked goodness begins to walk haltingly, clumsily toward becoming good. And people begin to take notice. How could they not? Transformation, when it's real, cannot be hidden. What if the ripple you're creating doesn't end here? What if these three were simply the first to crack open? Could your quiet authenticity ignite restoration in places you'll never step? In homes where trust was lost, in boardrooms where manipulation thrived, in hearts that haven't dared hope in decades. Do you realize that every small act of integrity you made, declining the shortcut, defending someone when it cost you, choosing kindness instead of superiority, has been a sermon louder than any speech? Are you beginning to see that your life has been a kind of gospel written in body language, in eye contact, in silent decisions no one applauded? The Apostle Paul wrote, "You are our letter, written in our hearts, known and read by everyone." 2 Corinthians 3:2. He wasn't talking about words on a scroll. He was talking about people like you, living proof that the truth still walks among the wounded, that someone can be fully themselves, fully aligned, and still deeply impactful. That influence doesn't require a platform, only a soul rooted in heaven, Joseph, long before he became Pharaoh's advisor, was tested in private, sold by brothers, falsely accused, forgotten in prison, and yet in every place, he never stopped being himself. When his breakthrough came, he didn't need to become someone new. He only needed to stay aligned with the person he'd always been. Have you ever wondered how many people God promotes, not because they're flashy, but because they're faithful? Dame Cicely Saunders, the founder of modern hospice care, wasn't trying to be famous. As a nurse and social worker in post-war London, she simply noticed people were dying in pain and decided that dignity should not end at death. Her compassion created an entire global movement. Isn't that the same kind of revolution you're creating? Quietly. In spirit, people like Daniel faced lions because they refused to bend. People like Ruth abandoned everything familiar to follow honor. People like Jesus turned the other cheek, not because they were weak, but because love is the strongest kind of resistance. Are you starting to realize you're in their lineage? And somewhere across town, a woman named Roslyn is watching this story unfold. She doesn't know you, not directly, but she's heard whispers of someone who didn't bend, didn't break, didn't retaliate. She's been burned too many times to trust. But now she's considering something. If they exist, maybe I haven't seen everything yet. Her walls tremble. Another man, Elijah, not the prophet, but a real estate investor who once lost everything in a fraud scandal, is watching how you responded to betrayal. He's thinking about trying again, but differently this time, with ethics, with humility, with God. A child, 11 years old, hears your name in a kitchen prayer and asks, "Can I be like them when I grow up?" Because somehow they heard that truth lives somewhere out there, and they're hoping it's contagious. You didn't mean to become a mirror, but you are one, and the reflections you're producing are now walking around, talking to others, making different choices, and all because you refuse to be anything other than what God made you to be. You've triggered reformation through righteousness. Then you'll recognize something profound, that the transformation in others was never separate from your own, that by holding to your integrity in silence, under pressure, and without applause, you were not just passing a test, you were unlocking a realm where spiritual laws supersede human schemes, where heaven partners with authenticity, where alignment doesn't chase outcomes, it attracts them, and suddenly, what once felt like resistance becomes release. The weight you carried of being misunderstood, misused, or underestimated begins to lift. Why? Because it's no longer needed for your growth. You've outgrown the terrain where proving yourself was a survival mechanism. You now walk in a field where being yourself is enough, and that field is favor. Do you realize what's happening here? You're stepping into divine flow, the place where Psalm 23:5 becomes real. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. You're not seeking the table anymore. It's seeking you. And as people watch the overflow, they'll know it wasn't won through manipulation, shortcuts, or alliances. It was built in private, forged in pain, and sustained through obedience. Just as Ruth gleaned in the fields, unaware that Boaz was watching, you too have been laboring in obscurity, not knowing that heaven was observing. And just like Boaz instructed, let her glean even among the sheaves, and do not reproach her. Ruth 2:15. Heaven is now commanding opportunities to favor you, not as a reward for performance, but as a response to purity. It's what happened to Nelson Mandela. After years of imprisonment meant to break him, He emerged, not bitter but wise, ready to build bridges where others sought revenge. And the world recognized something rare, a man who hadn't just survived oppression, but transformed through it. Isn't that what you've done too? You are becoming a touchstone for others' alignment. A visible parable of what integrity births when it's not abandoned. There will be people, some near, some across oceans, who realign their entire lives just from watching how you responded to pressure. Your story is becoming evidence that faithfulness, not forcefulness, leads to fulfillment. And this is only the beginning. Because you didn't just endure the fire, you became fire, purified, luminous, and unafraid to illuminate. And when the light is pure, it doesn't just shine, it reveals, which means many are about to see more clearly than they ever have. You are now walking in the season where integrity becomes influence. And this, beloved, is where the unseen becomes undeniable. You didn't plan this ripple. You didn't ask to be a mirror, but your life lived in truth, not in spectacle, has become the answer to questions people didn't know they were allowed to ask. What if goodness exists? What if love doesn't require perfection? What if honesty is possible without pretense or agenda? Your presence has challenged assumptions, softened defenses, shattered projections. You didn't do it with speeches. You did it with consistency, with presence, with quiet strength. And now, as the cynic opens the door to belief, as the admirer releases the lie that they are unworthy, as the investigator lays down their armor and asks to learn from you, something cosmic is shifting. Because these three are not just individuals, they are archetypes of an entire generation, trying to make sense of trust, love, and authenticity in a fractured world. Their transformation is a signal that the tide is turning, that maybe, just maybe, people are ready to remember what's real. And now you stand at the center, not as a hero seeking credit, but as a vessel who simply chose not to betray themselves. And because of that, heaven is responding. Suddenly, the things that used to drain you will no longer have access to your energy. The cycles that once kept you stuck will quietly dissolve. The people who felt distant will draw near, not out of demand, but resonance. The doors that remained closed will open, not because you forced them, but because your alignment called them forth. And you'll know, deeply and without doubt, that all of this is not coincidence. It is the fruit of obedience, of being who you are without apology, of staying grounded when it would have been easier to harden. This is what divine alignment looks like. It's not loud. It's not flashy. It's holy. So, if this word stirred something deep in you, if it met you in a place you didn't have language for, I want to invite you to participate in something sacred. If this message spoke to your spirit, please take a moment to like this video, not for vanity, but because it tells the algorithm that messages like this matter. If you know someone who needs this kind of clarity or encouragement, share it with them. Don't assume they've heard something like this before. Chances are they haven't. And if this channel has been a place of consistent nourishment for you, subscribe and tap the notification bell so you don't miss what God is doing next. We're building something here that goes beyond content. It's a remnant, a movement, a returning. And for those of you who feel led to sow into this prophetic work, you can do so by clicking the Super Thanks button. Your support means we can keep creating this kind of deep, transformative content. But hear me clearly, whether you give or not. I see you, I honor you, and I thank you for simply being here, for taking the time, for having the courage to feel something real in a world that numbs everything sacred. So I bless you now. I bless your eyes to see truth without distortion. I bless your heart to love without fear. I bless your mind to think with clarity and discernment. And I bless your spirit to stand tall in the fullness of who you were created to be. May you walk forward, not with performance, but with presence, not to please, but to align, not to prove, but to embody. May everything that is not for you fall away without effort. And may everything that has been assigned to your name find you with ease. You were never asking for too much. You were just becoming someone who could no longer settle for less than what's holy. Keep walking, keep shining, keep being. Your life is awakening others, and this is just the beginning. They thought they were walking away from someone ordinary, but now they can't sleep at night. Chosen one, your ex just woke up, not just to your beauty, not just to your loyalty, but to the spiritual weight of what they lost. You were never just a partner. You were a divine appointment, a walking intercession, a soul carrying oil, healing, discernment, and unconditional love they did not have the capacity to receive. You didn't just love them, you covered them. You fought silent spiritual battles for them while they entertained chaos. You absorbed attacks that weren't yours. You prayed prayers they never knew about. You lowered your frequency to keep the peace. And almost lost yourself in the process. And still, they betrayed you, not just with actions but with spiritual neglect, not just in the natural but in the spirit realm, where it cost you time, peace, and divine momentum. Have you ever wondered why that breakup hit different? Why you felt like you were losing your breath, your mind, your calling, all at once? It's because it wasn't just a breakup. It was a spiritual extraction. You were being pulled out of an entanglement that was draining your divine purpose. That's why it felt like death. Because something in you had to die. The version of you that was shrinking to be loved by someone who couldn't even see you clearly. Comment 777 if your soul is starting to remember. You see, they didn't just walk away. They unknowingly partnered with spiritual forces that were trying to silence you, delay you, keep you doubting who you are. And now that you've risen, now that your spirit is clearer, your light is louder, and your silence speaks volumes, they're waking up to the realization that they helped betray a chosen one. Could it be that they were never meant to stay, but only meant to trigger your rising? And to every beautiful soul who's been sowing into this channel, through your prayers, your shares, your presence, and especially your super thanks, I honor you. I don't take it lightly. You are part of this sacred movement, and heaven sees your support as seed. May it return to you multiplied with divine acceleration. But stay with me, because what I'm about to reveal next will shift everything. The reason they had access to you, the reason it felt like love but left like spiritual warfare, and the reason heaven allowed it, is deeper than you think. What if your rejection was actually a divine redirection, not just away from them, but toward your higher rank in the spirit? Let's go there. You're not crazy. You're being called. God's chosen ones. Your ex just woke up. You're not ordinary, and they helped betray you spiritually. You didn't realize it at the time, but when they walked away from you, they weren't just leaving a relationship. They were walking straight into a divine trap they couldn't see. What felt like your heartbreak was actually your protection. What appeared as rejection was heaven's redirection. And now, the very one who once discarded you with the coldness of a stone-hearted ruler has found themselves unraveling under the weight of consequences they never imagined would come knocking. Have you ever watched someone who once thought they held all the cards suddenly fumble to even hold themselves together? That's what's happening now. Their world, the one they built on secrets, lies, and illusions, has collapsed like a sandcastle under a rising tide. The same fingers that once pointed blame at you are now trembling in panic, unable to unlock the door of denial they hid behind for so long. You were never ordinary to begin with, and they were never just an ex. They were a spiritual assignment gone wrong, a Judas hidden behind a kiss. Remember King Saul? He once held favor, once walked in power, but his disobedience cost him the throne. He couldn't recognize the anointing on David, just like your ex couldn't recognize what heaven had wrapped inside you. When Saul tried to cling to power, it only exposed his downfall. Just as Saul grew tormented by what he lost, your ex is being haunted by the vision of who you've become and what they carelessly helped sabotage. What happens when someone's false sense of superiority evaporates overnight? When the masks they wore for the world are peeled back and all that's left is fear. Their confidence is gone now, replaced with 3 a.m. panic attacks, hands shaking in silence, whispers of regret echoing through sleepless nights. They thought they could outsmart the process of spiritual law, but every sin has a due date. As the Bible says in Galatians 6:7, "Do not be deceived. God is not mocked, for whatever one sows, that will he also reap." Do they remember the night they lied on your name, thinking there'd be no cost? The moment they forwarded messages, sabotaged your image, played the puppet for darker forces, thinking they'd win. Now, every digital breadcrumb is a witness against them. Their phone is no longer a device of convenience, but a vault of undeniable evidence. Every private conversation is being lit up like lightning across the sky. Hidden things don't stay hidden when God says it's time for truth. The cries coming from their soul aren't theatrical anymore. They're not tears crafted for manipulation like they once were. These are sobs soaked in spiritual awakening, the kind that rise up when a person meets the mirror of divine justice and cannot look away. Just like Gehazi, Elisha's servant, who secretly took what wasn't his and thought he could lie his way through it, only to be struck with leprosy and lose it all, 2 Kings 5:27. Your ex now faces what it means to touch what was consecrated. What if the one who betrayed you is now being forced to replay their actions like a movie with no pause button? What if their nightmares are scenes from the life they helped destroy? God's chosen ones carry a frequency that convicts the atmosphere. You didn't even have to retaliate. Your growth was the revenge. And now they're waking up not just to the loss of you, but to the spiritual weight of what they interfered with. Maya, a quietly faithful single mother from Detroit, trusted a man she loved to help co-parent her daughter. He left after 5 years, then spread lies to their church family. She said nothing. 2 years later, during a routine audit at his new job, his emails revealed unethical transactions and private slander against her. HR investigations began, and everything fell apart. She never fought back, but heaven did. Do you feel the shift in the air when truth rises from the ashes? Pop artist and painter Ashley Longshore once said, "If you betray a creative, you don't just lose them, you lose the light they brought into your life." Her words ring truer in the spiritual than ever. You were their light, their covering, their connection to something higher. And they walked away laughing, not realizing their exit from you was also their exit from grace. You are like the eagle who soared above storms while they crawled with snakes in the grass. Like a butterfly emerging from the cocoon, your silence wasn't weakness. It was transformation. While they partied in temporary pleasure, you were being prepared in the sacred shadows. And now the shadow they once cast is shrinking before the brilliance of your rise. How many tears do they cry now? Not because they miss you, but because they finally see you. Not as the broken version they gaslit, but the chosen vessel you always were. Can a heart once proud learn humility at the foot of justice? Like Haman, who built gallows for Mordecai only to perish upon them himself, Esther 7:10, their plot has reversed. The table has not just turned, it has become an altar, and God is the only judge presiding over the ruins of their choices. The trap they crafted so carefully is now closing in, thread by thread. What they once considered clever strategy is now a cage of their own making. The energy they sent out with malicious intent didn't vanish into the void. It circled back with divine precision. Each conversation they thought was private has become a piece of evidence. Each laugh shared at your expense has turned bitter in the mouths of their former companions. And now, the very web they spun to capture others is the one ensnaring them, strand by strand, knot by knot. Isn't it something when the hands that once held power are now lifted in surrender, when the allies who cheered them on begin to scatter, not out of loyalty, but fear? Their old circle, the one that once reveled in manipulation and disguise, is crumbling under pressure. One by one, those who were once conspirators are becoming state witnesses. The tables didn't just turn, they flipped with holy fire. The same mouths that whispered cruelty behind closed doors are now dry with panic as the law of divine reciprocity makes its entrance. In the story of Ananias and Sapphira, Acts 5, their scheme to lie about their offering seemed foolproof. They thought no one would know. But God doesn't miss what men conceal. When Peter confronted them, their lies were revealed not by human suspicion, but by spiritual discernment. They dropped dead, not just because they lied, but because they tried to deceive the spirit behind the people. That same principle is alive in your story. What they did wasn't just against you, it was against the presence you carried. Have they noticed that every single mask they wore is now being ripped off by time itself? Every alliance forged in secrecy is being exposed under investigation. The whispers of "you're paranoid" and "no one will believe you" are now echoing in reverse, because belief is building and their lies are unraveling. The manipulation that once clouded minds is now being shattered like glass. As Luke 12:3 says, "What you have whispered in the inner room shall be proclaimed upon the housetops." When someone builds their empire on betrayal, how long can it stand? You never had to avenge yourself. The truth did the work. The system they thought they controlled is now gathering files, gathering voices, gathering receipts. Financial misconduct, emotional coercion, digital tampering, it's all coming to light. And the ones who used to call them brilliant now shake their heads in disbelief. The ones who feared them now see how fragile their throne truly was. Marcus Thompson, a renowned ethics professor and whistleblower, once exposed a colleague at a major university for falsifying research data. When asked why he risked his career, he simply said, "Integrity doesn't fear the light, only lies do." His words are being mirrored in the testimonies now being written. Those who once stood in the shadow of your ex's schemes are stepping into the light, not out of loyalty to you, but out of a desire to be free from guilt by association. Marlon, a quiet gym manager in Atlanta, discovered his ex-partner had been using their shared business to launder money. When he refused to participate and stayed silent out of fear, he ended up being listed in the audit trail. But when the authorities arrived, it was his transparency and refusal to continue the deception that cleared his name. Now, he's starting a new business. Not in fitness, but in financial accountability coaching for young entrepreneurs. Your name remains unstained, not because you fought, but because heaven shielded you. While they wrestle in confusion, your spirit is at peace. You are the wildflower that blooms through concrete, untouched by the toxins around you. Like a mountain peak rising above the fog, your elevation is visible even when theirs is obscured. And just as a forest regenerates after a wildfire, your life is expanding in beauty while theirs is contracting in fear. Have they noticed that your silence spoke louder than any defense you could have mounted? That while they plotted, you planted seeds of healing, of purpose, of destiny? That while they curated chaos, you cultivated clarity? You were never powerless. You were preserved. Can someone recover from betraying a chosen one? Will they ever sleep without wondering who knows what, and how soon it will surface? Now the whispers about you have turned into testimonies for you, and the energy they once used to destroy you has become the energy that exposed them. What they meant for evil was intercepted, repurposed, and returned, not as revenge, but as revelation. While their nights are filled with dread, the wheels of justice turn, slow but certain, deliberate and undeniable. There's no rushing divine timing, and yet there's no stopping it either. The process unfolds like the rise of the morning tide, one wave at a time, eroding every false foundation they ever stood upon. Government officials, legal teams, digital analysts, they work in silence but with precision. Subpoenas are issued, interview transcripts are stacked, financial trails are followed, and every message once whispered in secrecy is now read aloud in brightly lit rooms, with timestamps and screenshots as witnesses. What happens when your ex realizes they no longer control the narrative? When their lies are not just challenged, but dismantled with official records and cross-reference testimony, they no longer sleep through the night. Unknown numbers trigger mini heart attacks. The mail slot is no longer a mundane part of the day. It's a messenger of potential ruin. The familiar thump of a car door slamming outside causes them to pause mid-step. Life, for them, has become a chessboard where every square is a trap. Do they understand now that the separation they celebrated was a divine severing for your safety? That what felt like abandonment was actually a deliverance? Just like when Joseph's brothers sold him into slavery, believing they were rid of him for good, only for God to elevate him into Pharaoh's palace. Their cruelty became Joseph's corridor to purpose. And now, your story echoes his. You were pushed out, but you were never buried. You were planted. The system, both earthly and spiritual, doesn't respond to crocodile tears. No manipulation, no performance, no sob story can override documented facts. Each voice they tried to silence now sings in unison. Like Psalm 37:6 declares, "He will make your righteousness shine like the dawn, your vindication like the noonday sun." The story they tried to write for you is being overwritten by truth, by evidence, by divine order. A few months ago, 28-year-old Amal worked quietly in HR at a tech startup in Seattle. Her ex-boyfriend had framed her in an internal email scandal, thinking she'd be fired without question. But Amal remained composed, documenting every interaction, saving every file. When the truth came out, not only was she cleared, but she was promoted to lead the entire department. Her silence wasn't weakness, it was strategy wrapped in grace. Pope Francis, the first Jesuit and Latin American pope, once addressed betrayal within sacred institutions and said, "The truth is like a lion. You don't have to defend it. Let it loose. It will defend itself." Those words strike deeper now. Your truth, once dismissed, is now roaring louder than every accusation ever leveled against you. The more they scramble, the more their contradictions surface. The evidence builds like layers of sediment, each one revealing history, patterns, and motive. Their crimes were not random bursts of anger. They were coordinated campaigns masked as coincidence. Malik, a Brooklyn-based jazz musician, faced false accusations by his former bandmate after a falling out. For a year, he lost gigs, connections, and credibility. But through legal discovery, it was revealed that emails had been doctored and voice recordings manipulated. His quiet patience paid off. His name is now cleared, and he's been invited to headline at the very venue that once dropped him. His story is proof that when heaven is your advocate, even the stage you were denied will rise to meet you. Justice does not move on emotion. It is not swayed by charm or delay. It flows like a glacier, slow, unstoppable, carving out truth through centuries if needed. Your name is like a mountain cresting above the clouds, pure, untouched, and now admired by those who once questioned you. Their accusations became the wind that lifted you higher. Their abandonment became your protection. Their lies became the backdrop for your vindication. Is it clear now that your distance saved you, that what once felt like loss was divine insulation, that the quiet you sat in was not abandonment, it was heaven's courtroom in session, and while they crumble in chaos, you ascend in clarity. As Isaiah 54:17 affirms, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord." This is your inheritance. This is your hour of rising. What began as a series of reckless choices has now been revealed for what it truly was: a calculated, orchestrated campaign. The investigation no longer centers on isolated incidents. It's a case study in intentional sabotage, systemic betrayal, and spiritual misconduct. The gravity of this realization lands like a thunderclap in courtrooms and confessionals. Their attorney, once optimistic and slick with strategy, now speaks in hushed tones, eyes lowered, words heavy with inevitability. The people they once leaned on, enablers, flatterers, collaborators, now deliver half-hearted platitudes that cannot stop the tidal wave of justice. What do you do when the walls close in and there's nowhere left to run? When the people who once stood beside you now retreat into silence or self-preservation? Their bank accounts dwindle, legal bills mount, and every move becomes a desperate gamble. The penalties they face now aren't about comfort or inconvenience. They are life-altering. Careers are lost. Assets are frozen. Their future, once curated with illusions of power, prestige, and influence, is collapsing into a narrow alleyway of vanishing possibilities. Do they hear the echo of your silence now? The dignity you held when they walked away with smug indifference? That very quietness has become their tormentor, because while your inner light intensifies, burning brighter with every step forward, their internal world dims under the weight of consequence. What they once mocked in you, your integrity, your patience, your spiritual clarity, has now become their mirror of regret. And in the deepest hours of night, they break. Tears come freely now, not as a weapon but as confession. Regret suffocates like smoke in a sealed room. Fear circles them like wolves on a dark trail. Sleep evades them, stolen by anxiety that strikes without warning. They grip their phone, they type and delete, they draft apologies in the Notes app, but the words sound false even to themselves. Their thumbs hover over your name, but the boundary they violated is now a wall they dare not cross. Because somewhere deep within they know they did more than break your heart. They broke spiritual protocol. Judas Iscariot kissed the Son of God, not out of love, but betrayal. When the weight of his actions hit him, even silver couldn't save him. His remorse came too late, and his isolation became unbearable. Your ex mirrors that same collapse, not because you cursed them, but because the grace they misused has now been withdrawn. As Proverbs 6:15 declares, "Therefore calamity will come upon him suddenly. In an instant he will be broken beyond healing." Have they realized that the strength they mistook for weakness in you was actually divine resilience? That while they were building networks of control, you were being fortified in the secret place? Have they considered that their unraveling is not coincidence? It's divine consequence. Cardinal Wilfrid Fox Napier, a respected South African cleric known for his work in justice and reconciliation, once said, "When people refuse to take responsibility for their sin, they create a prison for themselves that no one can unlock." That's where your ex is now, imprisoned not just by courts and systems, but by the spiritual fallout of their own refusal to take responsibility. Even the forgiveness they secretly crave feels unreachable because it requires humility they're just now beginning to taste. Dominique, a once successful luxury real estate broker in Los Angeles, lost everything after being exposed in a property fraud ring she helped orchestrate. Her downfall wasn't loud, it was silent and shameful. No press, just resignation. One night she stood outside the home of the woman she'd once slandered to secure a commission, apology typed and trembling on her phone. She never pressed send. That woman had risen, not in wealth alone, but in purpose. And Dominique knew she wasn't ready to face that kind of light. You are that light now. Like the moon commanding the tides, your rise pulls every hidden truth from its depths. You are the dawn that no shadow can withstand. Your discernment became your deliverance. You didn't scream. You didn't retaliate. You simply remained. And rising became your response. Have they noticed that their charisma no longer charms, their presence no longer intimidates, and their power no longer bends outcomes? That their invincibility was an illusion all along, a glass tower now shattered by the force of truth? Their arrogance has melted into desperate humility. What once strutted now stumbles. What once deceived now trembles. Their fall wasn't just emotional, it was structural. And you, God's chosen one, were lifted by that very collapse. As 1 Samuel 2:7-8 proclaims, "The Lord sends poverty and wealth. He humbles and he exalts. He raises the poor from the dust and lifts the needy from the ash heap. He seats them with princes and has them inherit a throne of honor." That throne is where you're headed. Their betrayal was simply the doorway to your coronation. You stand anchored, unmoved, and sovereign in your becoming. As their life spirals out of control, you remain cloaked in a peace that no courtroom, no scandal, no betrayal could tarnish. What they once mocked in you, your silence, your faith, your calm, is now the very armor they wish they had. Your radiance is no longer something they can ignore. It pierces through every memory, haunting them in the stillness of night and the noise of consequence. Have they begun to understand what they've truly lost? Not just status or image, but access to you, to divine proximity, to sacred covering. They grieve, but their grief is self-centered. They cry for who they thought they were, for the illusion they tried to maintain, for the version of themselves that is now dissolving before their own eyes. Every sob is a mourning not of repentance, but of ego loss. The mirror no longer flatters, it exposes, and the reflection staring back at them. A stranger, hollowed by spiritual decay. Have you seen what spiritual corruption looks like when it begins to stain the physical? Their once sharp eyes now dull with fatigue. Sleeplessness carves itself into the canvas of their face. The lines etched into their skin are no longer from laughter, but tension. Stress hangs on them like a garment they can't take off. The outside now mirrors the chaos within. They are a walking echo of the choices they made and the light they betrayed. Their mind is a looping reel of you. Every thought, every breath is a grasp toward a frequency they can no longer reach. They check your posts, zoom into your smiles, overanalyze every caption, hunting for a sign that you've noticed their collapse. But you're soaring. Your joy feels to them like a personal assault, your peace a paradox, because how can the one they thought they destroyed be so elevated? As Philippians 4:7 says, "And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus." That's the realm you now move in. A dimension beyond anxiety, beyond retribution, beyond their comprehension. Your evolution is not cosmetic, it's cosmic. While they spiral in fear, you are ascending in frequency, insight, and divine authority. Have they realized yet that they no longer understand you, that your world, once shared, now feels like another universe? Like Pharaoh watching Moses walk out of Egypt under a sky torn open by miracles, they are witnessing your elevation but cannot follow. They once believed they were above you, but now they are stuck in a loop while you glide on grace. Eileen Fisher, visionary fashion designer and conscious entrepreneur, once said in an interview about betrayal in business, "When you operate from integrity, you outlast storms you never knew were coming." That's what's happening now. You've outlasted not just betrayal, but the systems that upheld it. And as the light continues to reveal, their mask falls piece by piece, even as they attempt to hold it together with press releases, fake smiles, and frantic outreach. Vincent, a high-profile publicist in London, was once the face behind the reputations of major celebrities, but his smear campaign against a former client backfired when internal emails and bribes surfaced in court. Within weeks, invitations dried up. PR firms refused to touch him. Now, the very people who once toasted him at rooftop galas won't return a simple text. Have they begun to sense the social silence, the polite disassociation masked in professionalism, the delayed replies turning into silence, the calendar once full now empty? The whispers are getting louder, first behind their back, then in passive-aggressive questions, and eventually in public statements from those who once co-signed their influence. Former allies are now issuing disclaimers, not out of loyalty to truth, but loyalty to their own reputations. Just like King Nebuchadnezzar, who once ruled empires and was reduced to wandering the wilderness like a beast, Daniel 4:33, their public unraveling is playing out like a divine prophecy in motion. Once feared, now avoided. Once praised, now questioned. Once invited, now erased. Their fall is slow, public and irreversible, not as punishment, but as purification. And still, your presence remains untouchable. You're not merely rising, you are reigning. Their isolation becomes your insulation. Their collapse becomes your confirmation. Your name, once spoken in slander, now echoes in honor. As Isaiah 60 verse 1 declares, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." The story they spent years manipulating, editing, and protecting now spirals beyond their control. It no longer bends to their will or dances to their narrative. Truth, once stifled beneath carefully curated posts and polished performances, has risen with a voice of its own. And no matter how fiercely they try to suppress it, it flows like water through cracks they never saw forming. Their once impenetrable image dissolves before them, sacrificed at the altar of appearances, while authenticity, the very thing they once mocked, now reigns supreme. Have they realized that the world they built was made of glass, not granite, that the version of reality they sold to others is now returning void, exposed under the light of truth? You stand, unshaken, wrapped in authenticity that cannot be rehearsed or revoked. While they scramble to salvage fragments of illusion, your presence grows stronger, your path clearer, your spirit lighter. Their social web disintegrates silently. Friends and colleagues begin connecting dots they previously ignored. That awkward comment, that manipulative email, that subtle insult, all revisited with new eyes. The red flags that once fluttered quietly in the wind are now banners of truth. Their social media, once vibrant and engaging, is now barren. Likes vanish, comments dry up, professional praise is replaced with silent scrutiny. Even their acts of charity are re-examined. not as kindness but as possible PR stunts masked in morality? Have they sensed the coldness growing around them, the conversations that pause when they enter a room, the eye contact that vanishes? Their name is no longer spoken with envy or admiration, but as a warning, a lesson, a cautionary tale. Even their most loyal defenders have fallen quiet. Silence becomes the loudest rejection, and in that hush, your light bursts forth, not in volume, but in gravity. Your presence speaks what words never could. You are like the oak rooted deep during a storm, while they are the leaves scattered in confusion. As Psalm 1:3 proclaims, they are like a tree planted by streams of water, which yields its fruit in season. Whatever they do, prospers. That is your posture, planted, prosperous, preserved. Their frantic strategies, in contrast, resemble fireflies trapped in a glass jar, flickering but fading fast. Brian Stevenson, lawyer and founder of the Equal Justice Initiative, once said, "You can't understand most of the important things from a distance. You have to get close." Ironically, now they are the ones being seen up close. And it's not their curated public image that's on display, but the raw, messy truth beneath. Their desperation grows louder. Messages sent to former allies go unanswered. Phone calls rerouted to voicemail. In panicked whispers, they even entertain illegal escape routes. Some search for nations with no extradition. Others transfer funds in patterns flagged by banks. The more they grasp, the deeper they sink. Imagine a snake shedding its skin in front of a mirror, only to find the reflection unchanged. They can no longer outrun who they've become. Their calm exterior is gone. What remains is twitchy, paranoid, erratic. While they move in chaos, you remain anchored. Their missteps become cautionary tales. Your stillness becomes testimony. Allegra, once a media executive in Miami, was known for her public poise and philanthropic tweets. But when evidence surfaced of her role in suppressing whistleblower reports, her legacy began to unravel. She attempted to flee to a small island under the radar, transferring money through crypto wallets and hiring reputation managers. But the digital breadcrumbs led investigators right to her. Her panic only deepened the trail of exposure. Her downfall wasn't sudden, it was surgical. Have they asked themselves how it all collapsed so quietly, so completely? Have they grasped that you're not watching with vengeance, but with clarity? That the distance was not punishment, it was purification. Like King Uzziah in 2 Chronicles 26, who thrived under divine order until pride drove him to violate sacred boundaries, and was struck with leprosy, your ex tried to touch what was consecrated. The throne they built was not theirs to keep. And the moment they crossed into forbidden ground, judgment was not delayed, it was written. Isaiah 30:15 whispers your power gently. In quietness and trust is your strength. You never needed to retaliate. Your stability was the loudest answer, your discernment the sharpest sword. Their story unravels in the background, while yours is etched in eternity. Now you see it with crystal clarity, the truth of loyalty purchased, the shallowness of influence sustained by fear, and the brittle scaffolding of relationships built on manipulation. Their kingdom wasn't built. It was bargained. And now that the illusion is shattering, so are the alliances they once trusted most. Friends become witnesses. Subordinates break free to speak truth. Ride or die partners quietly choose their own survival over false loyalty. What they called a circle of trust was merely a marketplace of power, and the currency has expired. Have they yet understood the cost of control? That what they bought was never love, but silence, never support, but dependence. Every tie they once boasted about is now being severed, not with conflict, but with cold distance. People who once shared secrets now trade them for immunity. Their empire of intimidation is reduced to confession booths and negotiation tables. With nowhere else to turn, their desperation leads them to you. Suddenly, messages arrive, masked as casual check-ins, emotional nostalgia, or concern for your well-being. But beneath the surface lies panic. Their tone is softer, their words more cautious, but your discernment is sharper than ever. You read their motives like open scrolls. These aren't invitations to reconcile. They're attempts to secure rescue. It's not love they're offering. It's leverage they're seeking. Do they really believe you would unlearn everything God taught you through their betrayal? That after being refined in fire, you would reach back into the flames? Elijah stood on Mount Carmel, surrounded by false prophets. When the fire of God fell, it didn't just vindicate him, it exposed everything counterfeit. Just like that fire, your discernment now burns through manipulation. As 1 Corinthians 2:15 declares, "The spiritual person judges all things, but is himself to be judged by no one." You no longer engage emotionally with what once ensnared you. Your boundaries are immovable, your spirit unmoved. Tina Roth Eisenberg, a Swiss designer and founder of Creative Mornings, once shared, "When you protect your energy, your creativity becomes sacred and your clarity becomes magnetic." That's you now, untouchable in frequency, protected in posture, guided by clarity that no text message can confuse. As they spiral inward, you expand outward. Their options dwindle while yours multiply like seeds bursting through fertile soil. The reputation they tried to stain now glows with divine favor. What they blocked now overflows. What they broke is now rebuilt. But stronger, deeper, fortified by fire and time. The very energy they tried to drain from you has returned with exponential force, fueling a surge of growth, creativity and purpose that even you didn't anticipate. Lena, a wellness coach in Toronto, was blacklisted by a former mentor who felt threatened by her rising success. But months later, when that mentor was exposed for exploiting clients, Lena's name re-emerged, now cleared, honored, and in demand. She didn't retaliate, she healed. And in her stillness, the universe orchestrated her comeback. Have they noticed yet that you are no longer chasing, but drawing in? That while they are Googling loopholes and dodging subpoenas, you are receiving contracts, creative downloads, and divine instructions. You now live in synchronicity. Emails from long-lost opportunities resurface. Unexpected checks arrive. Dreams deliver messages that manifest in waking life. Doors that were nailed shut now swing open with ease. Divine timing no longer surprises you, it surrounds you, and you carry it with grace, not entitlement. Your consciousness has stretched to hold new assignments. Your soul is anchored, but your capacity is limitless. You are like the rising sun that melts away fog and awakens dormant fields. The universe now conspires to support you. As Isaiah 58:11 affirms, "The Lord will guide you always. He will satisfy your needs in a sun-scorched land and will strengthen your frame." While they descend into confusion, you ascend into clarity. While they scheme for survival, you are being equipped for destiny. Even nature itself affirms your trajectory. A phoenix doesn't return to ashes. A butterfly doesn't crawl back into its cocoon. You were born to rise, and now nothing can keep you from flight. You've stepped into a timeline where the universe itself bends in your favor. No more striving, no more chasing. What was once delayed now arrives with divine ease. Circumstances shift as if choreographed by unseen hands. Roadblocks vanish. Relationships realign. New souls, aligned with your destiny, not your history, find you right on time. These are not random encounters. These are divine appointments. The energy you now carry acts as a beacon, drawing in only what matches your frequency. Have you noticed the difference? You don't have to force anything anymore. People arrive in harmony. Conversations click effortlessly. Collaborations emerge not from obligation, but resonance. Your entire network is being re-architected from the soul outward, not based on old trauma bonds, but sacred alignment. And the ones who once distorted your light cannot follow you here. You no longer speak the same language. You no longer breathe the same air. Your intuition sharpens like a blade, forged in heavenly fire. Your discernment isn't just accurate, it's prophetic. Your thoughts carry velocity. Your intentions move matter. You are living proof of Psalm 37 verse 4. Delight yourself in the Lord, and He will give you the desires of your heart. Because now the desires of your heart are purified, not driven by ego, but encoded with assignment. They don't understand how you're moving like this, how you glow while they stumble, how you keep rising without striving. But you're not obeying human systems anymore. You're aligned with cosmic law, the law that says what's sown must be reaped, what's hidden must be revealed, and what's stolen must be returned. Have they realized that your tears were not wasted? That every time they made you doubt yourself, they were writing their own verdict in the realm of spirit? That every delay they caused you is now an acceleration. They cannot stop. Oprah Winfrey, once rejected and told she wasn't fit for television, now leads from a platform shaped by intention and spiritual clarity. She once said, "What you put out comes back all the time, no matter what." That law is in motion now. Not in theory, but in reality. What they tried to rob you of is being delivered to you multiplied, without apology, without negotiation, without their consent. Darius, a freelance filmmaker from Denver, was sabotaged by a former colleague who deleted his hard drive to steal a pitch. For months, Darius disappeared into depression. But after surrendering his anger and focusing on creative meditation, he began receiving unexpected commissions. One of them turned into a documentary deal with an international streaming service. The colleague, publicly accused of fraud and banned from 2 production guilds, the scales didn't just balance, they reset the entire field. The justice unfolding in their life isn't limited to legal investigations. That's only the visible part of the reckoning. The public disgrace is merely the external echo of an internal collapse. Their body, mind, and spirit are all catching up to the energy they once displaced. Financial strain, strained relationships, reputational ruin. These are only symptoms of a deeper accounting. The universe does not let debts go unpaid. And every role, no matter how small, is weighed. Enablers are exposed. Silent collaborators are made to speak. Even passive beneficiaries are being brought into revelation. Do they know that justice doesn't always come in the form of a verdict? Sometimes it comes through awakening, through the loss of influence, through isolation, through an unexpected diagnosis, through their child asking a question they cannot answer. Your role in this? Witness, not judge. You rise without needing them to fall. You elevate without clinging to the past. You forgive not because they deserve peace, but because your peace cannot afford their presence. Like Joseph, elevated to rule after being betrayed by his brothers, Genesis 50:20, you now see the bigger pattern. You understand, you intended to harm me, but God intended it for good. Their betrayal was the doorway. Your rise is the testimony. And now your life reflects that harmony. Dr. Caroline Myss, a medical intuitive and spiritual teacher, says, your biography becomes your biology. That's what's happening to them. Their internal corruption is leaking into their outer form. But for you, the opposite is true. Your alignment is beautifying your life. Your soul is shaping your timeline. Have they grasped that you no longer exist in their frequency? That your expansion has made you unreachable, not out of arrogance but transformation. You live now in sacred awareness. You no longer react, you respond. You no longer beg for what's yours, it finds you. You are no longer entangled, you are enthroned. And as you rise, you protect your energy like holy fire. The drama may continue to unfold, but your spirit is elsewhere, attuned to your assignment, not their aftermath. They may attempt to re-enter now with trembling apologies, softened words, and sudden concern, but the timing reveals the truth. Their urgency is not love, it is fear. Their remorse isn't born of conscience, it is the residue of consequence. These are not sacred awakenings. They are survival tactics dressed as reconciliation. Their motivations are transactional, not transformational. Have they truly changed, or are they just terrified of the cost of not having access to you? As you rise, protect your sacred field. What surrounds you now must match what is within. This is the time to cleanse, not just your space, but your spirit. Use sacred smoke to release lingering energetic residue. Let sound, whether bell, bowl, or chant, recalibrate the vibration in your environment. Salt and water are not superstition. They are ancient technology, resetting the frequencies that once absorbed chaos. Speak declarations aloud. You are sovereign, sealed, and shielded. Have you been diligent in protecting your energy, or has your curiosity left a crack for spiritual leakage? King David in Psalm 51 cried out, "Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me." That is your posture now, intentional purity. You do not entertain what once drained you. You do not answer what heaven has already closed. Monitor your thoughts carefully. If you find yourself pulled toward watching their drama unfold, remember, your attention is a currency that shapes reality. Where your focus goes, power flows. Don Miguel Ruiz, author of The Four Agreements, said, "Don't take anything personally. Nothing others do is because of you. It is because of themselves." Let this wisdom root deeply. Whether they cry or rage, show up at your door, or vanish again, none of it requires your emotional entanglement. Respond from your throne, not your wound. Natalie, a yoga teacher in Cape Town, received sudden outreach from an ex who had emotionally sabotaged her years ago. He came back during his legal crisis, framing it as needing closure, but Natalie had already done her healing. She responded with one line, "I wish you healing and peace, but I no longer participate in stories where I am the rescue vehicle." That was her boundary. Clear, compassionate, immovable. Are you guarding your conversations with discernment, or are you offering too much to those who seek information, not understanding? There will be those who come not to help you, but to harvest your words. Some will ask questions cloaked in concern. Others will try to trigger old versions of you. They want commentary, not connection. Information, not intimacy. In those moments, let your awareness speak louder than habit. Respond with elegant brevity. No explanations, no elaborations. Let your clarity be your protection. Like Nehemiah rebuilding the wall, Nehemiah 6:3, when confronted by his enemies asking for a meeting, he replied, "I'm doing a great work and I cannot come down." That is your answer now. You are building legacy. You cannot descend into distraction. Have they realized that silence is not weakness? It is wisdom wrapped in sovereignty. The separation between your life and their collapse is not cruel. It is sacred. It gives you room to upgrade your frequency, expand your inner clarity, and operate from dimensions they cannot perceive. Your soul is no longer reacting. It is commanding. Detachment is not abandonment. It is alignment. It is the space where ascension becomes possible. Rabbi Jonathan Sacks, former chief rabbi of the UK, once said, "Those who carry light must walk a different path." You now walk that path, luminous, detached, focused. Let others wrestle with their own storms. You have weather to clear for nations yet unborn. You have assignments that require the full bandwidth of your presence. Leo, a strategist in Berlin, was once swept into a scandal by association. When the media asked him to speak about the ones who harmed him, he said nothing. Instead, he focused on building a leadership academy for youth. When later vindicated, His quiet strength earned international admiration. He had no need to clear his name. His actions spoke louder. So ask yourself now, not what they're doing, but what you're building. Are your choices made from divine discernment or from reaction? Every decision is a seed, every word a doorway. And you are no longer bound to unconscious patterns. You move from conscious awareness, layered perspective, and multidimensional wisdom. You are no longer their mirror. You are your own light. Let your presence carry the truth of your elevation. Let your boundaries speak your transformation. And let your energy speak a frequency that chaos cannot comprehend. This was never a coincidence. You were never a victim of random chaos. What you're witnessing now is the divine execution of an ancient design, a cosmic agreement written long before this life began. This chapter in your story is a precise unfolding of pre-incarnation vows, destined encounters, and sacred contracts that span lifetimes. What looked like betrayal was actually a gate. What felt like rejection was encoded with your ascension. Have you ever wondered why the pain felt so deep, as if it was older than your current identity? It's because it was. The wound carried ancestral memory. The break invoked karmic closure. And the person who discarded you, they were simply a vessel, acting out a role that your soul had already signed off on, long before breath entered your lungs. Their suffering, as intense as it now appears, is not merely retribution. It is redirection, a sacred offering, an opportunity for their own soul's evolution. Whether they accept the invitation is their choice, but the doorway has been presented. And you? You have evolved beyond the need for immediate justice. You perceive the design beneath the destruction. You see that every fall, every rupture, every loss was part of the activation sequence for your gifts. Job, in the depths of affliction, lost everything. But in the end, it wasn't just about restoration. It was about revelation. As Job 42:5 declares, "My ears had heard of you, but now my eyes have seen you." That's what suffering did for you. It turned your hearing into seeing. It transformed your awareness into embodiment. Their betrayal didn't break you. It unveiled you. Have you recognized how your consciousness now holds deeper dimensions, not only of healing, but of holy comprehension? You are no longer moved by surface reactions. You are attuned to the architecture of the invisible. You don't merely experience the storm, you read the pattern in its winds. Their legal consequences, now visible to the world, are only the physical reflections of spiritual laws correcting imbalance. Their humiliation is simply the echo of internal disorder that could no longer remain hidden. Carl Jung, the Swiss psychiatrist and mystic, once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." That's the essence of what's happening now. What they buried has surfaced, and what you endured has birthed wisdom. Their devastation is not meaningless. It is spiritual calibration, a rebalancing of displaced energy, a realignment of fractured timelines. Leona, a trauma therapist in Montreal, once shared how her partner's betrayal awakened her intuition and ignited her journey into energy medicine. What felt like abandonment became the reason she discovered her lineage of healers and began a generational movement. The one who left her had unknowingly kept her from accessing that legacy, and their exit was the key to unlocking it. Have they realized that they were never the main character? They were the catalyst. That your pain wasn't the end of you. It was the activation of something older, wiser, and more cosmic than they could ever imagine. Some soul contracts fulfill themselves through love, others through devastation, some through union, others through disruption, but all are sacred, all are holy. What was done to you was also done for you, not to punish, but to purify. Clarissa Pinkola Estes, Jungian analyst and author of Women Who Run with the Wolves, once wrote, "It is not the wound that makes us, but the healing of it." The betrayal was the wound, but you are the healing now embodied. Divine orchestration wastes nothing. It uses every betrayal as brushstroke, every abandonment as fuel, every heartbreak as sacred soil. You would not have reached this level of embodiment without the fire. You would not have become this sovereign without the separation. What once felt like unfair rejection was actually sacred redirection. What looked like loss was strategic removal. What burned was what needed to be refined. Have you blessed the pain yet? Not because it felt good, but because it freed you. You now hold the codes of liberation. You are no longer waiting for apologies, no longer seeking validation. You have been promoted into higher assignments that require solitude, clarity, and unshakable discernment. And every tear you shed carved space for divine presence. Every night you questioned your worth was answered by the acceleration of your calling. As Romans 8:18 reminds us, the sufferings of this present time are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. That glory is now. That alignment is now. You didn't just survive, you transcended. And every karmic pattern that once held you hostage has now collapsed under the weight of your expansion. Everything you've endured has not only refined you, it has fortified you for your higher cosmic assignment. You now carry within your being the weightless strength of one who has passed through the flames and emerged luminous. The purification wasn't symbolic, it was cellular. You are no longer who you were. Every hardship became the fire that burned away distortion and expanded your capacity to radiate unfiltered light. What once felt like destruction now reveals itself as sacred preparation. Have you realized yet how much space suffering cleared within you for purpose to take root? How the silence created room for sacred downloads? How the stripping away of illusion revealed the raw, blazing truth of your divine design? You now stand in alignment, not striving to create from wounded urgency, but flowing from healed knowing. As cosmic justice continues to unfold without a single move from you, your energy is finally liberated. Not to fix the past, but to forge the future. No more fragments, no more resistance, only clarity and creation. As divine law restores equilibrium across all dimensions, your attention shifts from what collapsed to what calls you forward. Genesis 1:2 reminds us that even before the light was spoken into existence, the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. That is you now, sovereign, ready to create, with every element in the universe responding to your intention. The blank canvas before you isn't empty, it's sacred, and everything around you is waiting for your conscious command. Brené Brown, research professor and speaker, once said, "Owning our story and loving ourselves through that process is the bravest thing we'll ever do." That's exactly where you are now, owning it all, without shame, without apology, with sovereign clarity. And because you are no longer performing for safety, the energy available to you is wild, pure, and generative. Carmen, an architect in Barcelona, was dismissed by her firm after calling out unethical practices. At first, she thought her career was over, but during her sabbatical, she discovered biomimicry and began designing sustainable spaces modeled after natural ecosystems. Her exile became her expansion. Her removal became her rebirth. Have you asked yourself yet, what will I create with this freedom? What will I manifest now that I no longer need validation? What can I generate now that I'm not carrying their projections? What does creation look like from a healed identity? You've outgrown the gravity of past limitations. You're no longer orbiting old frequencies. The universe watches, not in judgment, but in reverent anticipation, as if all of creation leans in to see what will unfold now that the blocks are gone, the veils lifted, and your sovereignty embodied. Maya Angelou once said, "We delight in the beauty of the butterfly, but rarely admit the changes it has gone through to achieve that beauty." Your butterfly moment is here, but it did not come cheaply. The cocoon was confining. The process was excruciating. But now the flight is inevitable. You will be admired. You will be honored. Some will celebrate your expansion with awe. Others will quietly watch, feeling the resonance but not understanding the source. Let them. This is not for explanation. This is for embodiment. You now create not from reactivity, but from revelation. You now speak not from wounds, but from wisdom. Everything you manifest comes from cosmic clarity, not subconscious defense mechanisms. Have you truly grasped the level of power you're operating in now? That the frequencies around you are calibrated to miracles? That the energy flowing through you surpasses every limit your former self believed was real? Your life is no longer shaped by limitation. It is shaped by intention. Manifestation is now sacred participation with divine will. You are a co-creator of realities, not a survivor of circumstances. And from this field of purified awareness, there are no ceilings, only portals, no loops, only launch pads. Let the old crumble, let the new flow. Your story is not beginning, it is erupting into brilliance. You've entered a realm of manifestation where limitation no longer exists. The possibilities available to you now are not just greater than before, they are beyond anything your past self could have even conceived. Your visions move quickly from idea to reality. What once felt distant now takes form with ease. Your creative blueprints shape themselves with divine accuracy. And what you imagine under divine alignment materializes through grace, not force. Have you paused to realize how fast you're creating now? That intention has become a frequency, not a wish, and reality is now responding in real time. While your life flows forward in this sacred acceleration, their life is collapsing into the consequences of imbalance. But it's vital to understand, this is not about ultimate condemnation. It's about necessary correction. This isn't punishment for punishment's sake. It's an opportunity, a sacred, even if painful, invitation for transformation. Every unraveling in their world holds within it a possibility for awakening, even if they cannot yet perceive it. Jonah, the prophet who tried to run from his divine calling, found himself in the belly of a great fish, not as a death sentence, but as a reset. A womb-like space of reflection before re-emergence. Like Jonah, those facing the reckoning now are being offered a crucible of clarity. Whether they accept it or not, the invitation has been sent. Romans 2:4 reminds us, "Do you not realize that God's kindness is meant to lead you to repentance? Even divine justice operates with compassion at its root. Love remains the frequency behind correction, even when that love shows up as fire." Iyanla Vanzant, spiritual teacher and transformational coach, once said, "Until you heal the wounds of your past, you're going to bleed on people who had nothing to do with it." What you're witnessing now is the bleeding, the unraveling, the consequence of unhealed energy reaching its breaking point. But the wound, if faced, could become the place of their rebirth. Have they realized that their collapse is not cruelty, but the echo of what they refuse to face? Malik, a real estate developer in Sydney, once orchestrated manipulative deals that collapsed under audit. But in the silence of his isolation, he finally acknowledged his pattern of control, tracing it back to childhood trauma. Now, having completed a restitution process and begun trauma education for young professionals, his consequence became his correction. Some souls awaken through subtle whispers, others require thunder, and some need earthquakes to finally open their eyes. Divine orchestration ensures every soul is met with exactly the intensity required to fulfill the pre-incarnational blueprint. What they endure now is not an accident. It is the exact precision of cosmic cause and effect. Have you grasped yet that your higher view isn't just spiritual maturity? It's a divine assignment in itself, that by holding the greater vision, you anchor healing not just for yourself, but for the collective. You no longer see their public exposure and emotional collapse as justice in the shallow sense, but as catalysts for profound realignment. Whether they accept that realignment in this lifetime or not is not your responsibility, but the opportunity is sacred nonetheless. Dr. Joe Dispenza, neuroscientist and consciousness researcher, once said, "You can't create a new future while holding on to the emotions of the past." That's the path you're now walking, one that releases judgment in favor of creation, one that trades reaction for vision, one that channels energy into elevation rather than observation. Let them walk their path. Let the karmic architecture do its perfect work, and you continue upward. Now, ask yourself, what does your expanded future look like when no weight of the past pulls on it? Where does your imagination go when you're no longer looped into their limitations? What becomes possible when your focus is entirely invested in your ascension? Every time you look back in judgment, your energy contracts. But every time you look forward in creative trust, your field expands. Your attention is sacred. It creates. Your focus is magnetic. It shapes timelines. Your awareness is holy. It is the lens through which reality responds. Have you realized that your attention is no longer a casual offering? It is a spiritual technology. Stay focused on what you are birthing, not what they are breaking. Let the universe finish the balancing. You've graduated from needing to watch them fall. You're here now to rise, to build, to manifest from purified consciousness. And what you generate from here will be unlike anything you've ever known. Now is the time to choose, not with emotion, but with divine discernment. You are no longer called to respond from old wounds, but from elevated wisdom. Every path before you should be evaluated by one sacred question. Does this serve my highest evolution? If it doesn't, release it. If it does, walk boldly toward it with your spirit leading the way. The one who once discarded you now stands face to face with the full harvest of their choices, not just in courtrooms, but in spiritual dimensions they can't articulate. Their fear, their tears, their unraveling, it's no longer hidden. What they tried to suppress has surfaced. What they thought they escaped is circling back with sacred accuracy. Their criminal investigation is only a fragment of a much larger reckoning. This is not just about broken laws, but too, it's about breached covenants. Meanwhile, you advance, not as a survivor, but as a sovereign. Your path widens into a realm of expanded potential. You are supported by cosmic alignment, shielded by divine instruction, and surrounded by synchronicities too precise to ignore. Where limitation once lived, unlimited possibility now stretches out before you. Have you realized you're not rebuilding? You're birthing something entirely new. You move now with the calm assurance of one who walks with angels. You are not watching over your shoulder, you're watching for the signs. The frequency of fear no longer resonates with your body. You've recalibrated to a higher octave. Your life is now authored by intention, not reaction. You're not defined by what they did, but by what you chose in the aftermath. Joseph, once betrayed by his brothers and cast into prison, was elevated to second in command over all Egypt, not because he sought revenge, but because he kept his eyes on purpose. As Genesis 50:20 says, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good." This is your posture now, not vengeance, but vision. T.D. Jakes, bishop and transformational speaker, once said, "Favor is not fair, but it is God's. That favor is on you now, unexplainable to some, undeniable to others. What they tried to bury, God chose to elevate." Avery, a freelance brand designer in New York, was ghosted by a client who owed her thousands. Instead of retaliating, she poured that energy into launching her own design academy. Months later, she received an invitation to partner with a global platform, the same one her client had once mocked her for dreaming of. The betrayal became the breakthrough. Are you choosing your next step based on divine design or old patterns? Is your current alignment honoring your highest potential or feeding familiar cycles? From this day forward, your choices are not made to survive. They are made to expand. You build for legacy now. You create from overflow now. You speak with authority now. What used to shake you cannot even reach you anymore. You are aligned with divine intelligence, and the heavens are backing your every step. Let this chapter close not with bitterness, but with blessing. Dear Heavenly Father, I thank you for what you've revealed, refined, and resurrected in my life. I thank you for the trials that did not destroy me, but delivered me deeper into your purpose. Lord, I pray for the growth of my faith. Strengthen me to trust you, even when there's no visible evidence, even when the road is unclear. Remind me that you are not the author of harm, but the architect of hope. Your word declares in Jeremiah 29:11, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you, to give you a future and a hope." Let that promise anchor me today and forever. Thank you, gracious and eternal Father, for always hearing my voice. Thank you for defending me even when I remained silent. Thank you for restoring what I lost, not just physically, but spiritually. I offer this prayer in the mighty and unshakable name of Jesus. Amen. Jesus, I thank you for your love, your provision, your presence, and your protection. You are my sustainer, my strength, my abundance. I am not alone. I am carried. I am not abandoned. I am chosen. I am not broken. I am being rebuilt. Amen. And now, as this sacred activation settles in your spirit, remember this. You are not returning to who you were. You are rising into who you were always meant to be. Their fall is not your focus. Your ascension is. Their awakening is not your burden. Your expansion is. Their regret does not define your future. Your resurrection does. You are a living testimony that betrayal does not break the chosen. It births them. So walk forward from this moment, not with heaviness, but with holy clarity. Keep your energy sacred. Keep your standards high. Keep your vision fixed on the divine assignment that awaits you, because your light has work to do. Your voice has people to awaken, and your presence is already shifting atmospheres. If this word resonated deep in your soul, if it felt like confirmation of what you've been sensing in silence, let me know in the comments below. I read them with intention, and I pray over them. Don't forget to like this message if it stirred something within you. Share it with another chosen one who may need this reminder right now. And if you haven't already, subscribe, not just to this channel, but to the frequency of clarity, calling, and kingdom alignment. And whether you've supported this space with a super thanks, a comment, or simply your presence, I honor you. This isn't about numbers, it's about alignment. And the fact that you're here means you're meant to be. So I release this final blessing over you. May your path shine brighter with every step you take in obedience. May your discernment sharpen to catch even the subtlest of spiritual shifts. May divine protection surround you like a flame that cannot be touched. May resources find you. May truth keep you. May purpose guide you. And may the same God who vindicated you now elevate you without limit. You are not ordinary. You are a chosen one. And heaven is still writing through your life. Until next time, stay sovereign, stay steady, and stay sacred.